Welcome to Sacrilegious Discourse.
For this is what the Sovereign Lord says.
Why do you need prophets to tell people who you are and what you want?
If you can justify everything that the God of the Bible has done, then you can justify any of your behavior.
A lot of this mentality is trickling into what is now mainstream right-wing Christianity.
I am capable of empathy greater than this God of the Bible.
This is a Bible that they tell kids. This is the good Lord. This is the good book. He is fantasizing about murder, mass murder.
Head over to sacrilegiousdiscourse.com right now to find out how to leave us a review or support us on Patreon.
Hey there, sinners and saints. It's your favorite Bible-bashing duo from Sacrilegious Discourse, and we need your help.
That's right, folks. We're raising funds for some heavenly equipment and a studio that doesn't sound like it's in the depths of hell.
Our current setup, let's just say it's more apocalypse than audiophile.
So if you want to hear us dissect the Bible without the background noise of demonic squirrels, chip in a few bucks.
We're aiming for $5,000 to upgrade our audio and build a studio worthy of blasphemous banter.
Donate today and help us spread the good word of atheism.
You can find a link right on our homepage, sacrilegiousdiscourse.com. Every dollar counts.
Even if it's from your collection plate. Husband!
Wife!
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, last time we actually did an episode of Zechariah, we did chapter 11.
We did.
Not episode 11. We've done like thousands of episodes.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did Zechariah chapter 11. Mm-hmm. And in that chapter, God decided he didn't quite agree with the he's gonna be shitty again.
Yeah.
He's done with the union and the whatever the other thing was, the sticks that I don't fucking know, but he's gonna kill people probably. Most likely.
Wasn't it like Zechariah did some puppet shows and the people were like, "No, your puppet show sucks," and so they threw coins at him?
They threw the 30 silver pieces at him or whatever, or gave him the 30 silver pieces. He threw them at the potter.
Yeah.
So it was a weird chapter. We covered it a bit more in the Q&A, which is probably the more relevant bit that we covered, because I didn't understand shit when we were reading it.
I didn't either.
I was like, what the fuck is happening?
That's why I had to do a timeout.
Yeah.
We had to do, hold on. We had to do a Q&A right quick.
Right. So before we get into what we're doing today, I want to mention that today is No King's Day. The protest day.
Indeed it is.
And I'm going to say that if you have the ability and feel safe doing so, I think it's very important to get out and show the numbers. Be there. Be part of the crowd. You don't have to be on the front line, but be part of the crowd. I mean, this is big.
I'm going with Kid and a friend tomorrow. And so we will be at the one in Dayton. Yeah. And we'll be in the numbers.
Yeah, and sadly I have to work, or I would be there as well, but
I wish you could go.
I really do too. But unfortunately I cannot. So somebody go for me. Somebody be there for me.
And let us know.
And just tell everybody you're there for husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let us know how it went.
Yes.
Let us know how your city went. Send us pictures and stuff. If you feel safe.
Yeah. No, I don't want to. I mean, given everything that's going on in the world right now, and especially in this country, if you don't feel safe, stay at home.
Right.
And if you're undocumented, stay at home regardless.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Do not go out. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's no sense in getting yourself put out there.
There's no sense in getting yourself arrested and possibly deported, detained at the very least, possibly tortured.
Somebody else will do it for you.
Yes.
Just stay home.
Yes. Let us do this for you.
Yeah.
And everybody be safe.
So # No Kings today. Do it.
Yes.
If you can. If you're not, undocumented, and all the things that I just said.
Right.
Anyway.
Caveat.
Yeah. Anyway, so we got done last time with Zechariah chapter 11, which means that today we're getting into
Zechariah chapter 12.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, let's hop back into Zechariah here real quick.
Okay.
Chapter 12.
Yeah.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. The Lord, who stretches out the heavens.
Why does he stretch them out? Like, what the fuck is he doing?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, is this like those bands that you do when you're exercising? Okay. Is he like he's just like banding?
Yes, that is one way to imagine it. I was imagining a fitted sheet.
Oh, okay.
How you like stretch it across?
Fuck fitted sheets.
I know,
I fucking hate fitted. They're awful. Like they never. You can't. It's. I don't. I've seen tricks. I don't understand them.
They don't work.
I'm like that.
No, fuck a fitted sheet. Yeah.
I saw a meme about that. That was great. It was like they were showing science and like fitted sheets and how this is a conundrum for the universe or whatever. And how
yeah, I believe.
But I was like, yeah, that's hole. Exactly.
Yeah. So the Lord who stretched out the heavens for whatever reason.
Yeah, right.
Who lays the foundation of the earth and who forms the human spirit within a person.
Wait, he forms our spirit?
He forms the human spirit within a person. No,
I get that. But if he forms our spirit, wouldn't that mean that he's responsible for that spirit and how it, processes and does things in the world? Like, if he formed it, he's
not necessarily.
No.
I form a child in my body, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And then if that child then like grows up and does some heinous shit, even though I taught them otherwise, like let's say they grow up and become a Republican, even though I taught them to be a Democrat.
Right.
I don't take responsibility for that.
Right.
And like if I'm like pro-choice and they're like anti-abortion.
Right.
I don't take responsibility for that.
Right. I guess.
No.
It's just with the amount of things that God is able to control in humans, as they've said at other points in the Bible.
Right.
It seems like if he's in control of forming the spirit, and he also can change your heart.
He does have magic, and I don't.
Right.
So therein lies the difference.
He seems to have the ability to make whatever the fuck he wants to happen.
Right.
But then he just like kills people instead.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that seems like a poor choice, man.
It really does. Like, think of all... It's kind of like when all of the Borg died in Star Trek.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, think of... I don't know, like, some of them might have been able to be saved, Like 7. And instead they all died.
Yeah.
That's sad. That's a waste. Right? And God's like, whatever, I don't care. Boom, dead.
Right. That's one of those... I mean, that... Yeah, I don't know that I want to compare God to what the Borg like, but I understand your comparison.
I wasn't comparing God to the Borg Queen. I was comparing like
the acts of what, like the act of God killing people to the act of the Borg being killed, right? I don't feel like the Israelites were quite as bad as the Borg.
Oh, see, okay, you're right.
I'm just saying.
Maybe that was a bad analogy.
Go.
Okay.
And I'm not, just saying that one.
No, that's
that
true.
one had a little bit more impetus to be a little bit stronger. The feeling as to why you would want to get rid of them, I guess.
Yeah, no, you're right, because they were pretty scary motherfuckers.
And it wasn't like a god was getting rid of them.
Right.
It was, humans.
And the Borg Queen sometimes.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, she blew up quite a few of her own.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's what I had in mind. Like the Borg Queen blowing up her own.
Got it.
Like, that's where I was going with that. But I can see why that's not necessarily a straight analogy.
Sure.
So, okay.
All right.
But still, yeah, I mean...
And for those of you who don't have any idea what the Borg is, it's a Star Trek thing, so...
It is. And you know what? I'm sorry for you and your loss.
Well, I mean...
If you don't know...
I want to make sure that we said that out loud.
For everybody, sure.
I know we talk about Star Trek a lot. We don't often go on and on and on about it.
No, you're right.
So.
You're right. Yeah. I'm sorry. I had to try it out in my brain a little bit.
Sure.
Know. So anyway, the Lord, that guy who did those things, whatever.
Sure.
Okay. The rest of the sentence now is, he declares... Okay. The Lord who does all these things declares.
I do declare.
Okay. I do declare. I'm going to make Wait, let me try that again. I am going to make Jerusalem a cup that sends all the surrounding peoples reeling.
A cup.
So wait. He's going to
make them a cup?
Is he going to make a cup for them, or is he going to make them into a cup?
It said he's going to make them a cup.
I'm going to
that sends other people reeling.
Okay.
I'm trying to imagine what this means exactly.
Judah will be besieged as well as Jerusalem. On that day.
Okay.
On that day.
He's going to turn them into a cup.
When all the nations of the earth are gathered against her.
Yeah.
I will make Jerusalem an immovable rock for all the nations.
Was he going to make him a cup or a rock?
Both.
Okay.
A rocking cup. All who try to move it will injure themselves.
Okay.
Kind of like when Uther stuck the sword in the stone, and then Arthur pulled it out, but nobody else could. And some of them did injure themselves trying to pull it out.
Sure.
Uther Pendragon, I think, was the one that stuck the sword in the stone, and then Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, right?
I gotcha.
Arthur, he pulled it out. Yeah.
No, I got it.
He pulled out. All right, so anyway, all who try to move that stone will injure themselves.
Okay.
On that day, I will strike every horse with panic and its rider with madness.
Okay.
That's rude.
Is he striking them with a cup or a rock, though?
Declares the Lord.
Okay.
I will keep a watchful eye over Judah, but I will blind all the horses of the nations. Rude. Then the clans...
What do the horses do to you, man?
I never like it when he fucks with the animals.
Right. That's not cool.
Then the clans of Judah will say in their hearts, the people of Jerusalem are strong because the Lord Almighty is their God.
And they're a cup. I'm just waiting. Where's the cup thing at? I
don't know.
I want to know about this cup.
I keep hoping that it'll make itself clear.
This is like the World Cup, like soccer, football for our
fill your cup. Fill your own cup with joy.
Right. Yeah.
Or like that song. Oh, hold on.
That song.
No. Stop. Take a sip. No, put it in your cup. Never mind. It's by the Black Eyed Peas.
Okay.
I know Fern will know what I'm talking about.
Got it.
On that day, I will make the clans of Judah like a fire pot in a wood pile, like a flaming torch among sheaves.
Okay.
They will consume all the surrounding peoples right and left.
Okay.
But Jerusalem will remain intact in her place.
Got it. Okay.
I'm not following any of this.
They're going to be a cup, and then they're a rock, and then people are going to come at them, and they're going to be turned into fire and flames.
Oh,
haven't you been listening?
Well, I'm reading, and that makes it hard.
Right. I gotcha.
Okay. No, I appreciate you. You did just...
Oh, and the horses are going to be blind.
Blind horses.
Yeah.
The Lord will save the dwellings of Judah first. So first I'm going to fuck you up, and then I'm going to save you. Right?
Wait, he's going to save the dwellings of Judah first?
So that the honor of the house of David and of Jerusalem's inhabitants may not be greater than that of Judah.
Okay. Okay. He's worried about the houses before people? Is that what I'm not really following that there.
Yeah, I'm going to need a Q and an
right,
A.
yeah, this
is all Q, no A.
Right.
On that day...
Where he saves the houses, the horses are blind, and people are dying because they're fire and whatever.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. On that day.
The Lord will shield those who live in Jerusalem so that the feeblest among them will be like David, and the house of David will be like God, like the angel of the Lord going before them. They're really
going strong at the house of David here.
Yeah, they are.
They're like David. Did you hear me say David enough? Because I could say it again if you want.
They have mentionitis. It's all about that Dave. Doubt that Dave. Right?
Right, yeah.
You just looked away and you didn't laugh at all because it was stupid.
Well, I mean, it was stupid, but I mean...
On that day, I will set out to destroy all the nations that attack Jerusalem.
Oh,
there's a lot happening.
So intentionally, he's going to set out to destroy. Okay, all right, yeah.
And I will pour out.
Is this out of the cup? The cup. He's got the cup now.
On the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, a spirit of grace and supplication.
Okay.
So see, it's a cup of love.
Or grace.
A cup of joy and grace.
Yeah. And supplication.
Supplication.
Right, yeah.
Don't forget to be supplicant.
Right, yeah.
They will look on me, the one they have pierced. You know they're going to pierce them.
Damn. This is some, okay.
This is some pre-Jesus bullshit.
It really is, yeah.
And they will mourn for him as one mourns for an only child.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
I see what you're...
Okay, New Testament. I see what you did here.
I see what you did there, yeah. And grieve bitterly for him as one grieves for a firstborn son.
Huh.
Okay.
Man.
You guys...
This is some, like, they're like, I know the Old Testament's not laying this on thick.
No.
But the New Testament was like, they went hard at this.
They were like, I'm going to pick that up and that and that and that. Like, they took, like, the last 3 books of the Old Testament and were like, all of this. All of these.
Right. No, they're like, this is how it ends. This is what people are going to read last in the Old Testament. So we need to match everything up here.
Yeah.
Like, fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
Okay, make this happen.
Yeah. And they didn't even try with any of the other stuff. They were just like, no, just these 3 books. On that day, God, this is a long day.
Yeah.
The weeping in Jerusalem will be as great as the weeping of Hadad Ramon on the plain of Megiddo.
As what?
You know how they was all weeping over there?
I don't, actually.
Oh.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I don't either, but...
I'm sure it means something.
We probably heard it before,
We probably have. I'm sure we have, but, like, why am I supposed... What is... Who cares?
If we lived there, we would know it.
Is that, you know what? They've been talking about David a lot. Is that where Goliath got slew by David or something?
I really couldn't tell you.
And then the other guys were weeping because the giant fell or something?
I don't know.
Maybe?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Okay.
I mean, that's obviously going to have to be in our Q&A too, because I'm like, what is that?
Tell me every single thing about chapter 12.
I need to know about the cup, the rock, the fires, the houses being saved first, the blind horses, the plains.
Megiddo, the weeping of Hadad Ramon.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to know it all.
Everything.
What the fuck's... I mean...
Basically all the words.
Because obviously there's a lot of, like, symbolism in here that we're going to have to run into in the New Testament.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, like, straight up, like, the exact imagery that they're...
I want to know what this is all about pre-Jesus, non-Jesus.
Right. Yeah, no, I want...
non-New Testament eyeballs.
Right. I mean, I think we should cover both at some level, but I mean, you know, but definitely we are trying to look at this from the Old Testament lens. So.
Yeah, yeah.
Which might be hard to separate given, you know, what it's covering. So.
I know. I hate it. It makes it so difficult. Like, I just want to know what those people thought at that time.
Right.
They didn't know about a Jesus. They didn't know anything about that.
Yeah. Get Jesus out of my search history.
Like, that wasn't there yet, right? He's not entered the chat.
Right.
He's at that 0 year or what the fuck ever.
Right.
Yeah. The land will mourn, each clan by itself, with their wives by themselves. The clan of the house of David and their wives. The clan of the house of Nathan and their wives. The clan of the house of Levi and...
Their wives?
Their wives. The clan of Shammai and
their wives.
Their wives.
Yeah.
And all the rest of the clans and
their wives.
The end.
Those are... Who the fuck is the clan of Nathan?
He's a guy.
That's the first time I think I've heard that.
We heard him last chapter, but I don't remember
and I'm not
who
sure
he
who
is.
the clan of Shammai is either.
He's a guy too.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, I would expect to hear about the Israelite tribes, you know, but, like, who the fuck are these people? Maybe I'm misremembering and they were in there, but I don't
They weren't
feel
main,
like they were.
They were not main ones, I can tell you that much.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of weird shit happening in here.
There is.
And I'm not sure about a lot of it.
Me too.
And... yeah, that's about all
and
the
they
inside.
Just pulled,
I mean,
remember, like, we were like, where did the Levites go? Like, we have not heard from them in ages. And, like, do they even anymore?
But apparently they do.
And then just in this one and, like, the last one, like, the last book, like, all of a sudden they went, like, Torah on us.
Right.
And they were like, remember the Levites? And we're like, oh, I do. Because I was asking.
We read about them.
Yeah. And I was like, we don't really hear about them.
But remember, they all kind of disappeared and then they became, like, appointed. Mm-hmm. So Levites are no longer, like, to consider them a clan, to me, is a little disingenuous.
Yeah.
Because originally they were that way by birthright, and then they did away with that.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do you just do away with a command from God?
Right.
Like, you just wave your fingers and go, nah, we're
did
good.
They die out?
We're good.
What happened?
I don't know. But, like, they just kind of disappeared for a while, you know?
And then they were like, Oh, we still have some Levites. And it's like, do we?
Yeah.
We do?
Well, now we got Levites and cups and stones and
Shammai and Nathan.
blind horses and all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
And people being pierced,
Crazy.
So, yeah. This is crazy shit.
Uh-huh.
I'm really looking forward to the Q&A, though, because I have no idea what we just read.
Me neither. There's a lot of crying.
Apparently.
All the wives are sad.
Yeah, and all those tribes they mentioned. The clans they mentioned. Sorry.
Clans.
It's not tribes now, it's clans.
Right.
So.
Clan of the Cave Bear?
Maybe,
Do you think their wives are crying?
Probably. If I had to read those books, I would.
I read them when I was in high school. They're not bad. They're not bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Kind of interesting.
But they're Christian, right?
No. Clan of the Cave Bear?
Oh.
Absolutely not.
What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of...
Veggie Tales?
No. I'm thinking of something else. There's a... Oh, shit. I can't remember the name of the series, but it's a very famous book series that's...
You're thinking of Left Behind?
Yeah. I always get for some reason, because like people always ask, like I felt like it was the same people would ask about Clan of the Cave Bear and Left Behind series.
Oh wow!
Or they equated in my head, because we both worked at a bookstore when we were younger, right? And they equate in my mind for some reason, and I don't know why. And you're absolutely right. I'm completely wrong here. So
you guys heard it here
first. But for whatever reason, they intermix in my head for some reason.
And you had the gall to make fun of me for confusing Dustin Hoffman and the other guy that I always confuse him with.
Well, yeah. It's not like you won't make fun of me for this.
That's some bullshit. Honestly, that's some bullshit.
You're welcome to make fun of me anytime, and you do.
And I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, I don't see how this precludes me from making fun of you or you making fun of me.
Because you were making fun of me as though this is just a thing that I do, and you were like, ha ha ha, you do that thing. Like as though you don't also do it.
I do.
But that's not how the making fun of made it be. You did not portray that in your making fun.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right.
It was a little bit. You were a little bit of a hypocrite.
Okay.
But that's all.
Whatever. Mm-hmm. All right, guys. I think that's all we got for today.
Yeah.
If you are listening to us on your way to the No Kings protest, be safe out there. Make smart choices. Don't get deported.
Don't engage in any kind of violence.
Right.
Don't be instigated into it.
No.
Don't pick up bricks that are just lying there, because I've heard that
they set them. Yeah.
Well, I've heard that in LA it happened again, that bricks are just magically appearing for...
No, this happened in other protests in the past. It's a... They want people to inflame the situation, so they have a reason to crack down.
Yeah.
So,
and I've even read that the protests themselves are being used. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Like, there's some people who are saying that we shouldn't even go to the protest because the protest itself is a way for him to say that's a riot across America and to just declare martial law.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm like, try
unfortunately, this is how we are able to protest.
Yeah.
And I don't, I mean, he's either going to be, shit's either going to go south or not.
Right.
Like that we can't control. What we can control is standing up to what's happening.
So that's why the be safe, make smart choices, don't pick up bricks.
Right. Yeah. Don't pick up bricks. All right. That's all we got for today. So we will see you again soon.
Assuming I'm not killed or arrested or deported.
So today's Saturday, so we probably won't be back till Monday. Right. If I had to guess.
True.
So we'll see you on Monday with
Zechariah Chapter 13.
All right. We'll see you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, last time we did a regular episode, we were on Zechariah Chapter 12.
Sure as fuck were.
And in that episode, Jerusalem was besieged by all their enemies, and then God was like, I got you, and like killed the fuck out of them. I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Something like that. It was really confusing. But there was like some David shit. Like they mentioned David a lot.
I just remember it was about a cup.
And then somebody got pierced.
There was piercings in cups.
Yeah. As I recall, it was very confusing, and we can't wait to hear the fucking summary.
Yeah, the Q&A.
I'm like, what?
Mazel
what
tov.
the fuck just happened here?
Yeah.
It was weird.
It was very
And Christians think it's Jesus. But I mean, that's Christians.
And the Jewish beg to differ.
They're half the reason we do this podcast anyway. So
Yeah.
So anyway, that was what I understood of Zechariah chapter 12.
Okay.
Which means that today we're getting into
Zechariah chapter 13, which I'm sure will be very clear.
Or not. Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, Zechariah chapter 13.
All right.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
On that day. It does not start well.
It rings a bell, like that's it. There's ways that this was written by the same people as other people, or at least at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And the original Zechariah stuff didn't say that on that day stuff a lot.
Right.
So
right.
It's just funny to me how obvious it is
that we're in second Zechariah.
That it's written by somebody else. Like it's very, very fucking obvious, and people are like, "This is Zechariah." Whatever. I don't fucking care. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Clearly.
Yeah.
On that day.
Yeah.
A fountain will be opened to the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to cleanse them from sin and impurity.
Okay.
I want a fountain.
A fountain, huh? But this one cleanses you of sins and impurities. Although most fountains would probably cleanse you of impurities, at least on the physical.
Like an avalanche flowing down the mountain.
What?
What?
Okay.
We have a fountain that's for the cat.
We do.
It's water.
Yeah.
And she drinks it.
She does. It does not cleanse.
Mm-mm. She still has sins. She's still a little asshole.
Oh, yeah.
On that day, I will banish the names of the idols from the land.
Again. Wow. Always.
Clearly
Never
didn't come yet. That day's not here because we still got all those names of all those idols.
It's true. That stuff never just ever worked out.
I need an Asherah pole so fucking bad. And they will be remembered no more, declares the Lord Almighty.
Except for still to this day.
Because it hasn't happened yet.
Oh.
On that day, whenever that day is.
I see. Mm-hmm. Sneaky.
Yeah.
So whenever they're forgotten, then this book will be correct, which
yeah.
If they're forgotten, then we can't have the book anymore. So then you can't really check the work.
Right.
So it's kind of like one of those catch-22 things.
Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. We have a winner. I will remove, quoth he, both the prophets and the spirit of impurity from the land.
Okay.
And if anyone still prophesies, their father and mother to whom they were born will say to them, you must die because you have told lies in the Lord's fucking name.
Wow. So he's going to do away with prophets, huh?
Yeah.
So Zechariah is out of a job?
I guess.
I mean, eventually.
So.
People like Zechariah are out of a job, I guess, or whatever.
Because they told lies in the Lord's name.
Zechariah's like, yo, dudes, I'm like one of the last.
Could you imagine looking at your child and saying, well, you're a false prophet, so you need to die?
Right.
I mean, I can imagine looking at my child and being like, I don't really agree with the choices you're making right now, so I'm going to bounce, but I'm always here if, you want to talk about it. Okay, bye. Love you.
I feel like this is more of a statement about their current state than anything, because this was written after Zechariah, right? Mm-hmm. Later, hundreds of years later, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had to wager what I think was happening,
mm-hmm.
and I could be completely off base here, but I would bet that there was way too many people claiming they were prophets.
Probably.
And then they're like,
we're done.
Yeah, we're done. So there's like, let's just put it in Zechariah
mm-hmm.
that God's getting rid of prophets.
Yeah, we're done. We're done with all of these prophet
We're not
things.
doing this prophet shit anymore.
Yeah, there's too many.
We can't fuck with these guys. This is crazy.
Everybody on the street corner is going around saying, no, listen to me. God talked to me. Guess what he told me?
Right.
You're ugly.
Every Joe Schmo and Zechariah is a prophet these days,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So tired of it.
Right.
Listen. I don't know about all this though, because I'm just thinking, like, you must die.
Mm.
I keep coming back to that, like telling your child you're a false prophet. And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of there's a Fox News talker guy named Jesse Waters.
Yeah.
And his mom sometimes calls in to tell him how disappointed she is in him.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. And he's always like, okay, Mom.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that.
She hates him. And I don't know why they put it on. Maybe it's for us, the Democrats. Maybe, I don't know. I don't understand. But it makes me happy. And she's like, I'm telling my child he is a false motherfucking prophet. But you know what I noticed she doesn't say?
What?
You must die.
Right. Yeah. I feel like that's taking things a bit far.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Anyway, they're going to tell their kid, you must die, you false prophet-y fuck, because you have told lies in the Lord's fucking name. Then, oh shit, their own parents will stab the one who prophesies.
Damn.
Could you imagine?
No.
I ain't stabbing my kid. I ain't stabbing nobody.
Yeah.
I'm not about stabbing.
I don't think that shit actually happened.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't think people generally like to stab their kids. Generally.
I would think not. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a few exceptions out there.
Sure.
I'm not one of them.
No.
I don't want to stab my kids.
Yeah. I might have said it in jest one time or something.
I will stab you. I will stab you. I mean, I like to tell people I'm going to punch them in the wiener.
Yeah, you do quite a bit.
And have I ever punched anybody in the wiener?
Not to my knowledge.
No, I have not. I have not.
All right.
To be clear.
Yeah.
No, the answer is no.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can't imagine, even if my kid was a false prophet, saying, so you need to die now. Come here so I can stab you.
Right.
Come here right quick. I got to stab your ass.
Yeah, that doesn't sit well.
No. On that day, every prophet will be ashamed of their prophetic vision. So they are having visions.
They're gonna have the vision and then also be ashamed. So it's just like.
So they are having the vision and they're like, I'm so ashamed of these. What is it called when a random thought pops into your head?
I don't know.
Oh shit. Yeah, because people go to therapy for that.
Sure.
And yeah, what are they
I know
called?
what you're talking about, but I can't think of the word at the moment.
Like unsolicited thought things.
Right. That's good. That's close enough. It'll come to you. It'll come to you later.
I know it will.
Yeah, but is this like is the being ashamed of the visions that are coming to them? Is this like God porn? Like, I mean, like, you know, people look at porn, but they're ashamed that they look at. Like, it feels the same.
Like I accidentally thought of that time that God said XYZ, and now how embarrassing. I hate it. Oof.
But
yuck.
if they're embarrassed about it, it feels that much more genuine that God might be talking to them, right?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you want to say what God, like, why would God be talking to them?
Right.
And then like also making them feel ashamed for having talked to them.
Yeah.
It's weird. That's a weird situation all around.
Yeah.
And then your parents are going to stab you. So like, it's just a whole fucked up situation.
Let me ask you this. So let's say you're reading this, right? And let's say that you have one of those.
I'm keeping my fucking mouth shut.
Right? Are you going to be like, Mom, I'm so ashamed. I had a vision.
No, they might stab me.
Right? Because
fuck that shit.
But then I think about it and it's like, could you imagine your mom going, I can't believe you had that vision. Get over here so I could stab you.
No.
So I don't know who these parents are that are running around stabbing their kids, and I don't know who these kids are that are running around having these unwanted visions.
I feel like this is a
God.
bit overly dramatic.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
They will not put on a prophet's garment of what? They will not put on a prophet's garment of hair in order to deceive. Okay, that's a cue.
Okay.
That's a big garment of hair.
That doesn't make any sense.
In order to deceive. I'm not putting on a garment of hair whether I'm trying to deceive or not.
It has to be some turn of phrase that they're using there or something.
Yeah, like a fur coat.
Right, yeah.
You will not put on a fur coat in order to deceive people.
Yeah.
You mean like Jacob did when he stole his hairy brother's...
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
His birthright.
His birthright. That was the rest of that sentence.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. Each will say, I'm not a prophet. I'm a farmer. I'm a fucking farmer. Yeah, the land has been my livelihood since my youth. I totally never did a prophecy. I don't do prophecies.
No,
I'm a fucking farmer, bitches.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm sticking to it.
See my hoe? If someone asks,
she's raking it in.
Oh, nice. Well done. Well done. If someone asks, what are these wounds on your body? They will answer, the wounds I was given at the house of my friends. I don't.
What?
It wasn't my mom that stabbed me.
My friends are stabbing me. I'm like, dude, you have issues, man.
I have no fucking idea what is happening, but I like it.
It's one wild party.
Ooh. Did you ever wake up and have weird wounds all over your body?
I mean, other than a bug bite, no.
Right.
I've had a bug bite.
Okay,
that I
so
woke up to.
I bruise easily and I'm a klutz. So I always have weird bruises where I'm like, oh, my arm hurts. And then I look down, I'm like, oh, fuck me. There's a bruise on my arm.
This is true.
But that's different, I think.
Right.
That's not like you just wake up with wounds.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Like, generally, if I hurt myself, like, I know what happened.
Might want to go to the doctor, just to find out what's going on.
Maybe you have spiders in your bed.
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, maybe you have bed bugs. Ooh, that's hard to get rid of. I do not envy you, friend. If you got bed bugs, I'm sorry for you. Maybe they have lice.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just thinking, like, what could give them wounds?
I have no idea.
Like, you just wake up and you're covered in wounds. Maybe you have leprosy. All right, anyway. Awake, sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is close to me, declares the Lord Almighty. Wait,
so
what?
he's gonna kill.
I'm waking up my sword.
Sounds like he's gonna hurt the people that are close to him.
Strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered, and I will turn my hand against the little ones.
Weren't we just saving them the last chapter, and now we're killing them?
I love stabbing people, said God.
Yeah.
In the whole land, declares the Lord, 2/3 will be struck down and perish.
Damn.
Because you know how I
just randomly, just 2/3.
2/3.
Like, doesn't matter.
I did a count.
Does it matter if they're good or bad? Or is it just going to randomly separate them out?
Well, I'm an American God, so I guarantee you it's going to be all the brown ones.
Do I want my last name to start with A or Z? What? When you separate people out by their last name.
Yeah. Alphabetical.
Right,
Got it. Yeah. No, I was just thinking that American gods are racist.
Well, yeah.
So, that's why the brown ones.
I suppose, yeah.
2/3, that's just easy. You're not white, you're dead because God hates you.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't feel
the
like
message I get.
Well, he's talking about killing his own people, so I don't feel like this is a racist thing.
Well, no, but that's what white Americans would have you believe.
Maybe.
That God is white.
Sure. Yeah.
Santa is white.
Right.
I mean, wasn't it Megyn Kelly that said so at one time?
That sounds plausible.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2/3 will be struck down and perish, yet 1/3 will be left in it. This third, the remnant.
Yeah.
I will put into the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. I'm gonna mix them up to make them good and clean. You know how you on purpose make people suffer because it gives them character.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They will call on my name and I'll answer them. I will say, they are my peeps. And they will say, the Lord's our God, the end.
Oh, okay. I don't know that I want this God. Kind of a dick.
How many times
stabbing people?
Can I say that, I love the quote where the lady was like, why did we have to be chosen?
Right, yeah.
Being chosen totally sucks.
I agree.
So, I don't know what to say about this chapter other than this God's gross and I don't like him.
Agreed. So, that was Zechariah Chapter 13.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that we'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do this. Back tomorrow with
Zechariah Chapter 14 and finishing up the book.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Or
okay.
What?
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we just got done reading yesterday, Zechariah chapter 13.
Sure as fuck did.
And in that one, God was, I think, he was talking about David again. He's going to kill 2/3 of the Israelites, I think. Idols they're gone. You believe them, right?
I have never seen an idol.
Idols are gone. False prophets, they're fired.
Dead.
They're gone. They're totally good. But
that's in a day to come.
Here's the win. Parents are allowed to kill their kids.
Yeah, I remember that. So cool.
Honestly, it was a very confusing chapter, and I'm really looking forward to the Q&A that we do on it because I didn't quite understand where everything was going in there, and it was really weird.
I think it's talking about a future day to come when God's going to wipe out false prophets.
Yeah, and he's going to torture the other third.
Yeah,
through fire and stuff.
But just to build character.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right?
I guess I have so much fucking.
God
character.
is a dick. He's got to live up to his standards here. So
I do not need any more character.
All right, so that was Zechariah chapter 13.
Zachy.
And that means that today we're getting into
Zechariah chapter 14,
which is the
final chapter of this book.
Yeah, we're finishing up another book.
Yeah.
We still got some extras, but we're finishing up another book of the Bible.
Actually, there's only one book left after this one.
No shit.
In the Old Testament.
Oh, damn, we're almost done.
Yeah. I mean, there's like the Maccabees and shit that are like
we're gonna
in
do
the
some
Catholic Bible and
we're gonna do some of the Apocrypha or whatever, But but we're almost done with the Old Testament.
We're almost done with the standard
official.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one that you buy on the bookstore shelf or like pull out of the
I was going to say I shouldn't even say official.
Drawer.
It's official for the one that we're reading for this podcast.
Right.
So
right.
It's
standard.
Official-ish.
I would call it the standard.
Official adjacent. Something. Anyway,
I think standard suffice.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Are you ready to do this? Though?
I sure as fuck am.
Well, let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, we are getting into this final chapter here, Zechariah chapter 14.
All right.
A day of the Lord is coming.
Is it? Again?
It is.
Another one?
Whee!
Yeah.
Do you think there'll be unicorns?
That would make it much better.
I want there to be unicorns and glitter.
But it needs to be David Tennant writing on the unicorn.
Yeah, it does.
I sent you that picture years ago.
I know.
If you look on the internet, it's out there. There's a picture of David Tennant riding a unicorn.
It's fucking excellent.
It's worth a Google search.
It's my favorite. A day of the Lord is coming, Jerusalem.
Yeah.
When your possessions will be plundered and divided up within your very walls.
Again.
That's fun. That sounds exciting.
This is like a rerun. It's happening again.
Right.
Apparently.
Right. I will gather all the nations to Jerusalem to fight against it.
Okay.
The city will be captured, the houses ransacked, and the women raped. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. That just came out of nowhere. Like, spoiler warning or content warning.
God's going to let this happen to his people.
Yeah. Because he knows it's going to happen and he's okay with it, apparently.
They were that shitty, apparently. Yeah. That's the only thing that I can... That doesn't even justify that.
Could you imagine saying, you're so shitty that I'm just going to let all of y'all get raped? Whatever.
No.
Right?
Yeah. And moreover, I can't imagine reading those words in a Sunday school class.
Oh my God.
Like
seriously.
you're talking about a God, right? That's like responsible for all of creation, right?
Yes.
And there's no way, like, you're either going to teach about this God or you're not, right? And so it just strikes me that if you want to teach this correctly, you got to cover the Bible. And if you're covering the Bible with kids, if you want to cover it completely, you're going to be reading shit like this to them.
Let's just read that sentence again, just for clarity.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Okay.
The city will be captured, the houses ransacked, and the women raped.
It's no wonder there's so much fucking religious trauma.
Right?
I'm just saying, like, if you really believed that your God is capable of these things and letting these things happen to you and his people, right? That's pretty fucking terrifying. Right? In my opinion.
I mean, this God is like, now listen. some of y'all going to get killed. Some of y'all going to get raped. All right? I got this.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
But I think that where they accept it on the fact that they're like, well, he always leaves some, and I'm going to be part of that some. Right? I want to be part of that small
always
group.
Assumes that. They always assume that they're going to be the exception. And I'm like, you ain't that special.
Right.
God does not like any of you. I'm sorry.
I mean, we have plenty of evidence to that,
right?
account. So
half of the city will go into exile, but the rest of the people will not be taken from the city.
Okay.
Yay. Then the Lord will go out and fight against those nations as he fights on a day of battle.
So he's going to let this shit happen. And then he's going to go out and fight on their behalf.
What if he did that first? Though?
Yeah. What if he just stopped it from happening?
Didn't let the city get sacked and the women get raped.
Yeah. That seems like the better option there. If I had to pick,
Right. Like imagine a world where there's a God that actually exists and he's super excited to not let people get raped.
Right.
That seems so cool. I could get down with that.
Yeah.
That God does not exist.
No.
And therefore, I'm not into it. There's no God that I could be excited about. That this God is gross. I hate him.
Yeah, totally. It also bothers me that we're sitting here talking, like we have to talk about this because of the Supreme Court and everything else that's happening, Trump, all the shit, right? But meanwhile, like Voyager, the satellite that went out in the 70s, it just broke past the heliosphere.
Oh wow!
So it's out in deep space, and there's like, I guess like the temperature technically registers at like 30,000 degrees.
Oh wow!
But it doesn't affect it because there's nothing out there. So like the particles are moving that fast, but there's nothing to actually like hit it. So but they're learning all kinds of stuff, even from this thing that was launched in the 70s. And I'm just like, with all this wonder, we have to talk about an asshole God who lets his people get raped. This is what we're talking about instead.
Yeah.
Because it's informing Supreme Court decisions, it's informing political policies, it's informing, tyrants to do what they want to do. Like, this is just crazy.
Trans youth are having their medical ability to help them with their hormonal changes stripped away from them. And we have to talk about that because this Bible is so fucking relevant in American law.
Yeah, I kind of just want to like go up and shake people. I'm like, read your own fucking book. Read your book.
I mean, they'd probably be like,
yeah, I like it when people get raped. That's awesome. They probably had it coming. I'd like to rape a few myself.
I mean, I can just imagine people being like that.
I guess. But I really would hope that it would awaken at least part of the society. This is some crazy shit.
I would love if they read their own Bible.
I would too.
Honestly.
It would be at least a comfort to know that they're understanding what they're pitching.
Right. Like, I mean, I don't want to say I'd respect them more, but I'd be like, and you're okay with this?
Right. At least you can have a conversation with them about it on a level of they actually understand what they're doing.
Right. Like you recognize that this God could stop people from getting raped and is like, no, my people are totally going to get raped.
Right.
And you're okay with that. You're good with that? Read that part?
Because I could go on Twitter right now and say that God was going to do this thing and somebody would be like, no, he didn't. And I'd be like, I can literally quote the fucking verse and, book and chapter and you just, there.
Have you read your Bible?
Right. And the answer is no. The answer is no.
Obviously.
Right. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here. It all pisses me off. I'm like, we have science. We have all these things. Let's just stop with the fucking crazy mythical bullshit.
Right. At least insofar as it is impacting American laws.
And I think part of my craze is like all the shit that's happening right now, right? Like there's too much. It's just all like bombarding me every single fucking day.
Yeah. It's a lot.
It is.
It is a lot. On that day, his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, east of Jerusalem, and the Mount of Olives will be split in two from east to west, forming a great valley.
Isn't that where Jesus? I feel like Mount of Olives is in the New Testament.
I have no idea.
I could be wrong, but I
don't
that's
know
something
anything
that we
about
need to look
Mount
up.
Olive.
But that sounds familiar-ish as far as New Testament stuff.
All of the other reindeer. With half of the mountain moving north and half moving south.
That'd be a sight to see.
It sure as fuck would.
Yeah.
You will flee by my mountain valley, for it will extend to Azel.
Okay. All right. So he's going to move mountains for them.
He is.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You will flee as you fled from the earthquake in the days of Uzziah, king of Judah. Remember those days?
I do. They talked a lot about the earthquake.
Yeah. Then the Lord my God will come and all the holy ones with him. Yeah, he will. He gonna come all over them people. On that day, there will be neither sunlight nor cold, frosty darkness.
There will be neither sunlight. Say that again.
On that day, there will be neither sunlight nor cold, frosty darkness.
Okay. So they just overly described the cold, frosty darkness.
But not the sunlight.
It sounds like a good drink, though. Cold, frosty darkness.
What this sounds like to me is an eclipse kind of thing happening.
Yeah.
Like on that day, there's going to be an eclipse.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that is scary when you are prehistoric and earthquakes and eclipses and that's science.
Right.
That shit happens.
Yeah.
Okay. I lived in southern Italy and dealt with earthquakes, and I'm not here to tell you that they're not scary. Like, I was never in any that like cracked the earth open.
Sure.
But I was in some that like my house shook. Shit fell off the walls.
Right.
Like it's disconcerting at the very least to feel the ground unstable beneath you and to realize that the planet that you live on is literally trying to shake you loose.
Yeah.
That's not a cool feeling.
No, I can imagine
So,
it's not.
I'm not trying to say that earthquakes aren't scary, is what I'm getting at. And that's in the best of circumstances where we aren't talking about natural catastrophe, right?
Sure.
Obviously, those are even scarier.
Right.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But, like, you're talking about, like, earthquakes and fucking eclipses.
Right.
And you're like, it was God! And I'm like,
no. Natural phenomenon.
Shit happens.
Right.
Trees sometimes lose a branch too.
They sure do.
And your insurance company hates when that happens, you know? It will be a unique day, a day known only to the Lord, with no distinction between day and night.
Okay.
I mean, remember we had that what was it, the lunar eclipse or some shit like that, or was it a solar eclipse?
No, that was a solar eclipse.
A solar eclipse?
Yeah.
I get them
so
confused. Cool. And it was really cool because it was the middle of the day and it was dark outside.
Yeah. No, it was eerie. It was really neat.
It was eerie and the air was like kind of like a purpley haze kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I could see why if you don't understand that science is a thing, because you're prehistoric and you're practically like pro-mag or whatever. Pro-mag. Like, I could get why you would be like startled.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
But you know, now we know.
Sure.
It's just, it's cool science.
Right.
Did you know, like, this is another cool science. Did you know that in some places the air gets so humid and the humidity is so dense that it can literally pick up the like little pearl eggs of frogs, so that like part of the evaporation, you know, is a cycle and all that. Right. And so they like get lifted up into like clouds and shit like that. And so when you get like
that's how it rains frogs.
Raining frogs, it's not magic. It's not bad luck.
Right.
It's just part of the evaporation cycle.
Shit that happens.
It's cool science.
Right.
It rains fucking frogs in some places.
Yeah.
Like when I found that out, I was just like, what? It's amazing. Yeah. Okay. So when evening comes, there will be light. Okay.
Okay.
Back to the eclipse. Yeah.
All right.
On that day.
Yeah.
Living water will flow out from Jerusalem.
Living water.
As opposed to dead water.
Okay. All right.
Half of it east to the Dead Sea and half of it west to the Mediterranean Sea in summer and in winter.
Okay.
This must be like, you know, talking about like some kind of crazy And normally it dries up during this part of the year, but the water will be flowing, and it's going to flow this direction and that direction. So crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't, and obviously, I mean, he's moving mountains too. So
Yeah.
this is just, he's portraying the amount of power that he's going to showcase
Yes.
on this day, on that day,
Right.
God's day,
Sure.
whatever.
God
Yeah.
day. It's like,
Mark it on your calendar, folks.
some cool science is going to happen.
Or, anti-science according to this.
Right.
So
The Lord will be king over the whole earth. He gonna wear a crown.
I didn't vote for him.
No King's Day. I protested. On that day, there will be one Lord, and his name, the only name.
Okay. So instead of all the ones now, because the idols are still around, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you know how like we have more than one God because we're tribal and like we're Israel and we're Babylon and we're Syria and we're like all these other people like all over the place everywhere, right?
Even to this day.
To this very day. Yeah. So like on this magical eclipse earthquake day,
Yeah.
that's when God is going to show his ass. That's what's going to happen.
Okay.
And then what? All the other gods go away? Like, what happens to them?
I don't fucking know.
Do they be like,
if I were to guess, if God were real, this is the day that he would kill all the other people. Because that's the kind of God he seems to be. If we're talking about him as a hypothetical real being, he likes to kill a lot of people. But then again, we're also talking about, eclipses and earthquakes as worldwide events when they're actually regional. So
yeah.
I don't really buy much what he's saying.
I'm like, oh, you're so cute.
Yeah. Also, I think it would be a dick move to kill the Native Americans.
They're like,
Because they're like, dude, I didn't know.
I only work with these guys. All right. The whole land from Geba to Ramon, south of Jerusalem, will become like the Araba.
Okay.
Sure. But Jerusalem will be raised up high from the Benjamin gate to the site of the first gate to the corner gate, and from the tower of Hananel to the royal wine presses.
Back to the gates again.
And will remain in its place. Remember all them gates?
I do.
Yeah. The fish,
Interesting.
The fish gate.
Yeah.
That's the one I remember.
There's a lot of gates.
Yeah. It will be inhabited. That's a sentence.
Okay. Oh, that's a sentence.
That's a sentence.
Yeah.
Never again will it be destroyed.
Never.
Never.
Okay.
Never.
All right.
Jerusalem will be secure. Okay, bro.
Yeah.
If you say so.
Right.
This is the plague with which the Lord will strike all the nations that fought against Jerusalem. Ooh, colon. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna name some plagues.
Got
Ready?
it. Yeah.
Their flesh will rot while they are standing on their feet.
Okay.
Their eyes will rot in their sockets. Love a good rotting story.
Okay.
Their eyes will rot in their sockets and their tongues will rot in their mouths. It almost sounds like you're talking about zombies, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Or leprosy.
I don't know, but I don't. I'm really like right now. My brain is equating this imagery to what's going on right now between Iran and Israel, and it's worrisome language, I guess. To me, that's all.
See, and what I'm picturing is like in Indiana Jones when they open the fucking ark and all of their fucking faces melt. There goes some rot for you.
Yeah.
On that day, people will be stricken by the Lord with great panic. Kind of like a nuclear weapon,
That's what That's what I was. I was trying not to say the words because I don't really want to go there.
Oh, I said it. Sorry. Yeah. They will seize each other by the hand and attack one another, as they do.
Yeah.
Judah, too, will fight at Jerusalem. Good old Judah.
Sure.
Why not? Everybody.
Aren't they, like, Judah and Jerusalem were like... I thought Jerusalem was a city in Judah.
That's what I thought.
Maybe I'm wrong about that?
I get them really all confused. Partly because they both start with J, but also because then you throw Israel in there, and I'm just like, wait, which one's a city? Which one's a country?
It is a little bit confusing.
I'm a very ignorant American when it comes to like Middle East geography.
I mean, I get the current state. Like I know Jerusalem's a city in Israel, but I don't know how, like, it's hard for me to visualize all the tribal breakdowns back then because I don't really know exactly where they all sat.
Mm-hmm.
So it just, that part to me is hard to visualize.
And I don't know today's geography, much less yesterday's geography. So, like, the whole thing is just a big mess. Like, I never know what we're talking about as far as, like, city, country, people, tribe, what? I just don't know.
Yeah.
And you could tell me, but I wouldn't retain it because I don't have a frame of reference for it. It wouldn't stay in my brain.
Well, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where Egypt is?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's Egypt, and then there's Israel.
Because Egypt is, like, at the top of India, right? Like, on the right?
Whoa, no.
No?
Way off.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought it was, like, up there.
Nope.
Over there. No?
No.
Okay, where's it at?
It's literally just above Africa. Like, Egypt is at the
Okay.
top of Africa.
That's what I meant. I get those two mixed up.
You get India and
Because they both start with
Oh
a
my
vowel.
God. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay,
I'm
listen.
sorry. I'm really sorry.
Listen. When I was in school, I was so bad at geography that when we played Trivial Pursuit,
Mhm.
if I drew the geography questions,
Yeah.
my parents skipped it
Yeah.
because I just
Right.
I just have no frame of reference. I can't picture things like in my head.
We're gonna get a map down here one of these days.
We need a map down here really bad. I had a world map on my wall when I was like in my 20s, and it was really helpful
Yeah, I bet.
because then I could be like, oh, that's where that is. Okay.
Right. Mhm.
Okay. I want to know things. I just am not very good at it.
You lived in Italy. That's pretty close
I mean,
to where all this is at, you
and
know?
I can find Italy on a map because it's shaped like a boot, and I can even tell you where I
But
lived in
I
Italy.
have a question for you. Was India anywhere near you when you lived in Italy?
No, but
Okay.
look, in my head, I
Yeah.
was saying one continent while my mouth was saying another.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Because they both start with a
India is
look.
also not a continent.
Okay. Oh my God.
I'm just-
Can you just I hate you. I don't need your help looking stupid. I'm doing just fine on my own.
I just don't want them to think I'm stupid by proxy.
No, you guys. I'm the idiot here. I'm the potato head. Husband is very, very smart. He knows all the geography and history of everything. He's
that's maybe taking it a bit far, but
comparatively
I'm pretty good.
speaking,
I'm pretty good.
Yeah. I cannot hold my own at all. Yeah. If you want to do the whole, like, are you smarter than a fifth grader? The answer is no if you're me. But I can do algebra.
You can, much better than I can.
And I can throw a mean semicolon.
You really can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know my apostrophes.
You know all about them Oxford commas.
Oh, shit. I love an Oxford comma.
Yeah.
They are so sexy. Okay. The wealth of all the surrounding nations will be collected. You know, looting. We
Sure.
had our raping, now we get our looting.
Right. Well, they were raping the Israelites, not the people that were attacking them. Now we're attacking other people, I think.
Wait. The
I believe.
Oh, yeah. Surrounding nations.
Yeah.
You're right. My bad. Will be collected. Great quantities of gold and silver and clothing. A similar plague, you know, the rotting.
Yeah.
Yeah. The radiation.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A similar plague will strike the horses and mules, the camels and donkeys, and all the animals in those camps. Why do we always have to do the animals wrong?
I don't know.
That really hurts my feelings on their behalf.
Yeah.
Then the survivors from all the nations that have attacked Jerusalem will go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord Almighty, and to celebrate the Festival of Tabernacles.
Oh,
Whee!
so he's going to kill all their friends and then they're going to worship him.
Yeah,
Because
that
they're
sounds
like,
exciting.
dude's powerful. We better go worship him.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Could you imagine, like, I am so excited this guy killed everybody. I can't wait to go see him in concert.
I don't think it has anything to do with excitement. It has to do with fear because that's what the whole fucking
Right.
Bible is based on is fear.
Never not be afraid.
Right.
Yeah. If any of the peoples of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King,
But
the
they
Lord
die.
Almighty, they'll have no rain.
They'll have no rain.
Oh,
Well, wait.
He's always
what
stealing
if you
people's rain.
What if you went and worshipped the God dude, and you live in the same village as somebody else that didn't, and then you end up with no rain because fucker didn't go worship him? I mean, What the fuck, man?
Like how
I
many,
went. I was there, man.
What if it's math? Like, I'm sorry, but like 60% of you stayed home, so no rain. If I was in that 40%, I'd be beating that ass. You better believe. If the Egyptian people do not go up and take part, they'll have no rain.
Okay.
Yeah. No rain for you.
Got it.
The Lord will bring on them the plague he inflicts on the nations that do not go up to celebrate the Festival of Tabernacles. Lots of rotten.
This is really weird. We're bringing back the Festival of Tabernacles. Like,
yeah, this is so old-fashioned.
Yeah, we just keep... I can't keep track of what time frame we're in ever, but I keep hearing words that I'm like, this was over there.
Wasn't
somewhere.
that in like Leviticus or some shit like that?
Yeah, I'm kind of, yeah.
I'm exaggerating, but am I though?
Maybe not too far off, but no, it's got to be. I have no fucking clue.
I don't know.
Like the time frames on. That's what I'm saying. Like I would love to go back through this and find out.
This feels so Torah.
Where this all lays out. You know, like and like to do a chronological read through would be interesting to me.
Yeah.
And see where it all lies.
This will be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all the nations that do not go up to celebrate the Festival of Tabernacles. Nanny, nanny, boo-boo, stick your head in doo-doo. No rain for you. On that day, holy to the Lord, capital letters, okay?
Yeah.
Will be inscribed on the bells of the horses.
Oh.
As you do.
Okay.
And the cooking pots in the Lord's house will be like the sacred bowls in front of the altar.
Okay.
That is so special.
Yeah.
That reminds me in the show The Last of Us. Remember when dude was like talking about those special pots and pans in that one episode, and he was like, I always wanted to be a chef in the old world before, zombies or whatever.
Right.
And I always wanted these special pans, and I was gonna save up and buy one.
Yeah.
And now I have my pick.
Right.
Yeah. And then he uses it to torture people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this reminds me of.
Right.
My special pots and pans.
Sure.
For the zombie and nuclear war apocalypse.
Right.
Yeah. Every pot in Jerusalem and Judah will be holy to the Lord Almighty, and all who come to sacrifice will take some of the pots and cook in them, as you do.
Okay. So we're going to have holy pots.
Mm-hmm. Potluck.
Seems... Yeah.
You hear me? Huh?
Yeah,
huh? I thought that was good. And on that day, ready?
I'm ready.
I'm about to finish up.
Okay.
Bringing it home.
All right.
On that day, there will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord Almighty. The end.
But wait a second. He just got done saying that if they survived the holy fucking wrath of his bullshit killing spree, that they would come and worship at the tabernacle of the Lord, right?
Yeah.
So what if one of the Canaanites survived? Are they not welcome?
No.
Specifically the Canaanites.
There will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the Lord Almighty.
No, I get it. But okay.
Didn't you read the Bible? That's what it says. Nothing makes sense. Everything is so
specifically regionally xenophobic. Like that statement right there is just very regional. Because the Canaanites were their neighbors, and essentially the Israelites were part of the Canaanites at one point. That is such a regional comment.
Yeah.
That it really has no point in there's no point in discussing this thousands of years later.
Right.
Because what the fuck's a Canaanite? Nobody gives a fuck outside of the Bible.
You know what this reminds me of? If we're in the future, in Star Trek world, right? And then, we've got a ship full of people from all over different parts of the earth, right?
Yeah.
And then, so, let's say we've got, O'Brien from, Next Generation, right?
Sure.
And he is totally Irish, right?
Right.
And then we've got Jean-Luc Picard, right? And he's French, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's say that one day they get drunk and they get into it and they're like, no, fuck you. French is better. No, fuck you. Ireland's better, right? And let's say that they just start going to town, right?
Yeah.
Klingons and Vulcans walk in, right? And they're like, you're all from the same fucking rock. What even is wrong with you?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like, but on a we are the Klingons, we are the Vulcans, and we're looking at people from the same planet, from the same part of the planet even. And it's like, what is wrong with you idiots?
You're talking about the ancient Israelites and the Canaanites and such like that, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Like, I can't.
It's well,
that's what it feels like to me.
There's no relevance here.
Right.
There's absolutely no relevance, and it's a petty dispute that they had in the Bible in ancient times. And so it's absurd to still be talking about this thousands of years later.
It's not petty for the time it was in.
Sure.
That would be interesting, just talking about it as history and the literature that they created, blah, 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 blah. We've discussed this before.
Right.
But to sit here and take it seriously.
Right.
Like, we're talking about going to other planets and maybe someday meeting other life out there in the universe.
Right.
And do you think that they give a shit, those other aliens, what fucking continent you came from on a planet?
No, I really feel like there should be like an every 50 to 100 year revision of the Bible by God.
Yes.
Because it's really not relevant at all.
It needs updated badly.
It does.
And it needs to take like Star Trek into account, honestly. I need some Federation, like, the Prime Directive and stuff like that. Like, come on, let's get our shit together, guys.
Well, we had a special episode about Christian mysticism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's no wonder that this is a thing that's happening, that exists, because to if you read the Bible, you're kind of left with, well, I'm gonna have to just create my own version of this because that's some bullshit.
Right? I mean, we're talking about a God that thinks that the entire planet is just this one little fucking doorstop, you know?
No, and when I will admit, when I was younger, I toyed with the idea of God, right? Like it was a thing that I entertained because I was in a small town and I was in scouts and I was in a lot of things that, revolved around God, right?
And everybody around you goes to church on Sunday.
Yeah, but even then, with the little knowledge I had, if I were going to believe in that God, it was going to have to be a version that I accepted. Like I couldn't wrap my head around the craziness that I even knew then about the Bible, which granted was limited, but like even just the Noah story where he drowns all of humanity. I'm like, I'm not okay with that.
Wait, that's real? I thought that was just like a story. Like,
well, I mean, it's not real.
No, but I mean, like that.
They're playing it off as real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, you really believe that happened?
Right.
Weirdo. I can remember when I was in 11th grade and I asked my friend at the time, Ramona, who went to church every Sunday and every Wednesday night. And like her whole family was into it, whatever.
Yeah.
And I just remember asking her, like, I totally don't get it because, like, you're telling me that these people that are born on this other continent that never heard of Jesus or whatever, they're not saved because they didn't hear of Jesus and they're going to hell. That just seems like really unfair.
There's some people make up excuses as to how that's going to all work out.
Right. But she literally looked at me with her jaw on the ground because it had never occurred to her. And she's like, well, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm going to have to ask. And I was like, as well, you should.
Right. Yeah. But there's the other crux of religion. Generally, people don't like you asking questions. Like that makes them have to like explain something. And what the fuck are you going to do to explain it? There's nothing to explain. It's fucking crap.
Yeah. Like what's the answer? What is the answer there?
Right.
Like that is not addressed in the fucking Bible.
No, that would be something.
You could make some shit up.
And that's exactly what ends up happening. Some priest or preacher or whatever ends up making up some BS that sounds pretty and says this is what's going to happen, and then people believe that, and somebody else believes something different. I'm sure there's people out there that do think they're all going to hell. I'm sure there's people out there that think they're all going to be given the chance to, have Jesus be their savior or something, before they die. But whatever their reasoning is, they're gonna have their own way of dealing with it and way of accepting it, and that's the individualistic approach to religion as it stands is one of the hardest things to digest for me. Like I don't get it.
The spiritualizing of Christianity because Christianity in and of itself makes no goddamn sense.
Right. Yeah.
It's so fucking stupid.
Anyway, that's what this whole podcast has been about, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But on the plus side, we just finished Zechariah.
We fucking finished the Book of Zechariah, first and second, or
Whatever
old
the fuck it is.
and old.
Yeah. So we finished another book of the Bible. That means you guys finished another book of the Bible.
Yes,
so
you did.
Thank you for bearing with us through all this because we have drawn this out much longer than we would have ever liked to. On a different note, I am back to a place in my career where I think I will have more mental capacity to handle what we're doing. And better hours. So I think we might be back somewhat leaning towards a regular schedule soon.
Yes,
so
very excited about these things unfolding.
Yes. So thank you again. You guys are absolutely incredible and amazing, and we love you. And
I'm so excited we finished Zechariah.
I am too. So,
one last one for the Old Testament, you guys.
Yeah, and oh, you know what?
What?
Today is Friday. Do you know what's going to happen on Saturday?
We're going to have a Q&A Saturday. I thought of that earlier.
That's kind of exciting.
Right?
Yeah.
I thought of that earlier today, and I was like, I can't wait. I get to sing my jingle.
Yeah. One more thing to mention, too. On Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern, on our Discord, we will have our once a month Sunday Discord that we do live. So if you haven't joined Discord yet, head over there. The link's always in the show notes. And join us for the live one on Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, do it. And I'll try to be less boring. Sometimes I'm too boring. And I'll try to be less boring.
All right. That's all we got for today. Thanks and goodbye.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we almost made it on Saturday, but not quite. We're doing this kind of late because there was a lot to cover, but I think we're doing a Q&A.
We're doing a Q&A, and it's not on Saturday, and I'm really upset about it because I wanted to sing Q&A Saturday, but instead I can't.
Because it's Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Yeah.
God damn it.
We missed it by like 50 minutes.
I know.
We're doing this late. But there was a lot of shit to cover. You did a lot of research.
There was so much.
Yeah.
There was a lot.
To be fair, it's not our fault. God's stupid.
Well,
and he says a lot. There's a lot of crazy stuff.
We also had to take an hour to stop because the United States bombed Iran, which we were not a fan of, and then we had to, see what Trump had to say about it, which wasn't a lot, but we were like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, I mean, we those of you who have been with us a long time know that we pay attention to politics a lot. Sometimes more than others, depends on how things are going. But, it is something that we do care about and pay attention to. So we definitely, when we found out about the Iran bombings, that we wanted to see what the response was going to be, which was short and clipped. Yeah. So nothing much to report there. No. But that's not what we're here about.
No, we're here to cover chapters 12, 13, and 14 of Zechariah.
Yeah, and which we've just finished. So this isn't a wrap up or anything. There was a lot to cover in this Q&A.
Yeah.
So this is just the Q&A for 12, 13, and 14.
Yes.
All right. Are you ready to do this?
I am ready. I hope you are.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. So we are doing the Q&A for chapters 12, 13, and 14 of Zechariah, and there is a ton of information.
Okay.
We had so many questions.
We did. We had a lot of questions.
And part of the problem, too, is that, we read chapter 12 quite some time ago at this point. Because, we keep having things and stuff.
Right.
So do you even remember what chapter 12 was, about or whatever?
I don't specifically know.
There was a pierced one. Somebody got pierced.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and there was a cup and a stone.
This is where we got into, the
mountains.
blatant Jesus-y sounding shit.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to just cover my notes and then jump in as you see fit, okay?
Sure.
All right. So, in the first part of chapter 12, Okay. This chapter relates to an invasion that will be made on the inhabitants of Judea,
Okay.
and Jerusalem in the latter ages of the world, sometime after the restoration and settlement of the Jews in their own land.
Okay.
So this is a prophecy of what's to come.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
It also describes in very magnificent terms that God is in their favor. He's their cheerleader. He's so excited for them.
Right.
For a minute.
Yeah.
For a minute.
Right.
Okay. From this, the prophet proceeds in the latter part of the chapter to describe the spiritual mercies of God to converting his people.
Okay.
Now, there's questions about that.
Yeah. I would say there would be.
And then he gives a very big account of deep sorrow of the people that when they're brought to a sense of what their great sin is, he compares it to the sorrow of a parent for his firstborn and only son. And that we were like, gag me.
Yeah.
Don't make me barf.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, this fucking book read like a checklist of Jesus.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get into that because actually, no, it really fucking didn't in some places. We think it did, but it didn't.
It just sounds like it. Like,
right.
A lot of the things sound very...
Depends on the translation.
Sure.
And the more Jewish that you get, the less that it sounds like the way we read it.
I'm quite certain that's correct because,
All right. So, in the very beginning of this chapter, God does like this crazy magic shit, okay, where he like is a supernatural agent and just makes shit happen, okay?
Okay.
So on occasions, God used Gentile nations, meaning non-Jewish nations, to punish his people Israel. But if his desire was to fight for Israel, no enemy attack could be successful. Okay?
Yeah.
On the occasion that Zechariah speaks of in chapter 12, God will strengthen his people to overthrow the armies that besiege Jerusalem. Okay, so he's going to toughen them up or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, the Jewish leaders acknowledge that above all, God is the cause of Jerusalem's victory, not themselves, not men. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read a couple verses here. Okay. Starting at verse 2. I'm going to make Jerusalem a cup that sends all the surrounding peoples reeling. Judah will be besieged as well as Jerusalem. On that day, when all the nations of the earth are gathered against her, I will make Jerusalem an immovable rock for all the nations. All who try to move it will injure themselves. On that day, I will strike every horse with panic and its rider with madness, declares the Lord. I will keep a watchful eye over Judah, but I will blind all the horses of the nations.
Yeah, he's going to protect them by making everybody else go crazy with cups.
Right? Cups and rocks and blind horses. And
sounds
shit.
like a plan.
Right? So on a coming day, Jerusalem will intoxicate and stupefy the surrounding nations. Okay.
They're sending out the bourbon.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. This supposed cup, though, is symbolic of divine judgment. And we have seen that more than once through our reading already. It's often portrayed as intoxicating. Okay.
Yeah.
There was similar usage in Isaiah chapter 51 and Jeremiah chapter 25 of people becoming intoxicated and that led to them losing.
Got it.
Whatever battle.
Okay.
The nations drink the cup and stagger.
Got it. Yeah.
If Jerusalem will be a cup of drunkenness to all the surrounding peoples, it will be a heavy stone, a great burden for all the people, presenting a problem that cannot be solved, as all who would attempt to heave it away will surely be cut into pieces.
Well, they're intoxicated, so that's going to be harder. Have you ever tried to move a giant boulder when you're intoxicated? It's not fun.
I have tried to move myself when I'm intoxicated, and that never goes well.
Right, yeah, no.
Never.
No.
So this immovable rock also echoes Isaiah chapter 8 and Daniel chapter 2, where God or Israel is described as a stumbling block or an unshakable stone.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we've seen that before too.
Got it.
Now, rabbinic sources sometimes read this chapter as a whole as a messianic war, but interpretations do vary. Okay. 11th century scholars focused on the events being future judgment against the nations, not necessarily as messianic. Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't always this whole, there's a Messiah coming.
That's interesting.
Right?
So, like, there are some sects of Judaism that don't even believe that there's a Messiah
exactly.
in the future.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Some Midrashim see this as a reference to Gog and Magog, a cataclysmic battle of good versus evil before the ultimate redemption that's described in Ezekiel chapters 38 and 39.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So it depends on the translation and the interpretation of the Hebrew as to whether or not there's a Messiah or
Right.
whether it's, who's being pierced. Is it a thing that's pierced? Is it God that's pierced?
Sure.
Is it a betrayal?
Well, and I think that was one of our biggest hangups on these chapters. They are very, very confusing.
They are vague.
Yeah.
And ambiguous.
Well, and they're kind of all over the place, too.
They are.
Like,
They are.
there's no... I mean,
It's not cohesive at all.
It's nice that God's protecting his people here, but, like, later on, he's killing 2/3 of them and saving the other, and the parents are killing their kids. I mean, holy fuck.
It's all over the
Like,
place.
come on, man.
We can view this today, of course, as nothing more than mythic nationalistic literature designed to reinforce identity and hope in a period of imperial oppression.
Yeah.
And that's the way I choose to read it.
No, and I think that's the way it should be read, because that's exactly what it is. It's not, there's no magical powers here. There's no, this is a pump your team up. And God is the way that they do that, especially when you are kind of a shit upon society, right? Like, the Jewish people in those days were kind of in the crossroads of every other major society in the area. And so they were constantly kind of being torn asunder, and,
it's amazing that they were able to hold on to any cohesive sense of self through all of these tribulations, through all of these being conquered by so many other nations, and yet they still maintained a sense of unity in themselves.
Well, and I think that speaks largely, that speaks highly as to how this text has persevered through the years, right? Like,
and that is worthy of respect, honestly.
Right, because it was
for the people.
Yeah, because it was something that was meant to draw their culture together and their people together, and it's held on to at least that. The bringing people together aspect of it, it's held on to that even through Christianity and everything else, right? Like, that's very much what this text is about, is a oneness with everybody else in your group, right? Yeah. And I feel like that is the one thread that does seem to hold true throughout Christianity and Judaism as a whole. So.
And I think that's why I find Christianity so annoying, because I just feel like it like tried to end this beautiful thing. You know what I mean? Like, Judaism wasn't necessarily like the best religion out there at the time, but it certainly wasn't the worst. Like, they weren't out there sacrificing people much. They were mostly doing animals, right? When all the people around them were sacrificing people, they had switched over to animal sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
And it was still like very paternalistic and male oriented and all that. But I felt like there was some progress that was going to be made. And then, like, this chapter is right when it went bad. And I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it in a minute. You'll see why I think that. Like,
I guess I don't necessarily agree with you. I think that, honestly, it feels to me like there's times when the Jewish people were kind of torn apart from their land, right? And then they had to come back together, and that's where a lot of this strong language started coming back in. And but through it all, it felt like it was kind of always angling to a point where the powerful are taking more power through this, right? Like, the prophets and the priests and they always kept garnering more power for themselves. That's why we see the threads of the priests especially get interwoven back into the earlier text, because this idea of giving to the church leadership and donations and things like that, they started becoming part of the narrative. And even after they got back from Babylon, I feel like a lot of the texts start kind of going back to that thread. Like I feel like it was always kind of a way to. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying.
You're right. I think I'm probably romanticizing it and viewing it through a lens of hope, how it could have progressed had Christianity not come along and usurped it. You know what I mean? I
suppose, but I feel like it was always about holding power.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't disagree with that. I don't know. Like I look at how it was in the earliest times and how they very much were like, we got to take care of the poor. We got to take care of each other. We got to take care of, like, it was very community driven and it was very, trying to recognize like, what they're starting over every 7 years.
Yeah.
Right. Like it was trying to give everybody a fair boost up.
No, I think any movement usually starts well intentioned, right? But then people who see
you could stop at people,
right? Yeah, no, really, you're right. I mean, but people see what they can get out of it, and then it becomes something else,
right? And you just can't ever get away from that.
Yeah,
the greed.
No,
because if
right.
people are involved, it's gonna suck.
And even some of them may not even know they're being greedy. They're just they're like, this is my right. This is who I am. I'm due this, whatever.
Yeah.
So
nationalism much.
But nationalism and birthright, like like the prophets or the priests, especially the priest class, is born into the priesthood, right?
Yeah.
So like they're birthrighted into this idea of power for themselves given to them by this God, and it's their duty to make that thing more prominent in their society so that they can hold on to that power.
You said
and
duty.
But that emphasizes that whole power structure of what religion is. So.
No, you're right. You're totally right. Again, I think I'm just probably romanticizing like how it could have been because I want to believe that like it started out as this beautiful thing that like got fucked over. And you're right, it didn't. And it wasn't.
I don't think there's been a single chapter where we've been like, wow, that maybe like one psalm where we were like, wow, that was beautiful. The whole thing was beautiful. I think that was the one that was written like back around the same time as Genesis, where it was like all nature and like didn't even really fit into Psalms.
Probably.
But yeah, like there's not been one hardly that I think we haven't criticized for some shittiness.
Totally.
So. Yeah,
I wish better, I guess. I wish for better, and then I like to think that
I wish for better too, and I see better as secularism and
no, I totally agree. I totally agree.
No gods.
No, totally. I'm right on board with you. I'm admitting that I romanticized it because it's easier.
Sure.
And because I'm childish. So moving on through this chapter 12.
Yeah.
The Jewish fighters who will lead the attack against the enemy will not be from Jerusalem, but from the country areas around.
Okay.
And this will prevent the people of Jerusalem from boasting that they have been responsible for the destruction of the enemy.
Okay.
Fitting honor is given to their brave brothers from the country. All, however, will realize that God is really the one who has saved Jerusalem. So it's going to be some of their neighbors that help them beat their neighbors.
Got it.
I
guess they're like, it wasn't us, it was our neighbors. But no, I mean, but really, it was God.
Yeah, totally
so,
God.
Yeah. Like, we don't have to give them too much credit.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to read verse 6. Okay. On that day, I will make the clans of Judah like a fire pot in a wood pile, like a flaming torch among sheaves. They will consume all the surrounding peoples right and left, but Jerusalem will remain intact in her place. Sure. And we were just like, what? What this basically comes to is that God will deliver Israel not only through his direct work, but also through blessing and empowering both the governors and inhabitants of Jerusalem. They will all be, quote unquote, supernaturally empowered by God to defend the city. And then God promises a day when the weakest in Jerusalem will be as mighty as King David, who was renowned for his fighting ability, courage, and success.
Wow. They really have the power.
Yeah. I
I have the power.
By the power of
Great.
Grayskull.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the first half of chapter 12.
Okay.
So
All right.
moving on.
Yeah.
This is where we get into that fucking pierced one stuff.
Okay.
So God's people will have won a great victory, but the victory will have been costly. And as they mourn their dead, the people will be humbled to a new attitude of sorrow for their wrongdoing, and they will cry to God for mercy.
Okay.
Now let's read verse 10.
Yeah.
And I will pour out on the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem a spirit of grace and supplication. I want you to hold in the back of your mind that phrase, a spirit of grace. Okay?
Yeah.
They will look on me, the one they have pierced, and they will mourn for him as one mourns for an only child, and grieve bitterly for him as one grieves for a firstborn son. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, and that's where people are like, totally Jesus.
I mean, sounds dead on, you know.
But anyways, we're not there yet. Like this Jesus hadn't been there yet.
No, I know.
Okay,
I
so
know.
this is still
But they
Old
love
Testament.
prophecies, right?
The Christians do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as Jerusalem is magically, supernaturally, whatever, defended, and the Spirit is poured out on the nation, they will turn to God, the pierced one. They will turn away from their trust in the foolish, worthless shepherd and turn their focus on the good shepherd. Remember when we did the little puppet show?
Yeah.
Okay. Here, the Hebrew is grammatically ambiguous.
Okay.
It reads more literally, they shall look to me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him. And it's unclear if me and him refer to the same person. So Jewish readings typically avoid interpreting this as God being pierced.
Okay.
Like, as Jesus being pierced,
Right. Yeah.
Instead, some Jewish scholars see this as a righteous person or leader who was unjustly killed. And there are a few names that they even mention that are part of their tradition.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
Others interpret it as a collective symbol, Jerusalem's guilt for violence past, not a prediction of a future martyr.
Sure.
So they're like collectively mourning how bad they've been or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But I am going to say this though too, because the whole movement of Christianity happened because there was enough Jewish folks that did view this as that type of a prophecy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why this came about.
Sure.
Because they made these prophecies come true essentially by creating Christianity.
Yeah.
So there were a large group of people that also saw it as this Christian figure.
Sure.
So.
Or that rewrote it to be that way.
Yeah. I mean that. Right. Yes, obviously. Yeah.
So I don't know if there were a lot of people that believed it or if there were a lot of people that felt that they needed to go back and be like, let's make this a guy. What do you think?
But it helps to see it that, like, if you want to push that agenda, it's easy enough to push that agenda.
Sure.
Right? Like, that's you can definitely, looking back how Christianity came about, it's easy enough to say, oh yeah, it's Jesus.
Sure.
Because it sounds exactly like the story that they created for Jesus.
After
we know that it was created after the fact and then they plugged in the holes. Yeah. But that's, neither here nor there at this point. So.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying like in the early AD, there were enough people that were like, yeah, that tracks. Okay.
There was probably a Messiah. I mean, I know there was a Messiah type feeling. Like there was the idea that there was like some of the Jewish people had the idea that there would be a Messiah based on a lot of these texts, right? Right. There are different interpretations, which is what you're covering right now. Mm-hmm. But there were enough of the people that thought there would be a Messiah that these stories about Jesus took hold.
Okay.
Right?
I see what
That's
you're
all
saying.
I'm saying.
Got it. Alternatively, the phrase might also be metaphorical, piercing God through rebellion or betrayal, or it may reflect the people's mourning over their own violence or past failures as a nation.
Sure. So. Any number of ways to interpret it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it made me feel better that it didn't have to be just a dude. Like, I was like, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and I think that will come into play when we start talking about the whole Jesus story, because there's a lot of inconsistencies.
Oh, sure.
In that story from what I understand too.
Yep.
So.
All right. So the great mourning. Okay,
Yeah.
that's where we are.
Okay.
There will be mourning throughout the land, but it will be particularly intense among those connected with the civil and religious leadership in Jerusalem. So I'm going to read verse 11 now.
Okay.
On that day, the weeping in Jerusalem will be as great as the weeping of Hadad Rimmon in the plain of Megiddo. And we were like, fuck is all that?
What's all that?
What?
Yeah.
Okay, this is like a super obscure reference that likely refers to the death of King Josiah. He was such a godly king that the whole nation wept bitterly at his death during the battle at Megiddo, as mentioned in 2 Kings chapter 23 and 2 Chronicles chapter 35.
Okay.
And which day became a national day of grief, which I do kind of remember all that now.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what that's about. They're like, hey, remember, I know we haven't talked about it recently, but remember when King Josiah died and the entire nation wept for a day?
Right.
There's going to be mourning, and it's going to be like that fucking day.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what this is supposed to be saying.
Got it.
The text here seems to evoke communal repentance and personal reflection, with mourning divided by families, suggesting a grassroots spiritual renewal, because he calls out different names at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jewish emphasis today is often placed on individual responsibility. Mourning is not just collective guilt, but introspective teshuvah, that is a returning to righteousness. Okay. So like you're supposed to take it in and do that thing that Christians claim that you do with the Jesus thing, which is, repent and turn away from the bad.
Sure.
That's what this is.
Yeah, it's self-reflection, basically. Which should be like in the Christian sense, like prayer and things like that, where you spend time looking inward.
And
instead of asking for your keys back,
Right.
Right. That's not introspection.
No, it's self-correction of behavior and thought.
Right. Yeah.
The dramatic shift from violence to mourning may suggest trauma or moral consequence, a people victorious yet emotionally devastated. Some historians view Zechariah chapters 12, 13, and 14, which is, what we're covering here, as post-traumatic prophecy, written during or after a crisis, like the conflicts with neighboring powers or internal instability.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
It makes so much sense. Yeah. The specificity of names, like I said, he called out David, Nathan, Levi, and Shammai.
Yeah.
These emphasize personal and priestly roles. Those in power are not exempt from accountability.
Okay. All right.
So again, it's like everybody's being held accountable here, from the top leadership. Each family leader, take it upon yourselves to get yourself right and get top to bottom right. And then each of you all the way down to the bottom, turn inward.
I just want to point out, though, that King David, David, he danced naked down the street.
He did have a ding dong dance.
Yeah, and not only that, but like in the last half of the last chapter about him, they mentioned like his harem of like thousands of women or whatever.
Yeah,
and how he had like all these like other things. And we're done. That's it.
He had a 13-year-old sleeping next to him to keep him warm, didn't he?
No, that was somebody else.
Oh, some other king.
Yeah.
That we were supposed to think was good.
No, but no, they threw in his thousands of wives and how he had all these religious like symbols in that area. Whatever. It was crazy, and it was like not part, like that part was not godly.
Yeah.
And then they just wrapped it up and called it done. But then we never speak of it again.
Yeah.
We're just like, no, David was awesome.
Totally,
just chop off that last half of that chapter.
Just forget about how he turned into a shit when he got old, as all men do,
I just like how it's conveniently glazed over.
Remember how awesome David was? No, I remember how awesome David wasn't.
Right, yeah.
But that was chapter 12, okay? So now we're going to move into chapter 13. The nation gets purified, okay?
Okay.
So we're talking about the purification of the people. After the humiliation and conversion of the Jews foretold in the preceding chapter, they are here promised the full pardon of their sins.
Yay.
And a deliverance from idolatry and false prophets. I have so much to say about this.
Again and again.
Prophecy is given concerning the death of, I don't know, the Messiah or something. Who knows? Yeah.
Sure.
And the persecution of his disciples, question mark.
Okay.
Like, that's so New Testament. And again, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, let's start with the fountain. Do you remember that fucking fountain that we talked about?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay, so God's forgiveness is available to all who are genuinely sorry for their disobedience and treachery. Okay, and I'm going to read verse 1.
Okay. Yeah.
On that day, a fountain will be opened to the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to cleanse them from sin and impurity. Okay, now the idea of the sin-cleansing fountain has been a part of many famous hymns. Okay, I'm going to read a verse from 3 different ones. Okay, so we've got from William Cowper. There is a fountain filled with blood drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunged beneath that flood lose all their guilty stains.
These aren't
so
songs.
Gothic.
These are just poems.
Well, they're hymns.
Oh, they're hymns. Okay.
They're hymns.
All right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they're sung in churches.
Got it.
You know?
Yeah.
But I'm like, wow, that is so Gothic.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Foul I to the fountain fly, wash me, Savior, or I die. Rock of ages cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee. That's from Augustus Toplady.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we've got, I can't even do this with a straight face. Okay. Then we've got, they were all in love with dying. They were drinking from a fountain that was pouring like an avalanche coming down the mountain.
Is that for real?
No, that's the Butthole Surfers.
I know. I was like,
No.
what the fuck?
No, I had to include it because remember, every time I hear fountain, that's all I can think.
They were doing it in Texas. They were all in love with dying. They were drinking from a fountain that was pouring like an avalanche coming down a mountain.
Right.
Well, I don't know. No. You know that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I totally had to include it because, hey, it fits.
I feel like
It's a
the
fountain.
Butthole Surfers, like that name is just genius. How can you hear about a band called Butthole Surfers and not find out more about them?
I did not know that the name of that song is Pepper.
You didn't?
I
Really?
didn't.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was like, I have to look up these lyrics, so I include it with the other two,
Yeah.
the hymns.
Right,
You know,
right.
This is my hymn. Okay. Yeah. All right. So in Jewish tradition, living water is often associated with purification, which duh,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
This isn't metaphorical blood or atonement, but an allusion to ritual purification in temple or priestly practice.
Okay.
I mean, even in literature today, when there is water, it almost always represents symbolism for rebirth.
Sure.
You know,
Sure.
I mean, that's just like, we get it.
But is this like where we get baptisms and
Oh, yeah.
and things like that
Oh,
from?
totally. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The idea may echo the purification rites that were listed in Numbers chapter 19, involving water mixed with ashes of the red heifer used to cleanse impurity caused by contact with the dead. I forgot about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. Having introduced the subject of forgiveness and cleansing, Zechariah goes on to deal with those evils that had to be removed from the land. You know, the idols, right?
Right. Yeah.
Them fucking Asherah pole dancing whores.
That never seem to leave the land.
Ever.
Yeah.
One of Israel's chief sins was idolatry.
Yeah.
And this had been encouraged by the false prophets. Yeah.
Okay.
Therefore, all false prophets must be killed. Now, what we read was that all prophets must be killed.
Right. Yeah.
Not just false ones.
No, that's
all
true.
of them.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
And I remember we commented on it at the time
Yeah.
because we were like, including Zechariah.
Right.
But apologists are like, no. Just
the
bad.
false ones.
Just the false ones.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not what it says,
well,
bruh.
but it also said something about there never being prophets again type thing too.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
like,
we're going to talk
Okay,
about that.
all right,
Yep,
all right.
yep. So, therefore, all false prophets must be killed. If a false prophet escapes, he might try to preserve his life by throwing away his prophet's cloak and disguising himself as a farmer, but he will not be able to remove the scars on his back. And we were like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
We were like, I have no idea what's happening right now.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to read verse 2. On that day, I will banish the names of the idols from the land, and they will be remembered no more, declares the Lord Almighty. I will remove both the prophets and the spirit of impurity from the land. Okay, so let's go back a minute, okay?
Yeah.
The gaudy and ornate shrines that mark holy sites in Israel today are evidence that idolatry is still alive and well in the Holy Land. Okay, so clearly this is a future to come.
Sure,
okay?
yeah.
Now, in Hebrew, names have power, right? Like, it's a very big deal.
Right.
Okay? Erasing their names means erasing their memory and influence. I mean, that's where you get the
I don't know.
I know. Okay. The dudes that are made out of clay, they're not real. Jinn? No. Golems. Thank you. I knew it started with a yeah, golems. That's where you get the golems, right? Because their name, if you say their name, then they like turn to clay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, or you can't say the name of God because that is very disrespectful, and so they take the vowels out of it.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, names are very powerful.
Right.
Okay. And so if you erase their names, you're erasing their memory and influence, a deeper cultural cleansing than just knocking over a statue.
Right.
So here God promises in this verse to cleanse the land from such idolatry completely and to take away even the memory of that sin.
Okay. All right.
So that's kind of a bigger deal than what we thought.
Yeah.
Okay. The Talmud interprets this cleansing as an eschatological battle where God slaughters the evil inclination. Okay. Not literal idols, but the internal drive to sin.
Okay.
Thus, idolatry, quote unquote, here might refer not only to foreign gods, but also to internal corruption, which kind of goes along with what we were talking about earlier, that turning inward and be better,
right.
Introspection,
and
right?
The washing away and all that stuff. Right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Now, spirit of impurity. That was something that we talked about here. I will remove both the prophets and the spirit of impurity from the land.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is a very unique phrase, and it could refer to a kind of demonic influence or collective societal moral corruption. And it's a stark comparison to the spirit of grace that I asked you to put in the back of your head.
Yeah.
Back in chapter 12, verse 10.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there we had the spirit of grace. Here we've got, he's going to remove the spirit of impurity.
Oh.
You're going to be given the spirit of grace earlier. Now we're going to remove the spirit of impurity.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I thought that was a really cool comparison.
Yeah.
Like, oh, damn. Okay. I like shit like that.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So now I'm going to read starting at verse 4 in chapter 13.
Okay. Yep.
On that day, every prophet will be ashamed of their prophetic vision. They will not put on a prophet's garment of hair in order to deceive. And we're like, what?
Yeah, what's a fucking garment of hair?
Yeah, I'll explain.
Okay.
Each will say, I'm not a prophet. I'm a fucking farmer. The land has been my livelihood since my youth. And if someone asks, what are these wounds on your body? They'll answer, the wounds I was given at the house of my friends. What? I didn't.
Right. Sure.
And we were like, I have no idea.
What fucking wounds are you talking? Like, yeah. What is all this shit?
Hairy, what?
Yeah.
Wound, what? Like, none of this made any sense.
Right.
Okay. So the hair garment was a visual symbol of prophecy as worn by Elijah back in 2 Kings chapter 1.
Okay.
And its abandonment literally marks the end of the prophetic era. No more prophets. No
so this
more
was
hairy
like
cloaks.
an actual garment that they wore.
Yes.
Okay.
And so now the prophets are not going to be putting on these things anymore because they don't want to be called a false prophet.
Okay.
And they don't want to get in trouble.
Right.
So they're like, I'm not a prophet.
But I could see this just as easily being like the priesthood being like, we're doing away with it. We kind of talked about this at the time. Like this could be the priesthood being like, no, prophets aren't fucking real. Yeah. Like we're the actual power here. So,
and we're done with your magic.
Yeah.
We want to have our little magic, your magic over there where you talk about God and stuff, like talking to you. No, not happening. Bye-bye, Levites or whatever.
And the Levites were the
Oh, no,
the priest
you're right.
class.
They were the priest class.
Yeah.
Who were they talking to? Just like prophets.
Well, I mean, that was the problem. To me, that was part of the problem, is that anybody could have been a prophet, right?
Yeah.
And that was part of the problem overall, is that there was, in any given prophet that we've been talking about, they mentioned that there was multiple other prophets, and they were the false prophets, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So there's just all these people running around saying, I'm a prophet, and to me, that would get really fucking old. And we commented that in other books, like, how the fuck are you supposed to know which prophet to listen to?
Right.
If they're all fucking prophets, how do we know which one's speaking for God?
That's true. And so, the priests are like, you know what? We're done with that.
Right.
Only we get to say.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that group of people that claim to be a prophet would only grow as they show that they are able to garner crowds. Like, it's just kind of like, it's like social influencers, right?
Yeah.
They're a dime a dozen now.
Yeah.
Because like, they're like, oh, I could do that. And
right.
Everybody gets on there and does it. And so,
yeah. So it wasn't unusual, but here's where we get into the wounds, okay? Like, what do you, the marks, the wounds, what are you talking about? What is that?
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't unusual for false prophets to wound or even mutilate themselves in the service of idols and false gods. So such scars were a characteristic of sorcerers and false prophets. So they would take like these things and like flagellate themselves. Like they would like little whips with stone things, like
I'm imagining
flip it over their
the
back and beat
cartoon
themselves.
sections from Monty Python's Quest for the Holy Grail.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they're like, I think they did some of that in there, and they also, I know they beat their heads with stone tablets or something.
Exactly.
So,
And these were also made by cutting magic, quote unquote, marks in the skin, cutting the flesh for the dead, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
These and other magical practices were, of course, prohibited, per Leviticus chapter 19 and 1 Kings chapter 18 and like Jeremiah chapter 48. Like lots of places they were like, you cannot be doing that magic-y nonsense.
So when they're referring to prophets, they're not necessarily referring to Jewish prophets, right? They could be prophets of any god, apparently. So there was
any magic doing guy.
So really, when they're saying prophets, unless they specifically say they're speaking for God, like those prophets could be for other gods.
Other gods, yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So they were like, we're done with all the other magic people.
Right.
Only the priests get to be magical, and that's only if we feel like it. Like everybody else, whether you're Jewish or whether you're from like, say, Canaan, or what the fuck ever,
right?
All y'all fucks don't get to be magic anymore. You're false. We declared it so. Boom. The end.
Sure.
Zechariah done wrote it down.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so cutting or marking here may also reference actual Canaanite practices that still persisted to this day, despite reform. Okay. This verse then connects the false prophecy with the occult behavior linked to Canaanite traditions.
Okay.
Which I was like, damn, when I read that.
Right.
Like, oh, y'all just getting rid of witches and magic stuff. Okay.
Right. And there were some serious discussions about, doing away with the Canaanites, basically. It was either this chapter or the next chapter.
It was this chapter. Yeah. Okay. They called them out for real.
Right. And I'm like, these are literally your neighbors. Yeah. I mean, you guys were Canaanites at one point.
Right.
Like this is there's barely a distinction between you two, and the reason that these rituals persist is because you guys are so closely related. Because you guys are so close together. That's why. Not because your God's better. That has nothing to do with it. You're just fucking neighbors that like basically have the same roots.
And your people like it, so that's why you're mad about it.
Well, I mean, it's. I gotta say, we've said it before. It's kind of nice to have choices as to what could help influence better crops or a nicer day or whatever the case may be.
I just want my wife to be able to have 10,000 babies, and for my crops to have 10,000 growths.
Yeah,
like that's
whoever can answer that prayer, like more power to you.
Yeah. So I don't care.
Right.
Yeah. So the root of the Hebrew word for wounds can mean blows, injuries, or even plagues.
Okay.
It's intentionally vague and could suggest trauma, not just physical scars.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if someone notices the scars, the false prophet will lie to protect himself, saying that he received the scars through a fight or an accident in a friend's house or possibly loved ones or intimates. Like,
Sure.
no, I didn't beat myself because I'm, a fucking like witch or, fucking magic dude or false prophet or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. The Hebrew here, though, again, is ambiguous and could instead imply betrayal or interpersonal violence or betrayal or social punishment, not necessarily a literal house. Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless, the image of someone hiding their prophetic identity by pretending to be a farmer ties into the idea that prophecy becomes shameful and they put down those coats.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Even dangerous. And this is a reversal of earlier prophetic tradition where prophets were revered.
Well,
suddenly they're on the run.
But it occurs to me also that the last half of Zechariah was written after Zechariah, right?
Yes.
So this would have been probably the priest class going back and filtering this message into that book, right?
Yes.
And that lends that idea more credibility, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't know that I'm exactly correct, but it sounds very plausible.
No, totally. Totally. Because, it's already been pointed out that this last half of Zechariah was written later and by somebody else.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that somebody else later was the priestly class.
Or somebody's else.
Right. Exactly. So, yeah. Exactly. So scholars argue that Zechariah 13 might be a composite of multiple oracles. So this chapter in and of itself might have been written by more than one person.
Sure.
Okay. Because, or not just multiple oracles, but it might belong to a different context or tradition.
Okay.
Since the transition between verses 6, which is what we've read up to.
Yeah.
Okay. And 7, which is where we're going, that there's a very abrupt change. Okay.
Yeah.
Suggesting a redactional seam.
Yeah. Okay.
Some scholars see verse 7, again, which is what we're about to get into, as a new oracle with its own structure, possibly inserted later.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that kind of changes how we read the rest of this particular chapter.
Okay.
Okay. So this is where we get into like the nations get scattered.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Zechariah returns to the subject of leadership using again the illustration of the shepherd. Remember the puppet show?
Yeah.
Okay. And the leader here referred to may or may not be the person back in chapter 12 who was killed by his own countrymen.
Okay.
Like, my friend, you pierced me.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The leader of God's choice is one who is close to God and who truly cares for God's people, but the people kill him and persecute his followers.
Got it.
If you believe that that's what it says.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, the Hebrew term used for my shepherd or my associate is very rare, and it implies a close peer or companion. So some scholars suggest that this reflects Persian administrative vocabulary, because that is what was leading at the time and influencing. Okay. And so this implies a trusted governor, communal leader, or other high official.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like God and, a Jesus-y Messiah guy.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, again, changes things, doesn't it?
No, definitely.
Yeah. So as a result of the shepherd's death or whoever this guy is, right?
Yeah.
The majority of his people fall under divine judgment. The minority who are left go through a time of suffering, but through this they become better people. The remnant. Yeah. And they come into closer fellowship with the God in whom they have trusted. These are God's true peeps.
Now, let me just go back here a second, because isn't this the bit where he killed 2/3 of the people?
Yeah.
And then 1/3 of them made it through fire, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's where.
Yeah, exactly, no. I was just making sure that this was the bit where he killed 2/3 of the fucking Israelites, or whatever.
Where he will kill.
Where he will kill.
Yeah.
2/3 of the fucking Israelites.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not cool, man.
No, not at all. But we're probably reading it wrong.
is there a right way to read this?
There's a wrong way to translate it so that it is read that way.
Sure. But like with the amount of misreadings that this Bible has, even just today, with everybody that's reading this and interpreting it their own way, is there actually a correct way to read this?
Maybe there's not a correct way, but there's a less really bad and wrong way.
Sure. No,
and I think that's the direction it needs to go. I think that we can throw away every Christian translation. And I think that's why I get really annoyed with Christianity.
Sure.
They aren't interpreting it correctly.
No, and that's why like it's a joke, right? That Christians cherry pick and that, you know, all these things.
Not only are they cherry picking, they're not even translating correctly what they're cherry picking.
Right. I mean, if Christianity had started today, right, it would be about as ridiculous as the Mormon, you know, side of things, or you know, Scientology or whatever. It would be just as ridiculous because people would be like, "What the fuck are you trying to do?"
Exactly.
You know, but no, this is 2,000 years old, so
therefore real.
It has legitimacy, I guess.
But it doesn't is the thing. It doesn't, and
Right.
that is so frustrating. Like,
No, really, yeah.
Is there a right way to read this? No. But we can definitely say that every Christian Bible is the absolute wrong way to read it because they are not interpreted correctly.
I mean, the Old Testament doesn't need any help being ridiculous.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
No, it's so true. It's so true.
Yeah.
Okay. So the imagery of refining fire, so that's exactly where I was headed next.
Yeah.
Is a classic prophetic trope. Okay. Malachi, Isaiah, not to mention like other religions outside of Judaism.
Sure.
Suffering leads to purification, like right? In Jewish readings, this is often national or communal, however, not individual salvation. So the nation will, you know, as a whole.
And that trucks because like they definitely lump everybody into piles of people in this whole God redeeming them as a group type thing. So
exactly.
Yeah.
All right. And the whole, they will call on my name.
Yeah.
That, you know, God says they're going to call on me.
Right.
This implies restored covenantal relationship, not necessarily afterlife reward, like what, you know, Christians would say.
Right.
But national restoration, which is to say a returning to favor with Yahweh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have some notes now that are just like not verse specific, but are just about this chapter as a whole.
Got it.
Okay. This chapter was likely composed post-temple reconstruction during the Persian period, so about 5th century BCE.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
The social anxiety around false prophets may reflect rivalries between priestly and prophetic factions, as you pointed out, or intra-Jewish disputes about leadership and legitimacy.
Yeah.
So political.
No, it sounds like what I was kind of angling at based on just reading the chapters is sounds like it's probably a lot correct, maybe.
Yeah.
Or at least not far off base.
Exactly. You know? Yep. The passage indicates a cessation of prophecy, possibly reflecting the post-exilic view that the prophetic era was over. Done. No more magic, y'all.
Yeah, but who decided that? That's the real question,
priests,
right? Yeah, right.
Obviously.
Exactly.
Yeah. The directive that false prophets will be killed echoes Deuteronomy chapters 13 and 18, which set strict guidelines and penalties for prophecy not aligned with Yahweh. There's a harsh authoritarian vibe suggesting theocratic enforcement.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The bit from Deuteronomy though was more about false prophecies, right?
Yeah.
There was a strong emphasis back then about prophesizing something incorrectly.
Yes.
But it wasn't that you couldn't have prophets. It was just you better not say something that's not God's word.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's what they're saying, though, that everybody who says something, whether it comes to or not, they're all false prophets because it didn't go through us.
Right.
They're being gatekeepers of prophecy. Okay. So again, there's that authoritarian vibe suggesting theocratic enforcement. And there's a hint of priestly authority asserting dominance over rival traditions.
Okay.
So
All right.
it wasn't just that there were all these prophets running around. It's that these other prophets running around were gaining followers.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
The priests are trying to bring the power back to the church, essentially.
Yeah.
Or whatever,
Yeah.
you know.
It's also worth noting that in Hebrew, the word prophets in this chapter are masculine.
Okay.
The masculine use of the word.
Sure.
But prophecy in the Tanakh was also associated with women like Deborah, Huldah, Miriam.
Yeah. Yeah.
The exclusion of female prophetic voices here reflects post-exilic patriarchal reforms.
No, absolutely. There was a lot more women earlier in the Bible, which is
Yep.
strange, right? Like
Yeah.
that we evolved away from women being in charge.
Oh,
like
look.
that's weird.
Oh, look, the church took over and suddenly women go back to being whores and honey-lipped vixens.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and I don't think they were ever thought of completely well, but they definitely weren't as shit on
Right.
at some points
No,
in
they
the
were
Bible.
still owned, but they were still something that you wanted to win over, too.
Right. Yeah, no,
Now
definitely.
they are just back to, like, chattel.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think that's an interesting arc in the
Yes.
Bible for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zechariah can lick my ass. How about that? Okay. So, okay. And I know that this is lengthy, but I just had so much. It was so interesting. These chapters, like, they deserve all these questions answered because
Sure.
we had a lot of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're moving into chapter 14. And scholars generally place chapter 14 in the Second Temple period, likely post-exilic, late 5th to 4th century BCE.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Its apocalyptic tone resembles parts of Daniel and Joel, suggesting it's a product of eschatological imagination, not specific prediction.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This final chapter is part of a different tone and agenda than even the previous ones, more focused on cosmic justice and divine kingship than earlier temple rebuilding themes.
Yeah, I will say, like, Zechariah, when we got into these last few chapters, just kept getting, like, it was like, hold my beer.
Yeah.
You know,
Each chapter got heavier and heavier, right?
Right. No, it was like,
and it totally got away from like, hey, guys, we need to just build this temple. Hey, let's all, don't forget, when we build the temple, God will come. If you build it, they will come, right?
Right.
Let's build the temple.
yeah.
And then it was suddenly like,
And then we will barf on all the nations surrounding us, and God will rule the world.
and it's like,
Yeah, no, it got
Holy
real,
shit.
real serious real quick.
yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, wow, this
That
is
is-
crazy.
Yeah. And if you're just like reading it straight through, it hits different.
Yeah.
All right. So in the first part of this chapter, the commencement of this chapter relates to the destruction of Jerusalem and to the calamities consequent on that event.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
From this great Jewish tragedy, the prophet immediately passes to the utter extermination of his enemies. God will display power on behalf of his people in a manner so astonishing and miraculous that even they themselves, and much more, their enemies, shall be struck with terror.
Yeah.
It's going to be bad, guys.
Yep.
The national prosperity of the Jewish people shall then be permanent and unmixed. And these people shall be made the instruments of converting many to the faith of the Messiah.
I see. Okay. All right.
The great increase and prosperity of the new Jerusalem is then described, and the most significant vengeance denounced against all her enemies. We will take you all down.
This sounds, I mean,
This sounds like a little boy in 5th grade that wants to hit everybody that ever made fun of him ever.
well, I was going to say this kind of strikes a tone of kind of the evangelical tone of Christianity.
Yeah.
You know, like
Very
it's
much.
got a vibe that
got a vibe.
that resonates
Yeah.
with some of the rhetoric happening these days.
Get them.
Right, yeah.
They want, Jesus wants to stick his boot up somebody's ass song country singer from a while back.
Right.
Yeah, that one.
It struck me tonight. We mentioned earlier in the podcast that we had watched Trump's speech tonight about the Iran thing, and he invoked God at the end of his speech.
We
like
love God.
over and over and over again. But like there was one point where I felt like he almost went off the rails to like start just like, free
ball?
No, just like he was just kind of like ad-libbing his love for God, and it was like it was about to get weird, but then he was like, no, I better make this normal.
Yeah, because he didn't know what to say besides
right. Yeah,
we love God. God bless God. God is God, and we really dig him.
I felt like it could have gone a whole other way if he would have just not brought himself back down, because he was like ready to just like,
you could tell somebody was like on the other side of the camera, like waving their arms going, no,
no, just say God bless whatever, God bless whatever,
God bless
whatever. That's it.
God bless the Middle East.
You don't need to go saying how God's a great guy, and that God's probably he would just God bless whatever.
Yep,
just say God bless.
Yep, and be done. Turn around, walk away, bruh. Yeah. So from this happy period, God's name will be honored in everything, and his worship everywhere, most reverently observed.
Okay. Yeah.
Remember with the pots and the pans and the bells and stuff like that? Yeah. It got real weird.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so in the final section of his book, Zechariah outlines briefly the worldwide triumph of, I don't know, the Messiah, something. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah. So apologists say, since those for whom he writes are familiar only with the region around Palestine, he limits the geographical details to that area.
Oh, yeah, that's a good reason.
Other pictures are likewise taken from the way of life familiar to the Jews. That's why God was being nice to them.
God not only built everything in the universe, he also wrote a book specifically for that time and place in all of history, where just that once he put down words for humanity to follow him and obey him and know what he had to say, but also it's specifically geared at them.
Yeah.
In that little area.
In that
of the
little
world.
speck of sand over
right.
there. Yeah.
That all is true and right. No, wait, what?
That makes no fucking sense.
Yeah. If you are God, you just make it true for all time. You okay, there's ways to write and make it understood by the people of the time and place without invoking localism.
Right.
You know what
exactly.
I mean? Make it bigger than what, that area is. Make it more prophetic. Make it more, everything. But it doesn't have to be specific to that area. But you made it specific.
You could have even said,
area.
to the lands that you people have not yet discovered.
Right.
You could have said to all the oceans you have not yet crossed.
Yeah, no, and people like to say this is God's word, and I'm like, bullshit. You absolutely cannot, with any sense of truth, say to me that this is written by God, that this is God's word.
He on purpose dummied it down for just those two people in that one little corner. Okay.
And that's just it.
Why?
Every fucking verse, every fucking chapter, every fucking book has an apologist apologizing it because there's something fucked up about it.
Right. Exactly. I had to include that particular one because I'm like, but why that one? Why didn't he write any other dummied down versions for the other little pockets of the world?
Yeah.
What's so special about that piece?
The answer is nothing.
No, I'll tell you what it is. The answer is tribalism, and it's the one that got through. It's the one that lasted.
Right.
It's a little small sand god.
Yeah.
And that speck lasted.
Right.
The other specks didn't.
Yeah.
And he's not powerful, just the followers were just that fucking fanatic.
Yeah.
All right, so the scene opens with the enemies of God mistakenly thinking that at last they have conquered his people, Jerusalem. Confident that they have achieved victory.
Yeah, that's the one.
Victory.
Yep.
Yes. They sit down in the middle of the city to divide the plunder. As they do.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
While the Jews are either led away captive or imprisoned in the city. So this is, again, to come.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
We were great. Now we're dead again.
Right.
Boom, boom.
There's just no winning.
Yeah. When the Romans came against Jerusalem in AD 70, they came with a multinational army and brought terrible destruction on the city and its people. And at that time, the Jews from that time really thought that a Messiah was coming to save them.
Sure.
And they were like, this is it. This is the moment. This is what's happening. It's here. It's on. And it wasn't.
That mentality has carried through to this day.
Right. Exactly.
Every generation has a catastrophe that makes people think it's the fucking end of the world.
Exactly.
Right. And it's one of those things that I really just rail against, because I'm like, get out of your own fucking asses and realize that this has happened time and time again.
Why do you think you're so special that you get to live through it?
What? Yeah. Why is this moment? Why is this moment the moment?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Yet there was none of the deliverance that Zechariah describes in the following verses. So it's difficult to say that this was fulfilled in the Roman attack upon Jerusalem in AD 70.
I'd say it's difficult to say it happened at any point in time.
It hasn't.
And it's also even more difficult to say that it ever will happen at any point in time.
Right, given that a lot of those nations don't exist that way anymore. They just don't.
Well, and more, even if we're talking in grandiose speak, as far as like prophets and things to come and whatever, like things have been, there's been interpretations of like Trump being part of this whole thing, and just like I'm just saying, there's ways to you can make this stuff match anything you want.
Listen,
right?
If Trump is involved, he's the goddamn Antichrist.
I'm definitely, yeah. But what I'm saying is that there's ways to make this stuff fit any point in time, and people work day and night to make it fit any point in any era, so that they have something to preach, so that they have something to, scare people with, that they, it makes the message that much more relevant in that age if you can make it apply to things that are going on in that age. So
if it bleeds, it leads, and fear is the way.
Yeah.
So just when it seems that all hope will be gone for Jerusalem and the people of Israel, then the Lord will fight for his people. Suddenly God acts in supernatural judgment. As he once divided the Red Sea to give his people a way of escape from the Egyptians, so he will divide the mountains east of Jerusalem to give his people a way of escape from the enemy-occupied city.
I recall this now. As I recall, he let his people get conquered and also raped, I think, was one of the things that happened. Before he intervened.
Yes.
And I'm like, really, dude?
Because he sucks.
Yeah.
He's an
That's
asshole.
just fucked up.
Yeah. So I'm going to read verse 5. You will flee by my mountain valley, for it will extend to Azel. You will flee as you fled from the earthquake in the days of Uzziah, king of Judah. Then the Lord my God will come and all the holy ones with him.
Okay, but
remember that?
Yeah, but why didn't he just let them stay?
'Cause.
Okay.
So that thing where he was like earthquake.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
That's a reference to Amos chapter 1 verse 1.
Okay.
And it's one of the oldest earthquake records in biblical history.
Okay.
Modern archaeology has actually found signs of an 8th century BCE earthquake around that time in Judah.
And we've talked about this before, I think,
yeah.
too. Yeah.
And I'm just going to read that first verse from Amos.
Yeah.
Just to refresh our memories.
Sure.
The words of Amos, one of the shepherds of Tekoa, the vision he saw concerning Israel 2 years before the earthquake, when Uzziah was king of Judah and Jeroboam, son of Jehoash, was king of Israel.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
And that in many other Bibles is not actually verse 1. It's the title or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on. Okay.
Must have been one hell of an earthquake to
make the Bible.
Well, and to be talked about for hundreds of years.
Right?
Yeah.
Remember that one time? And they're like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Great grandma was always yammering about it.
Or it could have been, I was going to say, it could have been more like a fish story. Just kept getting bigger and bigger as time went on.
Yeah. So God gives his people satisfaction and provision by altering the course of nature for their benefit. They lack nothing. God now establishes his throne in a restored and repopulated Jerusalem. from where he rules all over the earth. Okay, so he's like, this is what's going to happen, and it's going to be awesome or whatever.
Yeah.
Mountains around the city will be flattened so that Jerusalem will be lifted up in the eyes of all nations, and Israel's God will be worshipped worldwide. All right, now listen. This is interesting.
Yeah.
In Ezekiel, remember that chapter or that book was like freakazoid.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Chapter 47 of Ezekiel records a vision that describes a similar river flowing from the throne of God and down to the Dead Sea, bringing life and vitality everywhere. And so I thought I would reread that.
Okay.
Just so that we could like compare it and be like, oh, okay.
Sure.
So Ezekiel chapter 47, starting at verse 1.
Okay.
The man, remember the man, he's the measuring dude,
right,
brought me back to the entrance of the temple, and I saw water coming out from under the threshold of the temple toward the east, for the temple faced east. The water was coming down from under the south side of the temple, south of the altar. He then brought me out through the north gate and led me around the outside, round the outside, to the outer gate facing east, and the water was trickling from the south side. As the man went eastward with a measuring line in his hand, he measured off 1,000 cubits and then led me through the water that was ankle deep. He measured off another 1,000 cubits and led me through water that was a knee deep. He measured off another 1,000 and led me through water that was up to the waist. We drowned in. He measured off another 1,000, but now it was a river that I could not cross because the water had risen and was deep enough to swim in, a river that no one could cross. He asked me, "Son of man, do you see this?" Then he led me back to the bank of the river. When I arrived there, I saw a great number of trees on each side of the river. He said to me, "This water flows toward the eastern region and goes down into the Arabah, where it enters the Dead Sea. When it empties into the sea, the salty water there becomes fresh. Swarms of living creatures will live wherever the river flows. There will be large numbers of fish because this water flows there and makes the salt water fresh. So where the river flows, everything will live. Fishermen will stand along the shore from En-Gedi to En-Glaim. There will be places for spreading nets. The fish will be of many kinds, like the fish of the Mediterranean Sea. Okay. But the swamps and marshes will not become fresh. They will be left for salt. Fruit trees of all kinds will grow on both banks of the river. Their leaves will not wither, nor will their fruit fail. Every month they will bear fruit because the water from the sanctuary flows to them. Their fruit will serve for food and their leaves for healing." Okay. So there's that river that maybe is, when Ezekiel was having this vision of a future, there's going to be some heaven on earth kind of thing, right?
Right.
And then, so this is Zechariah going, yeah, there's totally going to be a river and great
more prophet
stuff on earth.
More prophecy confirmation.
Yes. Riding on the shoulders of prophets, we tell that prophecy again.
Yeah.
That's called piggybacking.
Right.
Not shoulder standing. So enemies are destroyed in a terrifying judgment, and Israel is compensated for all that it previously lost to plundering armies.
Because they are going to plunder the armies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Verse 13 reads, "On that day, people will be stricken by the Lord with great panic. They will seize each other by the hand and attack one another."
Yeah.
That's fun.
As you do.
Yeah. "Judah too will fight at Jerusalem. The wealth of all the surrounding nations will be collected. Great quantities of gold and silver and clothing. A similar plague will strike the horses and mules and camels and donkeys and all the animals in those camps."
Because why not?
Yeah.
Might as well kill the animals too.
Yeah. So in the deliverance that the Messiah brings, the enemies of God and his people will be destroyed by plague, by mutual slaughter, and by the sword of Judah. The description of flesh dissolving makes many today think that Zechariah is describing the effects of a nuclear bomb. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
However, the rotting flesh imagery has parallels in other ancient Near Eastern war texts and plague curses.
Sure.
These aren't nuclear war predictions, but literary commonplaces meant to evoke horror. As they did and as they still do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why zombie movies still sell, and I cannot wait to see 28 years later.
Right. But this is what I was saying, where they take imagery and they can apply it to whatever they want to apply it to.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, even like when we were reading that chapter, I was like, whoa, rotting flesh, that sounds like radiation from a nuclear bomb. And you were like, I'm trying not to say that. And I'm like, but it does though.
No, I mean, they're... Given our current modern state, yes, you can definitely apply that imagery to that thing, right? Like that's definitely a possibility.
But like a few hundred years ago, it would have been leprosy.
Sure, yeah. You know? I merely didn't want to say it because
let's not feed into that.
Right? Yeah, definitely.
Especially since the U.S. just bombed Iran.
Well, given everything. I mean, just the whole, like, everything is so topsy-turvy right now. Like, there's no telling.
Let's just not with the...
What's in store for us all.
Nuclear talk. Let's all lay down our guns, Come on. No bombs, guys. No bombs.
Yeah.
All right. So, survivors among the nations are required to come to Jerusalem to worship God. This ingathering of nations is likened to Israel's ingathering of harvest fruits at the Feast of Tabernacles, which is also the Feast of Shelters.
Yeah, they did kind of bring that up.
Yeah, at the end of each agricultural year.
Right.
And then verse 19 reads, "This will be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all the nations that do not go up to celebrate the Festival of Tabernacles." Remember, we were like, damn, why you got to be calling out Egypt like that? So Egypt is specifically mentioned because they were a nation not especially dependent on rain. Yet even so, they too will be punished if they are disobedient.
Sure.
But the emphasis on rain, harvest, and festival can be explained anthropologically as a kind of fertility rite or seasonal ritual codified into sacred text. The concern for rain punishment, if nations don't celebrate, shows that there's still a close tie between religion and survival economics.
I mean, yeah.
Right.
That's...
If you don't come, we're going to withhold rain.
I think that survival economics and religion has always been the motivating factor, right? I mean, even in Christianity, you go to church so that you have the blessing of God to do better in your life, make more money, succeed at things, have friends that help you with, like there's this whole build you up aspect of what religion is. And that's probably the largest reason why people go is for that
blessings.
It's like playing the lottery. Well, if I go, I might win, so might as well go.
You go for the blessings.
As the benefit, and the benefit also is that, I also have friends there that'll help me with things too. So you get the community and you get the chance, you get that random, 1 in a billion chance that you get that blessing from God, right?
Well, I mean, they don't take it as a 1 in a million, though. They are like, no, it's mine. It's guaranteed.
But they also attribute every fucking thing to God. So, I mean, like...
How special is it?
Yeah, right. I mean, literally,
If everything is special, nothing is special.
Look, I'm going to use your parents as an example here, but, like, if I've lost track just in the last week of how many times I've seen your mom post the words amen on Facebook, Like, I mean, they literally attribute everything to God.
Well, yeah,
everything.
But, okay, not to be like argumentative here, but like that's the point that they're trying to make is that everything is attributable to God.
No, I get it, but I can literally survive just the same by attributing absolutely nothing to God. It makes no difference. There is no difference.
Right.
They're not doing any better than we are. I mean, like there's nothing special about what they have achieved versus what we have achieved versus what other people have achieved. They are simply saying the words and going through the motions to be part of a club that is social, and that is the extent
I'm going to push back on that because they don't actually go to a church.
Right.
So
yeah, no, I know.
Because they can't find a church that's as wackadoodle as they are. So they're not doing it for the social.
Right.
Because they don't have a church that agrees with their
That's fair, but they do have friends come over for church stuff.
They do. But my mom and dad were doing their own church stuff before they started inviting people over.
That is true
and
as
they
well.
would still be doing it regardless. They
Yeah.
do what they're calling home church, where they are like doing their own study and stuff.
Sure.
So
No,
I'm only pushing back because you said that they do it to belong to a club, and it's like,
okay, they do it to belong to the lifestyle that they want.
they do it to be allowed to think how they want to think.
Yeah.
Smugly.
And justify it.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. That's not exactly the same, but it's close enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no longer is there a difference between sacred and non-sacred articles. This is where we come to like the fucking pots and pans.
Okay. Yeah.
Everything is holy and fit for the service of God, even household pots and pans.
Wow.
And bells on the necks of horses.
Yeah.
Since all things are holy, listen to this.
I'm listening.
Traders are no longer needed in the temple to exchange non-sacred goods for sacred goods.
Oh. Okay,
Interesting, right?
They had holy traders, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
True holiness will at last be established in the world. This critique of commerce in religious spaces is a super big deal. It was hearkened to when Jesus pushed over the table.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Granted, we're not there yet, but that was the first thing that I thought of. Like, it's one of the few Jesus-y stories that I'm familiar with.
Sure.
That he's like, fuck these fucking people selling shit, you know,
Yeah.
at church and doing money stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a big fucking deal here, okay? The image of kicking out traders reflects a deeper concern about mixing sacred with profit. Still a hot issue in religious institutions even today.
I was going to say, like, we did go to church for a while, right? And we went there out of curiosity more than anything. And we are friends enough with some of the people that were in leadership at that church. And we still plan on maybe someday interviewing our pastor, who's now no longer Christian. But there was a lot of, like, at that church, there was a lot of politics, and part of the reason he ended up leaving Christianity in total was because of money and politics and things.
in church,
right?
Yeah.
There's definitely a through line of how money is involved in these God houses, institutions. Yeah, and
it's not just the tax-free benefits too. It's the how money is taken in and how it will be utilized
and who controls it
and who gets paid by it.
Yeah.
And each little church faction gets to decide that for themselves, whether they have a board or whether the pastory preacher person, whatever, is in charge of it, or whether it's a handful of people or elders or what the fuck ever.
No, I mean, honestly, it's an easy way to power grab, right? Like, there's how many churches in any given town? You get yourself ingratiated into one and get yourself into the fucking money board and make yourself, indispensable.
Yeah.
You can make a power grab, you know, and people do.
Oh yeah.
People do all the time. It's a big thing in churches, like who controls the money, who is in control of like what's happening, and it runs some pastors and preachers out of the business.
It does, because let them not fool you. It is a business, kids.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah. So those who are decent will not remain in that business because they can't sleep at night.
Right.
And that's just true.
Right, but there are also many preachers and pastors who are literally grifters, and they are the ones that are in charge of the money, and they make sure they are.
Oh yeah,
so
because
it goes both ways.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Some people get in it with good intentions. Some people don't.
Right. No, some people get in it with good intentions and actually think it is what it says it is, and then they're heartbroken when they, get out of seminary and they're like, wow, not only is the Bible full of shit, but now I find out that the institution that made us read it is full of shit.
Well, and I would put our pastor in that camp.
Yeah.
Like the guy that was our pastor, he one of the most well-intentioned people I've ever known. And he did a lot of studying. of the Bible. Like, he is one of the most well-versed people I know about the Bible. And I think he loved it, but he didn't love the other aspects of it.
No, he loved the scholarship and the learning, the academic side of it.
Right.
And that's what made it so interesting to listen to him, because it was like you were sitting in a history class rather than...
And he loved what he was doing.
He did.
So,
but he also purposefully, I don't know if you're aware of this, at the time, he purposefully removed himself from the money-making decisions because he felt like it was not correct that he was getting paid and then would, on top of that, be in charge of making decisions of how much he would get paid. Yeah. And, to me, that speaks volumes for his character as a person.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Anyway, so money in church, bad. Let's read verse 20 now. Okay. On that day, holy to the Lord, all caps, will be inscribed on the bells of the horses. So that was a great inscription that was on the metal band around the high priest's headpiece, mentioned in Exodus 28.
Okay.
So,
all right.
That's where that came from. Holy to the Lord. Okay. And the rest of that verse reads, and the cooking pots in the Lord's house will be like the sacred bowls in front of the altar. And we were like, the fuck with these fucking pots and shit.
Yeah.
These were the cooking utensils used by worshippers to cook the sacrificial meat intended for them from the peace offerings.
Okay.
The bowls before the altar were used to gather and sprinkle sacrificial blood on the altar.
Got it.
So this shows that the animal sacrifice will continue in the millennium, meaning in the time to come.
Yeah.
Not as atonement for sin, however, but as remembrance for and celebration of God's perfect work.
Interesting.
But, yeah.
Interesting. So now it's going to continue, which we've tried to
Christians say, no, God is the ultimate sacrifice.
Right. Well, obviously that would have put an end to it right there, right? If we're to take the Christians at their word.
Yeah.
But the kind of contradictory here as far as
Zechariah's like, no, it's still going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't specifically say it, but that's what it means, though.
Unless you read this as a prophecy of Christian of the coming Christian, power, of Christianity.
Cooking pots in the Lord's house will be like the sacred bowls in front of the altar.
Well, that gives them
the
good
symbolism
400 or 500 years to deal with more sacrifices and then move on to, well, this is the ultimate sacrifice, right? Mm-hmm. We could look at it that way.
Sure.
And at some point, humanity loses its taste for just sacrificing fucking things.
Yeah.
It's so barbaric and...
I mean, we do still love us some hamburgers, but we don't want to, sprinkle the cow blood.
We don't want to do ritual sacrifice.
Yeah. We want to eat it, but pretend that it's not.
We don't want to see the sacrifice. Just, somebody else do that shit.
Yeah, just cook it up. Yeah. So what was previously common is now made holy, and the holy is made holier, and the profane is forever shut out. Okay. Remember I said, if everything's special, nothing's special? That's what we've got here. The people and the city will be so holy that even these insignificant things will be fully dedicated to the Lord.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. This is a radical departure from earlier Torah practice where holiness is strictly separated, clean, unclean, sacred versus common, right?
Yeah.
This is an inversion of Levitical purity codes, perhaps signaling the end of temple-based religion or an evolution of it.
Sure.
Which is very interesting.
Well, I think that there needed to be, we're talking about post-exilic here, right?
Yeah.
So there's still lots of enemies around them and lots of things that are still to come, like the, Romans going to conquer, like there's all these powers still surrounding them.
Yeah.
So making it sound better to be Jewish is probably a popular thing to do.
Sure.
If it's easier, then we can all partake in this wonderfulness that is God, right? So let's just all have all the holiness ever. And here, we're going to have all the holiness ever. Everything's going to be holy.
It's all going to be great. It's going to be awesome.
Right. And Christianity was a furtherance of that, in my opinion, too. It's just let's make this better for everybody.
Everybody gets some.
Right. You don't even have to worry about sin anymore. He died for you. This is fucking awesome, guys.
I know, right?
Yeah. Good shit.
So I'm just going to read a little bit more that talks about the chapter as a whole, and then we'll wrap this up, okay?
Okay.
All right. So in traditional Jewish eschatology, the Messiah is not divine and does not descend on clouds or split mountains. The Messianic age is not supernatural, but restorative.
Okay.
Many Jewish commentators read Zechariah 14 allegorically. The Messiah brings political peace and moral reform, and miraculous language is just hyperbolic or symbolic.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Mount of Olives was talked about in this chapter.
Yeah.
It's taken by some commentators as a metaphor for divine intervention, altering the expected natural order, similar to how earthquakes shake foundations. It's not necessarily future prophecy, but possibly poetic emphasis on just dramatic change in general.
Sure.
So more like, you know how like Mount Olives? Yeah, totally gonna split, like, but not really though.
But that's part of my argument is that when people say God's word, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if God's word is metaphorical, like, how are we supposed to take it as his word when you could interpret it any number of ways, right?
Well, there are a lot of Christians, like my parents, who say, no, it's not. It's not metaphorical.
Sure.
Every single word is 100% true and happens.
And that's why you have to take every single person that you talk to that's religious, you have to like first ask them, which version of God are we talking about? The literal, the metaphorical, the killing God, the peaceful God? Like, which version of God do you believe in?
Right.
And let's get that cleared up first, and then we can start the discussion a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you'll backtrack at some point to some other version of God, but we'll cover that when we get there.
Right.
You know,
right.
like
I'm just going to give you the rope to hang yourself with now because I want to know where we're starting.
Right. But like people, like when you talk to someone who believes in God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you start, and I've started the conversation like this. I'm like, well, which version of God do you believe in? And they're always like, what do you mean? I'm like, I mean, which version of God do you believe in? Like, which is your God, the literal word of God? Is your God metaphorical? Like, you know, I've asked these questions of people and they always act like you're crazy for asking. I'm like, well, I've talked to a million different believers and you all believe something different.
Like,
so I'm just trying to clear up ahead of time which version you believe in.
Like, are you closer to husband's mom or my mom?
Right.
Because they both call themselves Christian.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't really think either one of them is like the exact what I think of as Christianity defined in the Bible that I haven't even finished reading yet.
Right.
One is like a little loosey-goosey and spiritual with it, and the other one is like hardcore, rude, horrible, you know?
Yeah.
Like fire and brimstone kind of shit.
Right.
And I don't think either one of them quite has the right idea.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard one person. I've never heard any group of people ever completely agree on what they think God is.
Yeah.
And that's hard enough to even start a discussion right there.
Yeah,
So,
I know. It's true.
Yeah.
Rabbinic interpreters often note that this prophecy was, of course, not fulfilled. So it's viewed as a future idealized version, not tied to past events like, for example, 70 of the current era, year 70.
When the Romans conquered.
Yeah. Some Jewish scholars viewed the war imagery as part of a messianic conflict still to come, but not like in apocalyptic Christian terms.
Right. Yeah.
Some scholars interpret this chapter as a kind of wishful reversal of past humiliations.
And that's probably more in line with what it actually is because, again, post-exilic, right?
Yes.
And still surrounded by enemies.
Yes, exactly. The quote-unquote gathering of nations against Jerusalem.
Yeah.
That could echo memories of Babylonian conquest, and the deliverance is a fantasy of vengeance and divine justice in response to powerlessness.
It could also echo the helplessness they feel as one of the lesser powers in the area that they currently live in.
Exactly. This is apocalyptic literature wrapped in political protest.
Sure.
Zechariah Chapter 14 is best read not as prediction, but as a kind of revolutionary literature. In times of occupation and subjugation, this kind of writing lets people imagine radical justice, nature itself bending to restore fairness. It's not prophecy, it's hope refracted through myth.
Yeah.
Jewish tradition sees the Feast of Booths festival as a universalistic holiday, even in the Tanakh, like Leviticus chapter 23, Deuteronomy chapter 16. It is also associated with rain and agriculture, so the requirement for nations to attend is both spiritual and eschatological, a kind of covenant between nature and nations. Some rabbis interpret this as metaphorical. Nations that align with justice will thrive.
Got it.
The end.
Yeah. I mean, I think the part that I took from that is that some will interpret this as, and you can just leave it at that.
Yeah.
You know?
Totally.
Like, this is, look, we're reading the Bible. We're not scholars. We don't know everything about what we're reading. Right? There's obviously people out there that know way more than we do.
Obviously.
Dan McClellan is one of the preeminent scholars that I pay attention to. I
can't even
religion.
I can't even pronounce this shit correctly. So
and he is very knowledgeable about what is said in the Bible and what it might mean, what it might not mean, and he's very well spoken about that. But I don't think that it really matters all that much. It does when you're trying to nail down a believer
in conversation,
right?
Yeah.
But in the grand scheme of things, we're talking about mythologies from thousands of years ago, and we're just trying to sort out what it means to us, right? And as I said earlier, each person has their own individualistic idea of what it means to them, whether you're Christian or not Christian, because at this point it does not matter whether you're Christian or not Christian. These ideas permeate our society, right? So we're just trying to figure out what it is and where it is you're coming from with these ideas and how to respond to you in kind.
Exactly. I think that's ultimately what this podcast is about.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out which God do you believe in, and so how can we have a conversation with you about that so that you stop taking away our rights.
Yeah. And moreover, the very premise of this at the beginning was I didn't want somebody to tell me that I hadn't read the Bible.
Exactly.
And, now I can say, well, you haven't read the fucking Bible.
Obviously. Obviously.
Because generally speaking, I know way more than most Christians that I've talked to.
Yeah.
At this point.
This point. Yeah. And, we've got the wrap-up of Zechariah coming.
Yeah.
And then there's only one book left, and that is Malachi.
Okay.
Of the
Old Testament.
Traditional Old Testament.
Right.
Yeah.
Of the Christian Old Testament.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was, you got anything else to add?
No, that was long enough. But we had a lot of questions.
We did. No, there's a lot to cover.
Yeah, just those 3 chapters, we had no idea what was happening.
No, absolutely. So that was our Q&A for Zechariah chapters 12, 13, and 14. And we do take Sundays off, except that we are doing our live Discord tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. Today.
Yeah.
At 2 p.m. Eastern. So if you're catching this in the morning before 2 p.m. Eastern, get your ass over to Discord and join us there.
Yeah.
There is some inside joke stuff that happens occasionally because we've all been there with each other for a long time. So don't let it scare you off. Sit there, just putz around for a bit in the chat and then find your way and just stick around and see how it goes because it is fun.
It is fun. And if you ask any question, anybody there will answer it kindly and enthusiastically.
Yeah.
Because we have really built a fun community of people that are not assholes.
Yeah, I absolutely love our Discord.
Me too.
It's one of the best communities I've ever been a part of.
These people, I think of them as my friends. They are my friends.
Yeah.
And it's the only place online I would hang out. It's the only place online I do hang out.
Yeah.
I don't even do Facebook anymore, y'all. I only do this Discord group.
It's true. All right. Well, that's all we got for today. Thank you for joining us. This was a long episode. If you made it to the end, congratulations. And we will see you
later this afternoon.
Well, yeah, later this afternoon if you join us. And then that episode will be coming out on Monday. On Tuesday, hopefully we'll have out our, we'll be doing, I think, a wrap-up.
A wrap-up of Zechariah, and then that night we will have our live Discord.
Oh, yeah.
Our weekly.
Yeah. So
at 10 p.m. Eastern.
That'll be coming. Yeah. Anyway, so there's a lot of episodes coming up. We still probably won't wrap up Zechariah completely until mid next week.
Yeah.
At the very earliest.
Yeah, because then we'll have like contradictions and you're always wrong.
Yep. So we still got some episodes to go to finish everything out in this book.
Yep.
But we'll be starting Malachi very soon.
Yep.
So, all right. Thanks, guys.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we're getting into the end of a book, I believe.
We are. We're finishing Zechariah.
We are.
It's a wrap-up.
It is. This is a wrap-up. And I assume we're going to wrap the fuck up out of Zechariah.
Yes. Yeah. Bye, Zeki.
You got some good stuff for us today?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Well, you ready to go on and get into this then?
I'm ready to go on and get into this then.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. Right, so we are going to talk about fucking Zechariah.
Okay.
And in putting together this overview of the chapter, or of the book, that is, we took so long to read this book that I forgot some of the shit that had happened.
Oh, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, I forgot. So, okay, the author is the dude, Zechariah,
well,
hypothetically.
For part of it, maybe.
Part of it, yeah. He's the son of Berechiah, grandson of Iddo, and he was likely both a priest and a prophet.
Okay.
And remember, we did a special over, aren't
what's
all
a
the
priest and what's
priests?
a prophet? What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, the priest is like the governmenty
side of things.
Yeah. And then the prophet is like the I declared that God spoke through me, and so
maybe I do drugs and see visions. And
right.
Stuff.
So they were outside the institution, and they may have served a purpose, but the priests don't think so. So
right.
Zechariah sees the end of the whole prophet.
I feel
thing.
like the priesthood put Zechariah up to the gig. They're like, hey, you're part of the priesthood. We're gonna let you do this prophet thing, but you got to put an end to it, man.
Yeah. You get to be the last one.
Although the end of the priesthood shit didn't come until the other people that were writing it were writing. So that's, questionable too.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah. This dude was active post-Babylonian exile during Persian rule under the reign of Darius the First. So around 520 BCE.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was in Jerusalem, and it's the time the second temple is being rebuilt.
Okay. All right.
Zechariah began to prophesy just 2 months after Haggai.
Okay.
Yeah. So they work alongside each other under Zerubbabel and Joshua. Remember High Priest Joshua?
Yes.
And Zerubbabel was the governor.
Right.
So they work together under those two to encourage the temple's completion.
Oh, okay. All right.
The themes of this book are repentance, restoration, divine justice, messianic prophecy, and hardcore apocalyptic vision.
Yes,
like super to the max.
But again, this was in the later shit mostly. Well, no. There was some pretty hardcore visions in the first 8 chapters.
Yeah, the visions were in the first 8 chapters.
That's right.
And then chapters 9 through 14. We'll get into that in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the structure. Okay.
Okay.
Chapters 1 through 8, as I just said, they were written in relatively structured Hebrew with dated oracles and specific historical markers.
Okay. Yeah.
So those 8 chapters together are often referred to as First Zechariah.
Sure.
Because we're pretty sure either he or his
disciples
or somebody who collectively referred to themselves as Zechariah wrote it. And that's 8 nights of apocalyptic visions, exhortations, and dated oracles and prophecies.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, chapters 9 through 14 have a very obvious shift in linguistic style, and that's what you were alluding to.
Yeah.
It's more poetic,
I suppose.
dark poetry, like, fire and brimstone poetry.
Right.
It's undated,
Right.
and there's an abrupt voice change. Like, you can tell the difference.
Oh, yeah. No, it was night and day.
Yeah. It suggests the possible different authorship or even editorial layers. We're going to take the suggestion of possible right out because scholars pretty much agree.
Yeah, I was going to say probable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This split is recognized by Jewish and secular scholars alike. And there, to me, since it's the Old Testament is Hebrew.
Yeah.
I don't care that the Christians included in their little Bible.
Right.
It belongs to the Jewish people. They're the ones who wrote it, and therefore they get to say, like, I'm going to take their opinion on the matter before I'll take a Christian opinion on the matter.
Yeah.
Because the Christians half of them don't even recognize the Old Testament or read the Old Testament. Other
than a few snippets that they want to pull out every now and again. And let's be honest, they usurp the Old Testament for their own purposes. Mm-hmm. And it's not, they don't really care about the ins and outs of it. They're just like, our God, Jesus, meets the requirements of all that stuff before, and therefore that's why Jesus is God.
They only care insofar as they like to say that the Old Testament proves the New Testament.
Which is very questionable too, because
it's not questionable. Yeah. It's ridiculous and childish.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's like anything. Like if we were to write something today, mm-hmm. and it was just full of falsehoods and bullshit and whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And then somebody like 2 years from now referenced what we wrote and said, it's all true because this all came true. Don't you see? It's true now because this is true. Just true. Just true it. It's trued.
It's trued. I feel like that's something Trump would say. I have so many opinions on it. And like the more that I read the Old Testament, the less respect that I have, what little there was, for Christians as a whole.
Sure.
Just the whole religion of Christianity. I'm like, because their religion is supposed to be based on this, and they didn't read it. They didn't read it. So
regardless, but it's just you have to take so many fantastical things and layer them on top of each other and assume that they're all true.
Yeah,
like that's where you have to start to begin mm-hmm. to believe that Jesus is real and that is God and that God's real and all that, all the things. Mm-hmm. It's just layer after layer after layer of falsehoods and misreadings and misinterpretations that all end up being what is now Christianity. And it's such a long walk to get there and believe those things based on what we've been reading.
Yeah,
I can't even remotely get close to coming to saying, well, maybe. That's not even something in my mind.
It's not even something like I can't even say like, okay, I disagree, but I see how you got there and I can respect that. No, that is not any way a part of me at all.
Right.
Like, no. And toward that, like, I can't even start to talk about the Jewish faith because to me it kind of doesn't matter because it's not Jewish people forcing the laws onto others. Like they're not the ones in the Supreme Court taking away Roe v. Wade. They're not the ones. I'm
going to push back a little bit on that because of everything that's going on in the Middle East right now. But that's a different, and I'm not blaming like Jewish people. I'm blaming the government that's in charge right now.
Yeah, but even at that, they're utilizing the Jewish people as a tool. They're not. It's
but
still.
That's the same things happen. I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The same thing's happening here. Our government is using us as tools, right. Like, and they're using Christianity to further their agendas, and that's the exact same thing that's currently happening in Israel, right?
Right. Okay.
And so I'm just saying, like, it is very applicable, I think, even in this day and age, to talk about Judaism as bad and wrong too.
Yes, but Judaism in and of itself, like, I don't really have big beef with. I have Judaism as it's being utilized by Christians and by people who are throwing it around, and Zionists. You know,
Yeah.
like,
well, yeah, that's exactly, yeah. Generally, no, I'm not even going to say that, because there's a lot of very hardline Jewish people in the United States as well. But the Jewish people that we generally interact with are very light on religion, right? And they're more studious than anything.
Or it's more cultural and
Right, yeah.
And traditional than it is like, let's use this to get into power and, you know, knock down 100 years of American law precedent.
But I think you're looking at this from a very United States point of view.
Oh, definitely.
So I'm not trying to, you know, talk you out of what you're saying. I'm just saying that I think that there are people that would very much disagree with what you're saying.
No, you know what? I'm really glad that you said that. That is a very fair point. I am coming at this from a very myopic view, because I am in America and
You're looking at what's affecting us right now.
Yeah.
Here, right now. And that's a fair point of view to have.
But it does bear noticing and admitting that, but this is just one perspective.
Right.
And
we are not the whole world, no matter how much we, you know,
no, definitely.
think we might be.
Definitely not. So thank you for bringing me back for a minute.
Sure.
So, okay. So that was first Zechariah, chapters 1 through 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Chapters 9 through 14 have that shift that I talked about. And the split is very recognized by Jewish and secular scholars alike.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
It's referred to as Second Zechariah because there are two undated messianic oracles about the end times in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so unlike the first 8 visions.
Right.
They were composed by later authors.
Obviously.
Yeah. And even at that, Second Zechariah is often assumed to be a composite itself of many different authors. Some scholars further split Second Zechariah again into chapters 9 through 11 and then 12 through 14.
I think we briefly touched on that
We
when we
did.
were going through it. But
We
yeah.
did. And then the first half of Second Zechariah would be Deutero Zechariah.
Yeah.
And then that last half would be called Trito Zechariah. So instead of first and second Zechariah, we'd have first Deutero and Trito.
Got it.
Okay.
First, second, third.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just to make it simple.
No, right. Totally. This book is important from a Jewish and historical critical view that Messianism and apocalypticism
Mm-hmm.
were not monolithic. This layering of these different views and schools of thought,
Yeah.
it reflects an evolving post-exilic thought process and what their hopes were and where their fears lay.
Well, yeah, and we talked about a lot of that as we were going through this. They're surrounded by enemies. They've been conquered. They've been thrown about. They've been, you know, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for them.
Yeah.
You know, and there's many things even when they're in good times that they can see pending that might be going wrong soon.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not a great time for them as a people. You know,
Zechariah is more a book written by and for a people having come through a trauma that they're still enduring.
Yeah.
More that than it is looking forward.
Sure. No, and I wish we could look at it from that vantage point as a worldly society
from Judaism instead of Christianity.
From a secular society, from a society that has moved past all of this crap. You know,
Well,
like that
Judaism
would be
does view it that way, just so you know.
Sure. No,
Well, I think
a lot of them do. I'm not going to say 100% of them do because there's different sects of Judaism as well that are out there.
But as a whole, Judaism in general views this book not as a forward-thinking,
right,
like a Messiah is coming to save us. Most of them view it as, the scholars view it as just
a reference of the time.
Yeah.
Sure.
Zechariah is read as a prophetic book of return, restoration, and hope for a renewed national and spiritual future centered around Jerusalem and the temple. So like rah, let's try to get our peeps back together. Let's build up the team again.
Yeah.
But the Christians interpret many passages, especially that Trito area, the last 3 chapters,
Yes.
as messianic prophecies.
No, you don't say.
That are fulfilled in Jesus. Jesus.
That writers took and stole heavily from the very last like 3 to 5 prophets.
Yeah, like it makes me want to gag. I mean, it's so like every note that I read, like I haven't even read the New Testament yet, but all the notes that I read that are like, and this is quoted in Matthew, and this is quoted in such and such, and this is, and I'm just like, please let me barf. Like we are going to be coming back to Zechariah for a large portion of the first several books of the Old Testament, of the New Testament. I mean,
no, and I think that what happened. They're like, hey, they're going to get to the end of this. Let's make all this shit come true, and then we'll be, this shows that this is going to be real. This makes this legitimate.
I mean, it's so obvious that it was a political grab that I don't even understand how somebody can look at this and not know that.
I don't know of a specific source to point people to, but there are a lot of discussions about how Romans used Christianity as a tool to promote political and power grabs and things like that at the time. Like and I don't know, I might not even be saying that correctly, but I'm just saying that even at the time Christianity was forming, there were powers using it for certain gains.
You mean like there are today?
Yeah.
Go figure.
No, you can't have religion, I think, in a vacuum. Religion is tied to power, and it always will be.
Right. So. And that's why I strongly try to differentiate between personal growth and spirituality as a feeling versus any kind of religion or faith in a higher power, or like what some people call like the creator or what the fuck ever.
No,
like,
when I hear you say you have a religion and you go to a church, I hear I chose a political party and I support that political party.
Right.
That's essentially what it is.
Exactly.
Like that. It's just you might as well just we might as well not even distinguish between the two, basically.
Right. I mean, I was talking to my mom about this because she was like trying to get me to. I'm not quite sure what she was trying to get me to say.
Yeah.
But it was something to the effect of I don't understand why people who are Republicans and Democrats can't get along. Like I keep reading about how they, family members are.
Your mom said this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, I go, Mom, you and Dad are the only Republicans in my life. And at that, it's only because you and I make great pains to try to make this relationship work. Right. And if you weren't my mom and I wasn't your daughter, this would not happen. And she was like, why? And I was like, because
how many liberal friends do you have? Mom.
You can't ask a question like that because then she would be like, oh, I don't ask people about their politics, blah, 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 blah.
No, you just associate with people that you already know are on your side, though.
Right. And I said, that's kind of what I said. I go, Mom, to me, when somebody tells me that they are a Republican, what that tells me is that generally speaking, they are anti-abortion, anti-choice, that they don't care for allowing programs that help, like social programs that help people in need.
Right.
That, they are war hawks, generally speaking.
Well, that's questionable anymore.
That's questionable anymore, but that conversation happened prior to all of this. They're super, super-de-duper gun happy.
Yeah.
They love the cops and think that racism doesn't exist.
Right.
Except for when the cops are defending somebody and then they'll beat them with a flag. September or January 6th.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
so Mom, when you tell me like every single one of those points is something that goes against my value system. Mm-hmm. So how could I walk into a relationship on purpose with those as your values? I'm stuck with you. You're my mom.
Yeah.
And I want us to be able to come to something, some way to be able to have dinner together, you know?
Yeah.
And it's very selfish of me. I'm very privileged to be able to do that. If I were maybe a better person or a different person, I would just take a stand and say, that's that. But at the end of the day, I do want a relationship with my mom.
Sure.
So,
sure.
And by mom, I mean my mom and dad. But,
yeah.
But my mom is the one that I have these conversations with.
Right.
So
right.
I don't know how we got off on that. But anyway, Zechariah chapter 1. Okay. In the first part, there was a call to repentance, and there's an acknowledgement that Israel's history that Israel has a history of ignoring prophets.
Yeah.
And there's a big reminder of past failures and threat of exile and all kinds of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we get into the first vision, okay? The 4 horsemen among myrtle trees, divine surveillance of nations, and an angel intercedes for Jerusalem.
Okay.
Okay, we hear God's anger at nations that, quote unquote, went too far.
Yeah.
Like, he was like, I said you could beat them up, but I didn't say you could beat them up that hard.
Which is such a bunch of crap.
I know.
Like, what?
I used them as tools, but then the tools got a little unwieldy.
Did he send a fucking memo? Hey, I'm done using you as a tool.
Right?
Just stop now.
Well, it's like he's saying, and I read a quote about this earlier, that he's using them as tools, but he's just basically letting them do what they want to do, but he's not happy about it. Like, he's not rewarding them. He's still going to punish them for wanting to do it.
But when they've gone too far, isn't it possible that he could just start, punishing them then?
Or he could
instead of letting them go too far?
Not do it in the first fucking place.
I mean, that would be the better option in total for me. But, I mean, he does and says that he can punish people.
Yeah.
But yet lets people go too far.
Yeah. So
which is it, man?
He let them go too far, and he's mad at them that they did the thing that he let them do.
Yeah. Were you busy with the Martians that day or something? Or what happened?
Yeah. He was on a different continent. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he promises restoration. He's like, sorry, guys, I let them get a little rough with you. I'm going to restore you. Mm-hmm. This revelation, this vision, was given about 2 months after they had recommenced the building of the temple.
Okay. All right.
Some Jewish commentators connect the myrtle trees to the book of Esther because Hadassah means myrtle, and that's a word that is used in the Hebrew text, I guess. And they associate this vision with peaceful restoration under Persian favor.
Okay.
Which is interesting.
Yeah. Because
that's not like the way that when you read it from an apologist perspective, that's not the way it comes out.
Definitely
so
not.
I appreciated having these alternate perspectives.
Right.
So then comes in the same chapter, we're still in chapter 1, we get a second vision. Okay, so we had the 4 horsemen and the myrtle trees, and those guys' job is to survey the nation.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we get 4 horns, and they represent enemy nations and oppressive empires, and 4 craftsmen. And these dudes represent divine agents to overthrow those powerful nations.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
From the Jewish perspective, these are symbolic of divine justice and reassurance to the returning exiles. From a Christian perspective, there's little divergence here between the two in early versions, but it is often allegorized as spiritual warfare or apocalyptic foretelling, like get an early taste of what's to come. Like they're so thirsty for it,
Right.
Okay. So then we move on to chapter 2, measuring Jerusalem. Remember that? There's a man.
We've measured things so often. I can't,
I
can't keep track of all the measuring moments, but
this is actually, we've talked about it more than once, but this is the only time that we've actually taken a measure stick to our dick. Okay. This is.
I was talking about like the measuring of like the tabernacle and the ark and
got
like
it.
the measuring. There was a measuring of one of the.
Well, they provided the measures to us.
Yeah.
In this, we aren't provided the measures, but there is a man walking around measuring.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of measuring in the Bible.
There really is. They were big on numbers.
They like their rulers.
They like their numerology.
Those yardsticks are awesome.
So we get our third vision here, and it's a man with a measuring line. Jerusalem is going to grow without walls, and God is going to be the protector, since the walls won't be there to protect them.
Yeah.
And that's actually a big fucking deal. Okay. The idea that Jerusalem will be without walls but still protected was super radical for the time.
Oh.
Ancient cities relied on their walls for protection.
Well, sure.
So
walls are pretty,
they keep
useful.
Keep people out.
Right.
Build the wall, right? Yeah. So here, God is promising an invisible security, like brickless security.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a theological ideal that you're supposed to have faith in over military strength.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
This idea may reflect Persian policy promoting demilitarized but loyal provinces.
So, like, Persia was probably like, hey, you can't build a wall.
Right.
Like, we're not going to allow that shit.
Yeah, like, we were letting you guys have your little cute religion back, but you're not going to build walls. We're going to come and go as we fucking please.
Right.
Like, within reason, guys.
So the religion said, well, that's all right. We don't need walls. We have God.
We have God.
Right.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. Like, you can see the conversation, right?
Sure.
Like, how are we going to spin this? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I got it. God is on our side.
Yeah.
We don't need no stinking walls, right? In chapter 2, verses 6 through 13, there's a call for exiles to return from Babylon.
Okay.
God promises to dwell among his people and says that many nations will join.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Now, the Jewish people emphasize the future prominence of Jerusalem as a spiritual and political center. That's how they read this chapter.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Christian take is some interpret God dwelling in their midst as foreshadowing Christ's incarnation. Because they're like the indwelling of Jesus. Jesus dwells within. Jesus within us. Jesus in. Jesus is inside.
Yeah.
Jesus is a penis entering my vagina.
A lot of fucking heavy lifting.
Inside me. Get inside me. I need you inside me. What?
A lot of heavy lifting that goes on for these thoughts.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you see how if you just say things,
just word cloud
and mud, it can come back to whatever you want it to, which I'm a child, so I made it about sex.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See how I did that?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So chapter 3, we got Joshua the high priest. Remember him?
I do.
Okay. So here we get our fourth vision.
Okay.
And this is where, hi, Satan. What? Remember? He steps in and we're like, when did Satan enter the chat?
Right.
But not as like a devilly dude with like a twirly mustache and evil.
No.
He's just like a guy. He's just like a lawyer.
Satan does not mean the same thing in the Old Testament as it does to Christians.
Right.
So
he's an accuser.
Right.
He's just an arguey guy.
Yeah.
So Satan accuses high priest Joshua because Joshua's got dirty clothes on. He's like, oh, you're so gross.
Right.
How do you even dare talk to God? You yuck. God rebukes Satan. I rebuke thee, Satan.
Yeah.
Satan, get behind me.
Right,
I rebuke thee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember how I like
it doesn't stop Christians, like I said, from usurping things.
No.
They love that.
But I had a ball with that because I didn't realize that was like an actual in the Bible phrase.
Right. Let alone the Old Testament.
Yeah. So that was
kind
fun.
of hit us out of left field there.
No, that was fun for me. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
So God rebukes Satan and Joshua is vindicated.
Mm-hmm.
Vindicated. That's a good song, actually. He restores Joshua with clean garments. Here's some clean undies.
Yeah.
Now go get cleaned up, baby. His filthy garments are replaced, symbolizing national and priestly purification. As you pointed out, Satan as accuser here is not yet a cosmic devil figure.
Right.
He's not just the evil guy. Okay. In the Jewish view, he's more like a prosecuting attorney in God's court. And they reference God's court.
Yeah.
Or the heavenly court. Like
Sure.
they talk about it quite often.
Yeah.
This legalistic depiction predates later Christian demonology.
I think they were very big on legal aspects, because they talked a lot about how to deal with money and deal with indentured servants or slaves. And I mean, like, there was a lot of rules that they covered.
The book of God is literally called the law.
Right.
The Torah, the law.
And that's generally how I come to think of early religion, is that it was just law before law.
Yeah.
You know, like, this is how we maintain
we,
order. This is how we
social.
Sure.
This is how we be a civilized people who only kill sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard to bring people that are so sparsely populated in an area, and compared to today, they were, you know, like they lived miles apart, or, you know, even hundreds of miles apart. So how do you bring them all together under one rule? You say, well, this will happen to you if you don't do this. You know?
It's basically, like, one might say it's their constitution. They all come together and they're like, yeah, we agree that this is going to be the rules.
Sure.
This is the law.
Yeah.
It's not democratic. I'm not saying that.
Right.
I'm not saying that it's written by we the people. I mean, it is written by we the people, but not all the people.
Yeah.
It's written by like a couple guys.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, it's written by more than a couple of guys, but yeah.
Still. It's some dudes.
It's written by people in power who want to, you know, hold on to power.
Right.
Is what it's written by.
Right. And also, I want to give credit where credit is due, and who also want to maintain some kind of sense of order.
Yeah, if we looked at this in the sense of what it actually accomplished, and that's like bringing societies together and bringing cultures order and some sense of national pride that furthered humanity in those times and in that place, it could be looked at as a very forward-thinking idea and has its place in history.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But it's not history, it's current because of how it has just come through the ages, you know? And now we're still dealing with the fallouts of this shit because people actually believe it.
I know. That's the problem. It's not, it's a mixed problem, because it's not just that people still believe it. It's also that people in leadership, like fucking Reagan, you know, people who, you know, all them guys, right? Like
Trump loves to like pull religion into
God.
it just to.
God bless God. I love God.
Right.
God is God.
You just have to check the box.
Right.
There's not, as long as you say God, I've heard people say some of the most heinous things and they tack God onto it, and then all of a sudden people are like, well, it's God, so, you know, we're good.
And I want what he's doing. So, well, of course he's a flawed man. I mean, nobody's
we're all
perfect.
flawed. That's what Jesus was for.
God chose imperfect men. And I'm like, God chose a dude that said, grab him by the pussy?
Yeah.
Really? That you are trying to tell me that you're God. I'm speechless, because I'm just like, that's the God you're behind.
Yeah.
The God that is okay with grabbing by the pussy Trump.
Yeah.
The guy that has been divorced multiple times, is obviously racist, just a terrible human being. He's a rapist. He's a pedophile. He's just a terrible human being. He's a terrible human being.
Right.
That's your man. And you just think God, he chose an imperfect. Okay. Well, then I cannot respect you or your God. Anyway. Yeah. So then we've got prophetic promise. Joshua and the priests symbolize the coming of a mysterious figure that they refer to as the branch.
Right. Yeah.
And sin will be removed in just one day whenever this happens. Okay. Sure. So in the Jewish perspective, the branch refers maybe to a future Davidic leader, possibly Zerubbabel, or an idealized messianic figure. Okay.
When I recall, I think we talked about it, maybe even doesn't refer to that. It might even just be metaphoric, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I'm going to get to that in just a second.
Sure.
Yeah. Christians obviously identify the branch is Jesus.
Obviously.
Everything is Jesus.
Yeah.
The removal of sin in a single day is seen as Christ's crucifixion.
Yeah.
Because obviously. But the branch could also be a symbolic name, like a title, because it's been used in other prophetic books ambiguously, not necessarily as a messianic term.
Right.
So, like, it just
lean
that
occurred
direction.
to me that you remember Waco back in the 90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
They called their Branch Davidians, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if it was I wonder if Branch and David had anything to do with like that name.
I literally was just thinking that, and I have no idea. I couldn't even tell you.
No, I just it literally why did Waco pop into my head just now? But it did.
Because
Branch and David.
Because you hear Branch and you can't help but think Branch Davidian.
I mean, if you're old like me, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, or me. I mean, yeah.
But I'm just curious, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, we'll have to look into that.
Yeah, that might be a special sometime.
We'll see.
If it's worth it. You know?
If it's worth it.
Yeah.
Who cares? Branch, blah. Chapter 4, Zerubbabel and the lampstand.
Yeah.
Remember the lampstand? This is where
weird.
the visions got even weirder.
This is where I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah. So we're at vision number 5.
Okay.
Okay, for those keeping score at home.
Yeah.
There's a golden lampstand with 2 olive trees, and this symbolizes divine empowerment and encouragement for Zerubbabel's rebuilding task. Okay. And then Zerubbabel's going to finish the temple. So the 2 olive trees equal 2 anointed ones. And this is often interpreted to represent Zerubbabel as governor and Joshua as high priest, which prefigures the Messiah's dual roles, whoever the Messiah might be.
Sure.
Right?
Sure, yeah.
That he will wear both hats, the governorship and the high priest.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and they were trying to, the governor was not allowed to wear a crown because
Right.
of Persia or whatever was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So they were trying to bring some power back into the whole, the seat of Israel,
Yeah.
right? Like that's why the priest was allowed to wear a crown. And that's why, you know, they were doing some heavy lifting here with regard to imagery for their people that were in power.
Right.
So.
And without pissing off the actual leadership of Persia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Jewish people read this to mean that the olive trees represent civil and religious leadership working in harmony. No more, no less. Just the 2 work together. The end.
Hence olive branch.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Christians, of course, apply this to the 2 witnesses that are referenced in the Book of Revelation, chapter 11.
Of course they do.
Because there's 2 witnesses, apparently. But I haven't read the Book of Revelation, so I'm like, what that means.
From what I understand, it shouldn't even be in there. But,
Probably. So, moving on to chapter 5.
Yeah.
We've got a fucking pizza roll scroll and wickedness removed on a flying carpet.
Yeah.
I can show you the world. You know that one?
Yes, I do. I know.
That was Aladdin.
Right.
Because they're on the flying carpet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So here we get visions 6 and 7.
Okay. Yeah.
Vision 6, the flying scroll, represents God's judgment on thieves and oath breakers.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's giant.
It is.
For everybody to be able to read it.
It's fucking huge.
Yeah.
And it's flying, I think. It was like flying across the sky.
A flying roll scroll.
A scroll. Yeah.
And it's 2-sided. It's double-sided.
Right.
They print it on both sides.
Which
and
I
that was
had
a big
questions
deal.
about because I'm like, how did they read the other side?
It was standing straight up. It wasn't laying down. It's vertical.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I was imagining it flying because I mean, if
you
it's
were
flying,
imagining it doing like a flyover.
well, if a scroll roll, whatever, the whole fucking scroll is flying somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm imagining that aerodynamics would mean that it would have to be kind of like
it would
flat,
be
right?
horizontal.
So that's how I imagined it. But yeah, you're right. It could be straight up and down.
No, it was totally up and down.
And it could like spin around, maybe even.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you really wanted to like highlight it, you could have like flames coming out from the bottom, that like to the sides, and just like hey, look at me.
And some alarms, auga, auga, with the giant eyeballs popping out. Right.
I gotta say, if that flew through town, I might stop and pay attention to that.
I would definitely stop and pay attention, and I would even go so far as to maybe re-examine my life.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right. So that was the flying scroll roll.
Yeah.
The pizza roll.
Right.
Okay. So then vision number 7 is a woman in an ephah, which is a basket.
Yeah.
Representing wickedness. Remember, her name is Wickedness.
Yeah. And as I recall, there was a lead lid, and they flew her off to Babylon.
Yeah, they did. They sent her off to Shinar, which is Babylon.
Right.
And thus sin was removed from Jerusalem.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Just
Right?
a basket and a woman in it.
Bitch in a basket.
And a lead basket. Or a lead lid, I mean. Yep.
I mean, we got Build-A-Bear and bitch in a basket.
That does the trick right there.
The woman named, quote unquote, wickedness in the basket may be a veiled critique of female-coded idolatry, which some scholars link to Asherah worship. Which makes sense because since Shinar is Babylon, the woman being returned there is a symbol of removing cultural political contamination.
Okay.
Like Asherah poles.
But okay.
But these people have had
I was going to say, Asherah poles have been around since way back in the Bible.
But they're but we got it from them though.
Yeah, but they also forgot that they never actually left Egypt. They were always in their area. Right. And that they're relatives, even close relatives to the Canaanites.
Yeah.
But hey, who are we to judge? It's just short cultural memory thing seems to be a
who
theme
are we to
in
judge? Just people whose laws are being impacted by people who still read this shit.
Right.
Yeah. So the Jewish take on this is that wickedness is exiled, which purges the land of impurity and idolatry. So it's
that
pretty
sounds like we don't need Jesus,
right?
It's good. We're good to go.
That's what I think.
You just need a basket and a lead lid and a woman in it, and we don't need Jesus.
Now Christians often interpret this to be linked to Mystery Babylon in Revelation, in the Book of Revelation. Apparently,
Babylon.
Apparently, there's a reference to Mystery Babylon. I have no idea what that means.
Okay,
but I'm like, I don't care because I'm over the New Testament. I haven't even read it yet, and I'm over it because it's faker than fake.
Well, it's all built on some idea of fulfilling every goddamn prophecy in the Old Testament.
Yeah,
and
somebody picked up a book of Roman myths and legends, and then was like, and this came true, and that came true, and I'm gonna make this one be this, and I'm like, no,
it's the sequel that no one asked for.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's not how that works. That's literally not how that works. And they're like, hold my beer, bitch.
Right. Well, I mean, when somebody makes a sequel and it's done poorly, it's so fucking bad, right?
Or like a reboot.
Yeah. Ugh. Because they try way too hard, right?
Mm-hmm. Or they don't try at all.
Well, yeah.
One or the other.
One or the other. But I feel like this is one of those sequels that tried too hard. They're like, hey, everything in that fucking Old Testament, especially the stuff at the end, let's just make sure it all fits in. We're gonna get all the highlights. Okay?
Yeah, just pick some of the big words.
This guy's gonna be bigger than David, man. Like he's the new Messiah guy. We're gonna make him.
We're gonna make him a Messiah.
We're gonna make him all that and a lead-filled basket with a woman. Whatever. I
just make it happen.
Better than a roll.
Better than a pizza
roll.
Yeah. All right, so then we move on to chapter 6.
Okay.
And we get vision 8.
Okay.
Yeah. 4 chariots, divine agents, are sent different directions to patrol the earth. Remember, I had a whole thing about that?
Yeah.
And I was like, let me tell you which directions they're going and why I think it.
Right.
Because we have Gog and Magog happening up north, right?
Yeah.
God's spirit is satisfied in the north. Okay. And then Joshua is symbolically crowned as priest king with silver and gold. And this foreshadows the coming Messiah, the branch.
Right? According to Christians.
Yes,
right.
Definitely. Yeah. So get this.
I'm getting.
2 crowns were originally made, but only one was used. Some manuscripts say crowns plural, others singular. This reflects a textual tension. Was there supposed to be one Messiah or 2, a king and a priest? Some Dead Sea Scroll sects expected 2 Messiahs, which could come from some of the translation confusion like this.
Yeah. But, I mean, we will have a whole, we're going to dive at some point into textual translation issues because there are so many translations and so many ways to it's one thing to say that this is the word of God. It's another thing to say it and understand that it has been translated tens of thousands of times and through different languages and different cultures and different
and it's one thing even to say that. I've said that all my life. Yeah, sure. It's been translated over and over and over again.
Yeah.
That's just obvious that there's going to be mess ups.
Right.
but I hadn't internalized it because I hadn't read it yet and seen what the fuck those mess ups are and how it changes the entire goddamn text.
Yeah.
Like, there's knowing it, and then there's, oh shit, seeing it.
No, and then at some point, if you're actually looking into all this shit, you realize that the most popular Bible in the United States, the King James Version, is basically just written by the Scooby-Doo gang.
Yeah.
You know, like, what? That fucking... What? Who wrote that?
And Christians are so excited about it because it reads like thee, thou, thou, thy.
Right, yeah.
And they're like, I love Shakespeare. And then it's like, but you don't. You don't love Shakespeare. You don't love Shakespeare, and you don't love King James because he was gay. He was a flaming homo. You don't love him.
Right.
You hate everything about this Bible except this Bible.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. No, it's
literally
crazy.
doesn't make sense.
It's just absolutely crazy.
Yeah. All right, so the Jewish take on this is that it symbolizes hope for unified priestly and political leadership, which, you know, we said that before, the two getting along in harmony.
Yeah.
Joshua's coronation honors the spiritual office, not a political claim. Okay.
Right, but it did have something to do with politics because they wanted to have that leadership role shown for their own people.
I feel like the Jewish take today when they read this has to have a little bit of so Christians chillax. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like, I think that everything that they say when they read this, like, has to have that as the rest of the sentence. That's not what we meant. That's not what it said. So Christians chillax.
Right.
Like, that should just be the name of a fucking book, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So, obviously, the Christians view this as a foreshadowing of Jesus as both priest and king.
Sure.
You know, he gets to wear all the crowns.
Yeah.
Okay, so chapter 7, hypocrisy and fasting. Okay, delegates.
Yeah.
Delicate delegates question whether to continue exile-era fasts commemorating Jerusalem's destruction. They're like, is that even correct now? Should we still do that? Because we're rebuilding it. And
the answer is weird. Yes, you should do it if you mean it. Or don't do it if you don't
I
mean
never
it.
asked you to do it in the first fucking place.
Right.
So, no, stupid.
Right.
God rebukes...
Well, he did. Well, no, that's right, he didn't.
No, this was a man-made holiday.
That's right.
Yeah, to not wallow, but they were like a remembrance.
Sure.
It was not God-made.
Yeah.
God did not ordain that.
No, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah. God rebukes hollow rituals and challenges their motives. Were they fasting for him or themselves? He said that they were wallowing.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, probably. So that's why we're asking if we still need to. And he's like, I never made you do it in the first place, asshole.
Yeah, but whatever. I mean, he's such a like if you're to believe in God, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's such a dick to his people.
Yeah.
So like for them to like be like, are we supposed to be doing this still?
To me, it's like, good job on asking.
It's a fair question, I think.
Oh, you're a good asker.
Like,
I like good questions.
I don't want to be murdered. Do you want to be murdered?
No. Not today.
Like, especially by a petty ass little fucking piece of shit God who thinks that, you know, you better do what he wants even though he doesn't tell you.
Right.
I mean, yeah, if I got somebody that I can ask that question to and he talks to God, I'm going to be like, hey, dude, are we supposed to be doing this?
God is like the king of all questions are stupid. You should already know the answer.
Yeah.
And the people are like, I just want to not get smited.
Yeah, and if I knew the answer, it would be because you told me, which you don't tell me, so that's why I don't know.
Right. You be out here telling all these prophets, and they're all saying different things.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to get the straight cheese. I just want the good answer.
Right, yeah.
You know? If you would like to tell me, I'll be a prophet.
Sure.
And I'll just...
I welcome God to talk directly to me.
Yeah.
And then I will tell our listeners that God talked to me. But he didn't.
Question.
And he won't.
Like, if either of us came to the microphone going, guys, I got something to tell you. Like, I have a feeling that...
Look, it would have to start with a giant scroll roll flying over our house.
I mean...
That's the only way that we could start that episode.
Like, I don't think you would believe me, and I sure as fuck wouldn't believe you.
Right, no.
And I don't think any of our listeners that, like, we interact with on Discord would believe either of us. So there's that. So God calls for justice, kindness, mercy, and obedience, not ritual.
Sure.
Okay. Disobedience led to exile. Remember? Yeah.
Right.
So the Jewish take on this is it's a classic prophetic critique. Ethical living trumps rote observance.
Sure.
Duh.
And we've covered that multiple times in the Old Testament too.
Exactly.
Even when it comes down to sacrificing things, they were like, well, only if you mean it.
Yeah.
But, we're supposed to do that. Just only if you mean it, though.
Which is why I really have problems with all of the loopholes that they find to get around their no electricity or no work on the Sabbath or whatever.
I love those things.
I
love those things because it shows how ridiculous this stuff is.
I don't like them because they make me uncomfortable in that why am I respecting this more than you do? That you're not doing that correctly. Sure. According to your faith, which says right here, don't do just rote observance.
Yeah.
Ethical living is the thing.
Well, you know how we have Sunday Christians here. I'm sure there's Saturday Jews there.
I know. But it bugs me the same.
Right.
It chaps my ass either way when people are practicing their religion hardcore and they're practicing it wrong.
Right.
Like, dude, this is the simple shit. This is just the basic on the surface stuff. Like, I don't know all the ins and outs, but if I can't even trust you to get the simple shit right, why the fuck am I going to trust you to get the deep stuff?
I mean, just think about it. You remember that guy that in the back in the time of Moses or whatever, and he picked up sticks on Sunday and he died?
Yeah.
Just think if he had like a robotic, picking up stick machine that he could have started on, Friday or something.
Friday night.
And then he could let it run into Saturday. He could have picked up those sticks and not died. Yeah. The Bible would be completely different.
I know, it's true.
It's just he didn't have enough technology. That's all.
That is actually 100% true. If only androids.
Right.
And
they could have lit those fucking incense for, Aaron's sons. And then they'd still be, they wouldn't still be alive, but, they wouldn't have died.
Right. And then Aaron wouldn't be told, don't cry for your fuckwad son.
Yeah. We could have a whole different book here.
I know.
It's just God didn't give him enough technology early enough to beat his, idiotic ideas or.
Or imagine if they chased the sun. Like if you run the direction correctly, like an airplane goes through time zones, right?
Yeah, but I was imagining somebody running, and I'm like, that's not going to work.
No, but like, let's say that there is a possibility that they could ride an animal or what the fuck ever fast enough, right? That they are literally beating the sun. They're ahead of the sun, and they're like, I'm picking up the sticks, but I'm ahead of the sun because it's like at sundown Friday night or some shit like that.
Okay.
And they're like, can't catch me. I'm not doing it on the Sabbath. Like, is that not kind of cheating still?
Right. Well, I'd be very concerned also because they didn't have digital clocks and stuff back then. Like, when exactly do you consider
it's sundown.
It's
It's literally sundown.
Okay.
It's not a time. It's sundown.
Got it. So then as soon as the sun goes down, it's the next day?
As soon as the sun goes down is when the Sabbath begins. And then it's all the way through the next day. And then until that night, until the sun comes up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the Christians view this as a prefiguring of Jesus's critique of legalism. Like, remember when Jesus... We haven't got there yet. So
no, we haven't. Yeah,
no.
I don't remember when Jesus did shit.
Well, he doesn't like legalism. There's a point where he's like in a church and he throws some people's money tables. And he's like, fuck this shit. Fuck these. Fuck those. Fuck all your legalistic shit.
Yeah, I know of something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's very... I should know what it's called, but I can't think of it right now.
Is Jesus getting pissed off at legalism?
Yeah.
And money.
Right.
In the church.
Sure.
All right. So chapter 8.
Yeah.
Promises of restoration. God promises restoration. Jerusalem will be secure with old and young in the streets. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And we were like, don't play in the street. You're going to get run over. There will be agricultural prosperity and renewed covenantal faithfulness.
Okay.
God calls for justice and peace. And there's mourning fasts that are going to turn into joyous feastuses. Many nations will come to seek God in Jerusalem. Do you remember all that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Jewish take on this chapter is it's a future fulfillment in Messianic age, and Jerusalem is going to be the spiritual epicenter.
Okay.
So they do see this particular chapter as, yeah, that could happen.
Yeah.
Sure. We're down with that.
Sure.
That looks nice.
Right.
And the Christians are like, no, it's totally nation seeking God, and that is going to be Gentiles turning to Christ because Christ and Christy Jesus Christ. God bless America. Okay. Chapter 9. Judgment and the peaceful king. Okay, so we get judgment on Israel's enemies, its neighbors, Syria, Phoenicia, Philistia. Remember?
Which chapter did you say we're in right now?
We're on 9.
9. So we just switched over from the first Zechariah to the second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry.
that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. In Deutero or what the fuck ever.
Yeah.
Deutero, Trido.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to make sure. So.
Yep. We're good. So, remember, there was judgment on Israel's enemies, its neighbors, Syria, Phoenicia, and Philistia. And very likely, Alexander the Great's march is what we're alluding to here.
Okay.
The reference to Alexander the Great's conquest has been interpreted by Jewish scholars like Rashi, who was, I believe, the medieval times
I've heard
guy.
his name come up before, yeah.
Yeah, he's the one we most often reference.
Sure.
He says that this was very likely a retroactive prophecy, which means written after the facts.
Well, yeah.
After the events.
Right. That's why this is second Zechariah. So.
Yeah.
And almost every prophecy was written after the fact.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't, it was written with knowledge that something was probably going to happen.
Yeah. I just find it interesting that, like, even a medieval scholar is like, yeah, that clearly was after the fact. Fill in the blanks.
Right.
They played
I don't
Mad
think
Libs.
my understanding is that most biblical scholars that get into the job of studying the actual words of the Bible and the history of the Bible and all that, right?
Yeah.
Not many of them ascribe to the ideas that are out there in popular Christianity.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
like it's not, you can't read the book and study the book and the timelines and the words and the history and come up with the same conclusions that your general person on the street that believes in Christ believe in.
Right.
You know, it's just not possible.
I just wish that they would all go to a Bible school and read the Bible.
And I actually don't really understand why more people don't, because I'm like, if this is as strong as you claim it is to you,
why
like
aren't
this
you
belief,
into it?
Right. You should be so fucking like, I'm into this more than you are, because I'm like, you who doesn't give a fuck what's actually in the book, your ideas are affecting me more than my studying of this Bible from a secular perspective.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, you're taking shit away from people I love, and you don't even know what it is you don't even understand what you're doing. You don't understand what you're saying.
See, and that, like, okay, so I have a hobby. I like to write. And so I'm so into this hobby that I, like, learn everything about it. I watch YouTube videos on the craft of writing. I read writing guides. I listen to podcasts so that I can become a better writer. I love writing.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am more hardcore involved in pursuing knowledge about the craft of being a better writer than Christians are about being a better Christian.
Sure.
That's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
Your moral code is busted, yo. All right. So, the prophecy of the peaceful Messiah riding on a donkey comes, remember?
Yep.
His rule is supposed to bring global peace or whatever. But riding on a donkey was not a sign of humility in antiquity. It was actually a royal procession animal. So the text thus reflects ancient Near Eastern symbolism, not future meekness.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
So, then we get the liberation and victory for Judah. Prisoners of hope will be restored. Yay! So the Jewish take on this is that this chapter refers to a future Davidic king bringing peace, not necessarily Jesus.
Right.
Just some guy, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. And the Christians are like, nope, fulfilled in Jesus' triumphal entry.
Right.
Praise Jesus, hallelujah, God bless America.
Well, and I'm sure we'll get into it, but like the reworking of how Jesus is related to David is a stretch at best.
I cannot wait till we do that. Yeah, that's going to be fun. I can't decide if that's going to be like a between the two Old Testament and New Testament, or if it's going to be like a wait till we meet Jesus.
I think it should be a wait till we meet Jesus.
Okay.
But,
okay.
Yeah.
Because, we haven't met him yet.
We haven't met him yet. Yeah.
I still haven't found him.
Right.
All right. So, chapter 10, God's care for Judah. Idolatry and poor leadership are condemned, as well they should be.
Right.
Judah will be victorious. God will gather scattered Israel from across the nations. Judah and Ephraim, the northern tribes, will be regathered and strengthened. And a second Exodus is foretold. Okay. The Jewish people, I don't really recall reading it that way.
I don't recall that either.
But that is apparently the way we were supposed to have read that.
Okay.
Now, the Jewish take on this is that it's an eschatological hope for full return of the exiled tribes.
Got it.
So they do hope that...
I feel like we did talk about that maybe a little bit.
We did. Yeah. They do hope that those guys come back someday.
Sure.
And the Christians often view this as often spiritualized as the church composed of Jews and Gentiles together, and the conversion of the Jews to Christianity.
Of course. I mean, you've got to
everything is about
that, right?
God bless America.
Yeah.
Okay. And I only keep saying that because the Jesus America is like the strongest Jesus. Of all the Jesuses I know that I've ever heard of.
He's got the most guns.
He's got the most guns. He's got the loudest bitches with the most makeup and the biggest hair. And the boys have the biggest dicks, for sure, for sure. Yeah. So American Jesus is the one we should all be most afraid of. He wants to stick his boot up people's asses.
Yeah.
For that one song or whatever.
Right.
So, yeah. That's why I say God bless America. Because American... Yes. Very tongue-in-cheek because anyways... So, chapter 11, the rejected shepherd. Remember, this is where he starts doing puppets.
Yeah.
Finger puppets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's an allegory of the two staffs, favor and union, or peace and harmony. And those staffs, they get broken. Womp,
Right.
womp. There's a lament for the coming judgment of corrupt leaders.
Okay. All right.
The staff's favor and union being broken actually reflects northern and southern tribal division, or a break between priests and the populace. It's a national allegory, not a religious take, actually.
Sure.
So, fuck the whole Christian take on it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, generally,
FYI.
I can say that pretty much about every take that they take. So.
I was just letting you know, no, the Jewish people actually have a say about this.
Right, right.
Then we get to the good shepherd being rejected by the people. Aw, sad puppet eyes. Zechariah enacts the role of a rejected shepherd all by myself.
Yeah.
He is paid 30 pieces of silver.
Which is an insult.
It's an insult.
Right.
The coins are then thrown to the potter.
Right.
The 30 pieces of silver, as you said, is an insult because this was the value of a slave accidentally gored by an ox. Not just a slave, but a slave gored by an ox.
Okay.
Okay, and that's from Exodus chapter 21.
It's very odd that would be an amount of money that is known widely as being not good.
Yeah.
You guys just know off the top of your head how much slave that's gored by an ox costs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not weird at all.
And the Christians picked it up and ran with it, and they forgot to check the asterisk. They didn't check the footnote, and they're like, "Oh, we didn't know."
Right? Yeah.
Oh, we thought our 30 was referencing this 30. We didn't know this 30 was referencing.
Right.
Oh, we didn't read that book. God damn it!
Didn't study it.
No.
They might have read it. They didn't study it.
I didn't study it out. No. So Zechariah throwing it to the potter is an act of protest. Christians say that it's a prediction of like a foreshadowing betrayal, the betrayal to come, when Jesus, because he is betrayed for 30 pieces of silver.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you didn't know that? Oh my God, I gave you spoilers.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. The dude that turns him in.
Yeah.
Is one of his friends.
Judas.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. He's his friend. And Jesus is like, you're totally going to turn me in. And he's like, I won't. And he's like, you will. And he's like, I won't. And he's like, you will. And he's like, no. And then some guys are like, here's 30 pieces. And he's like, I will. You're so right. Yeah. And so then that is a callback to this.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Got it.
They just didn't
According to
know.
them.
Well, they wrote it so that it would be a callback. It's a callback either way because they made it be a callback.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but this here, as we're reading it today, is not a prediction of what is to come.
Right. Obviously. Yeah. No, I feel like when we get into the New Testament and start reading it after having read the whole Old Testament, we're gonna be like, oh my God, seriously?
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
You didn't even try.
Right.
Yeah. Like, you didn't know we were going to have, like, access to the whole thing, did ya? You're so silly.
I mean,
and cute.
this was guarded by elites.
I know.
I know. Thousands of years ago.
It's like, oh, I'm so sorry. We saw all your little secrets. So, prophecy of a worthless shepherd who will abuse the flock. This represents failed leadership. Okay. The Jewish people read this as a symbolic drama about failed leadership and divine judgment. The end. Nothing more.
Right.
Of course, the Christians see this as a prophecy of Judas's betrayal.
Right.
Which we already said.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, chapter 12. We have Jerusalem's final battle and mourning. The nations will besiege Jerusalem, but the city will become an immovable rock. God's going to defend that rock, though. Remember, we've got cups and rocks and rocks and cups.
Yeah.
A spirit of grace and repentance falls. The people will mourn for the one they have pierced.
I'm sorry,
the
what?
one they have pierced. We have pierced you.
Pierced.
You have been pierced.
Stabbed.
Pierced.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it. Sorry, the way you said it, I couldn't tell what you were saying.
I was saying it with an accent, but it didn't come out good.
Yeah, it didn't.
I don't have good accent. So in the Hebrew, this could be collective. They will mourn him whom they have pierced.
Okay.
Or it could refer to a killed political leader like Josiah.
Right.
Or a priestly martyr, not necessarily a Messiah.
Right.
Okay. Talmudic interpretations sometimes read this as a failed or fallen messianic candidate rather than a triumphant one.
Okay.
The Septuagint sometimes diverges from this very sharply.
Okay. Right.
And, it's the Greek one from early days.
Right.
So, here's an example. In Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10, the Septuagint reads, "They shall look upon me because they have mocked," removing the pierced word entirely. Showing how fluid these texts were even before Christianity.
Right.
They will look upon me because they have mocked.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's the way they read it.
Yeah.
Those Greeks.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, that puts a whole new spin on
that. That ain't Christ.
No.
I mean, Christ was mocked, but that.
Sure. And I'm sure that people twist it that way too. Like, they're like, he was mocked and pierced. So
either way,
whichever way you see it, it's gonna be him.
Right. But I'm just like, but they didn't see it as the way you're reading it, though.
Right.
So fuck off. All right. So again, the Jewish take could be that the pierced one could refer to a slain leader or collective guilt as a whole, the whole nation.
Sure.
It's not interpreted messianically.
Got
it's just not. That's not the way they read it.
Right.
And of course, the Christians see this as a direct prophecy of Jesus' crucifixion.
Of course. I mean, always.
Always. God bless America.
That's from here until we get to the New Testament. And it's all Jesus from here on out.
It's Jesus all the way down. Yeah. All right. Chapter 13, cleansing and purging. Oh, finally. There's a fountain for cleansing sin. And it's going to be opened. This fountain coming down a mountain.
Yeah.
Idolatry and false prophecy will be abolished. False prophets will be exposed and shamed. The shepherd is struck. The flock will scatter, but a remnant will be refined through fire and restored.
That's right. This is where he killed off 2/3 of his own people.
Where he will kill 2/3.
Will kill them.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Will have done.
Yeah. But we saved him a couple chapters ago.
Yeah.
And so I don't really Like, this is why the Old Testament to me is so hard to fucking follow. I'm like, are we killing them today or you're saving them? I don't know which one we're doing.
Both.
But if you could just like make up your mind and stick with one, that would be great.
That would be great. Thanks. Yeah. So the Jewish take on this is that it's symbolic of national purification and communal suffering. Okay. Like,
sure.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. The Christians say Jesus quotes Zechariah Chapter 13, verse 7 before his arrest, interpreting himself as the shepherd. I'm like, does he? That's convenient.
Okay.
Yeah, I quote things all the time. I guess I can just announce I'm that person because I quoted it.
Yeah.
Ooh, I guess that's how that works.
Yeah.
All right, bringing it home. Chapter 14, the day of the Lord.
The day of the Lord.
Yeah.
On that day.
On that day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nations will attack Jerusalem. And that's where we are today.
This is new. This
Yeah.
is something that's never happened before in the Bible.
I know. Nations are attacking Jerusalem right now. Right now.
I mean, they are.
I know.
So
that's why the Christians are so excited.
Right.
They are right now.
No, it's always
coming.
It's always the end. It's always rapture. It's always the end of the world.
Yes.
That's always the thing that's happening.
The city will then be divinely delivered when God splits the Mount of Olives to deliver his people. Remember?
Yep.
Cosmic changes will signal the Messiah's return, his reign.
Okay.
Living waters, as opposed to the dead ones, will flow from the temple in Jerusalem.
Okay.
And enemies will be struck by plague, and Judah plunders their wealth. Judah will plunder their wealth.
What strikes me about this is that I don't want a tragedy to happen, right? I don't want something horrible, to happen to a lot of people. But let's just say something did, right? We would have to spend an inordinate amount of time discussing the religious implications of that thing that happened and how it can be tied to this end time prophecy or that end time prophecy. And that would be all we could talk about for
the next 10 years.
Yeah. And it's like, no, something awful just happened to humans.
Right.
Let's just deal with it on the level that it is and not tie your fantastical beliefs into this and make this something more than what it was. Yeah. It was terrible. Humans did it or whatever, or it was a natural disaster, whatever the case may be. It's terrible, and let's just leave it at that.
Right. So you'll recall that when it talked about the plague, that it was like their skin falling off and shit like that.
Right.
And I was like, whoa, sounds like radiation from nuclear fallout. And you were like, calm your tits.
Maybe not. Right.
Yeah. I just want to make another note here that the plague that makes eyes rot in their sockets, which that's the wording that's used, is graphic apocalyptic imagery reminiscent of ancient war curses or even proto-biological warfare fears.
Okay.
So they were using that kind of language back then.
Okay. So it was something that made... It was something people feared back. Like, that was something...
It was a common
Like, we feared nuclear war.
Mm-hmm.
They feared this type of thing happening to people on large scales.
Yeah. Because think about, like... Okay, in the best zombie shows, right? In zombie movies, right?
Yeah.
You see a group of survivors use zombies as a tool to infect other people, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So they would have used illnesses like leprosy was huge in the Bible, right?
Sure, yeah.
And so they would have used that as a weapon, like a bioweapon, to infect others. And so it was like a real fear.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's deeply mythic and nationalistic, and something that we see in a lot of the literature from that time period.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all nations will be required to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles, or they will face divine judgment. The requirement for all nations to celebrate, however, has led some scholars to believe this was written to assert Jewish cultic superiority during a time of religious pluralism under Persian/Greek rule.
Sure. No, that makes sense.
Yeah. Makes sense. I just thought that was so interesting. Like, you ain't Jewish if you ain't celebrating.
Right.
God gonna get you. Right? So holiness will pervade all of life. Even common items will be sacred, as holy to the Lord, all caps, will be inscribed on everything. Okay, so the phrase on the bells of the horses, holy to Yahweh, mimics the high priest's headplate inscription from Exodus. And so this means that it's extending holiness to even animals, which was a radical democratization of sacredness. Like, to pass it on to even animals was a really fucking big deal.
Got it.
The Jewish take on this chapter is that it's an apocalyptic vision of Messianic age. Jerusalem becomes the center of global justice and worship. And the Christian view, of course, is that this is seen as the second coming imagery fulfilled in Christ's return and millennial reign. Okay, and so that brings us home. I've just got a few more points I want to make.
Okay.
Okay. We've got the pierced one, the branch, and the shepherd, right? These are not explicitly messianic in the Hebrew Bible. Like, I just want to make sure I reiterate all of these phrases. Okay.
Okay.
These terms were reinterpreted post-temple to mean Christian-y things.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's not how they were meant when they were written.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So apocalyptic themes echo other late Second Temple texts like Daniel and parts of Isaiah.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So this isn't the only place. It's just the loudest.
Got it.
Okay? Jewish readings emphasize national restoration, ethical revival, and universal justice rather than individual salvation. So that's the way the Jewish interpretation of this book as a whole would go.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Zechariah shifts from prophecy to apocalyptic, which is a transition that we also saw back in Daniel. I don't remember it really well, but there was a note that makes me want to go back and like see what I said about it at the time.
Yeah.
This genre blend shows how prophecy was evolving under empire, which I thought that was so interesting because Daniel was not written entirely like long before this.
Right.
And so,
well, there was a lot of things happening at this time.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, there was a lot of forward movement with humanity in general and societies and cultures. And, I mean,
we remember we did that deep dive on Greece.
Yeah.
Like, it's Greek, baby.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a very robust portion of history.
It really is.
So
humanity was just booming.
Yeah.
Every which way. So reading this from that lens and seeing it from the geopolitical stance, how they changed their writing tone even in the same book, is amazing. To me. Another point is that Zechariah reuses motifs and language from earlier prophets, like I mentioned, Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Jeremiah, sometimes almost word for word.
Sure.
So some scholars see this as intentional literary collage, but other people say that it lacks originality. And I'm like, this is how they did. It doesn't bug me.
I mean, it wasn't a great piece of, it's not great literature.
No,
right?
and it wasn't meant to be.
And it's a collection of ideas and thoughts and people's takes on religion
and history and
and
tracking and laws and measurements.
You put that all into one ancient book, you're not going to get great literature. No. You're going to get what we have. So.
No, and they didn't realize that we would be studying it thousands of years later.
Right.
They might have recorded it differently.
Maybe, but I don't think that it wasn't even. It's not like they were writing a book. They were writing a journal. They were writing a speech. They were writing a thought, and these things all got collected and rewritten and rehashed and redone and translated. And now we have the Bible, now we have what we have, but it wasn't ever originally anything.
Right.
It was just a bunch of different thoughts and ideas.
And somebody went around and picked them all up and stapled them all together.
Right. Because, initially this started as a, word of mouth, idea.
Oral.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. and it got handed down through ages and ages and ages before it ever got written on any pieces of paper.
Sure.
So a lot of it, not some of the prophets and whatever, but
Right.
you know.
No, I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Concepts like divine surveillance, like the chariots and the horsemen, cosmic dualism, and purification fires show some affinity with Zoroastrian ideas that were prevalent in Persian-ruled Judah.
Yeah.
So their religion and politics was totally influencing everything that was happening
Sure.
to these people, by these people, around these people, and with these people.
And there's still some ideas of Zoroastrianism, and I think we talked about this before too, that are still prevalent in Christianity and stuff.
Yep.
Such. So
Yep. Final thought is that apocalyptic imagery reflects national trauma, not just future hope, which is something that I said earlier on.
right. And I
But-
think it's more that than anything else. Really.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to me, that summarizes what this whole book was about.
Yeah.
And pretty much says it all, you know?
Sure.
These
Sure.
people were freaked the fuck out.
It's only something else because people decided to take it a different way.
Yeah.
That's why we are where we are.
Mhm.
And whatever, it's where we are.
That's where we are. It's not good, guys. It's not good. God bless America.
All right. Well, is that all you got for us on Zechariah then?
I think that's more than enough.
So that is the wrap up for Zechariah, which means that hopefully we'll be back soon with the
You're always wrong.
or Contradictions episode. And then is that the last thing we have?
That's the last thing we have.
That'll be it for Zechariah.
That'll be it for Zechariah.
Yeah.
And then we will begin the final book of the Old Testament official,
Yeah.
which is Malachi.
Well, why don't we try to get the I'm always wrong, the Contradictions episode out this weekend, and then we can start a new week
I know.
in
Yeah.
in the new book.
Yeah, I'm
That would
really
be cool.
excited to do that. Yes.
All right. Well, that's all we got for today.
Yep.
So thank you for joining us as always, and we will be back soon with the Contradictions episode.
And congratulations on finishing up another book of the Bible, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is exciting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Husband,
Wife,
I'm so excited. Do
I
you know
am
what
too.
we're doing today?
we are finishing the fuck out of Zechariah.
I know. Do you know what this episode is?
It's our Contradictions episode.
False. It's you're always wrong. Because you're always wrong. You're always wrong.
All right.
Can you or can you not pick the right answer?
I can
Not. So you're always wrong.
I guess.
Yep.
All right.
Zechariah.
All right. You ready to do this?
I sure as fuck am.
All right. Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right. We are here with Zachy. It's the last time I get to do
Yeah.
that.
You gotta ham it up a little bit, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Zachy, you can come out now. You're always wrong.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
There were 5 questions, but 2 were from the New Testament, which we haven't read yet. So, like the
so
argument
we
was.
didn't.
So there's only 3.
There's only- okay. Because we
Yeah.
And in case you don't know, we try to cover these with things that we've covered and before.
Yes.
So we're only covering things that we've covered up to this point.
Yes.
And we'll cover the other ones when we get there eventually.
When we get there eventually.
Yeah.
So like Book of Matthew, right out. That's NT.
Right.
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So question number 1. Was Zechariah Iddo's son or grandson?
Ooh. I'm going to go with grandson.
Okay. That tracks.
Okay.
Because in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1, it says, came the word of the Lord unto Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, the son of Iddo.
Okay.
So, yeah, definitely Zechariah was Iddo's grandson.
Yeah, unless the same person can have, unless 2 men can have a son.
But,
Right, yeah.
ready?
I'm ready.
You're always wrong. Because Zechariah was actually Iddo's son, according to the book of Ezra.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. In chapter 5, verse 1, it says, then the prophets, Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Iddo, prophesied unto the Jews.
Interesting.
And then in chapter 6, verse 14, through the prophesying of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Iddo.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not that interesting. Like, we covered this when we did the intro to Zeki.
Okay.
In that son, grandson,
Right,
was
but-
less. It's one that's not a super important discrepancy because we're talking about a family name.
I agree to an extent. Now, the reason I say to an extent is because fathers were really important back then.
Mm-hmm.
And so to leave the father out and skip right to the grandfather seems like a very large oversight to me.
Yes and no. Again, it has to do with like who was the active priest in the family, who was like, I don't know. I just find it like meh. It doesn't bother me.
Well, I only bring up that point because this is to some people the word of God.
Word. Yeah, yeah.
And you know,
God wasn't very sure
it's
what
not
he was
his
talking
son;
about.
it's his grandson.
Right.
At least according
Right.
to Zechariah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the better account would be Zechariah.
Sure.
And not Ezra.
Sure.
But that's just me.
I don't disagree. I just don't think it matters a lot.
Except for that I want to be right.
But you aren't.
But I'm kind of right.
But you're also kind of wrong.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm less wrong on this one.
I'm
just saying.
I don't know.
Zechariah said.
Well, anyways.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Uh-huh.
Does God ever get furious?
Oh, fuck yeah, he does.
Yeah, totally. God is always furious. He's often furious. And
Yeah.
one might say he's always furious.
Well, when he's nice, he usually follows it up with furious.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
like, you can find nice, but it's, usually
He's
you
still
give it
furious,
like
though.
another, half a chapter and he's going to turn back to furious.
If that,
Right.
yeah. Yeah, like in Isaiah chapter 34, it says, "For the indignation of the Lord is upon all nations and his fury upon all their armies." He's so fucking mad. There's a couple in Jeremiah where he's like, "I'm so fucking mad, and behold, the whirlwind of the Lord goeth forth with fury." I mean, this dude is pissed.
Yeah.
And then in Nahum,
Yeah.
and I will execute vengeance and anger and fury upon the heathen, such as they have not heard. He was so mad.
Damn heathens.
And then in Zechariah, the important one, damn heathens.
Yeah.
In Zechariah chapter 8, it says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I was jealous for Zion with great jealousy, and I was jealous for her with great fury." Yeah, he was pissed. But
Right.
guess what?
I'm wrong.
You're always wrong.
I'm gonna caveat this one with that,
But we read the book, and so yeah.
I'm gonna say that if there's a theme in this book, it's that God's a dick.
Sure.
And he's an asshole and he's not nice.
And he's always angry.
And he's always
Never
angry.
not be afraid.
Right.
Always fear the Lord.
So I'm
right?
just gonna
No,
say that before we
I
get into
agree with
your,
you.
contradiction here.
I agree, but it does say in Isaiah chapter 27, fury is not in me.
Oh, well, okay.
And
As
that's
long
God.
as long as he says so.
God says, "Nuh-uh,
You know,
I'm never mad."
right.
Except for when I'm mad, but I'm never.
Yeah.
I would never.
Right.
I would never.
No, it's totally like you can be both things, right?
I'm God. I can be whatever the fuck I want, right? But mostly I'm a dick. That is what I choose.
Yeah.
I'm a God, and I choose on purpose to be a dick.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, you do you, boo.
Right.
All right, number 3. How should strangers be treated? And here's your choices.
Okay.
Kill them, or love and be kind to them. Those are your choices. Which one?
I mean,
Which one would you do versus which one do you think God does?
I do remember them. I do remember God saying to, like, it was earlier on in like the much earlier chapters of the Bible that we've read, but there was parts about accepting your neighbors and being nice to your neighbors.
Sure.
But that has changed sometimes, sort of, depending on the day, if he wants his neighbors to kill his people or not kill his people.
Right. It just depends.
I'll go with, because I would choose to be nice, I'm going to say that he'd be nice.
Love and be kind to them.
I don't agree with that, but,
you don't
as
think
far
that
as for
that's-
God,
yeah. So, in Exodus, it says, "Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him."
Right.
And then there's a bunch of places in Leviticus where it says, "Though he be a stranger, he may live with thee. And the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you. and thou shalt love him as thyself.
And we commented at the time that these were beautiful sentiments.
Yeah.
Right? Like we were like, this is Christians
should
should really
be.
read this because with all the immigration stuff going on right now, these are really important words. I feel they should take to heart.
Yeah.
But
we're not there yet. We're still talking about
how nice he is.
Loveness, love, and kind. Yeah.
Not a dick right now.
Not yet.
Okay.
In Deuteronomy, it said, love ye therefore the stranger, and thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger. Always be nice to the stranger.
Yeah.
And then in Jeremiah, it says, oppress not the stranger, do no violence to the stranger. And then importantly, in Zechariah, it says, oppress not the stranger.
Okay. All right. That's a lot of not oppressing strangers.
Don't oppress fucking strangers, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, but guess what?
What?
You're always wrong. Of course you should kill them. Of course you should. Like, also in Deuteronomy, early on.
Yeah.
Where we were just talking about how
nice
early on it was nice. Yeah. In Deuteronomy chapter 7, it says, and when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite the fuck out of them and utterly fucking destroy them. Thou shalt make no fucking covenant with them, nor show any fucking mercy unto them. Don't do it. Fucking kill them.
I do feel like people are going to caveat this with the fact that it's, they're enemies that they're treating this way. Right.
Strangers.
But I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? You either treat people like you should have a set, hard and fast set rule, right? Mm-hmm. You either treat people nicely or you don't, right?
Well, then that opens the door to ask the question, who do we consider a people versus who are subhuman and cockroaches and, and nastiness and vermin. Like that's how the Nazis, they subhumanized people, Jews,
I want to say
and
this.
handicapped and the people in the queer community.
Yeah.
And they subhumanize them, and therefore they're not human. Therefore, they don't count as strangers. Therefore, we can kill them.
I want to say this too, because I think a lot of people, and you're right. We definitely that's what's used, right? We make them not something that people care about, right? But as somebody who is saying that you should choose when to get there, when I'm saying, because I would choose nice, right? Always be nice and equitable to your neighbors and strangers and all that.
Yeah.
But when I say that, it's not that I don't think you should have the ability to defend yourself.
Right.
Right? I mean, you be nice up until the point where your livelihood is at stake.
Or your family.
Or something is threatened, by that person. That becomes a whole different situation.
Right.
It doesn't mean you're not being nice to them. It means you're defending yourself against somebody who's being an asshole.
Regretfully.
Right. Regretfully. You should never enjoy that.
Right.
You should never enjoy defending yourself. Like that's not a place any of us want to be.
Right.
But
it also gets into why the individual who was harmed, the victim, should not be in charge of the punishment of the person who perpetrated the crime.
Sure.
Because then that's personal vengeance and not justice and not defense.
Right. But what I'm getting at is that people will say you can't always be nice. You can. You just have to, take things slowly. As when something's going wrong, you have to react. It's a reaction. It's not treating somebody differently. You're reacting to them throwing stones at your kid. Yeah. You're not reacting to them,
being brown.
Right. Yeah.
Or just moved here, not from here. Don't like that. Gonna get ya.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
And, you can still think decent things of that person and maybe, hey, maybe they're having a rough day. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, even in wartime, there's the stories of them stopping for, like in World War II, them stopping for Christmas.
When they sing carols together.
Right.
That was so beautiful.
And that's one of those beautiful stories you hear from history, right?
Yeah.
And look, that's surrounded by lots and lots of death and horrible shit.
Yes.
Right?
But that's what makes it so beautiful, though.
Right.
Is that these people surrounded by death and hatred, for 1 second, they realized we are just the bottom line and we are just humans.
Right.
And we're all actually kind of the same. And when you're surrounded by that much death, sometimes you don't even know what you're fighting for at that point.
It's true.
You're just quote unquote following orders because that's what you're supposed to do.
Right. Yeah.
So
I just wanted to throw that out there because there's nothing black and white about these viewpoints. That there is always gray area.
Sure.
You know, and that's where a lot of Christians don't live. A lot of Christians live in this very black and white, moral and immoral world where things cannot be one. They cannot live in the middle. They have to be one way or the other. I want to speak to
that actually. My dad specifically has told me that that's what Christianity is there is no gray.
Right.
You live in the black and white. It's good or it's bad. It's heavenly or it's evil. The end. And so they on purpose shun the gray. And it's lazy. If you don't have to think about things on a case by case basis,
right,
you can be the teacher that knows who the loud one is in the class, but doesn't give a shit, doesn't want to deal with it. And so you make the whole class write sentences.
Yeah, absolutism is not a way of managing the world.
It's lazy and it's dickish.
It is.
It's both.
I'm sorry to go off on a rant about that, but it's just, it's one of those things that I know that people would call out.
Sure.
So I wanted to address it.
Yeah, well, and it's the whole, well, I suppose you'd feel differently if something happened to you. Well, guess what, bitches? Something did happen to me, and somehow I can still find, kindness in my heart.
Right.
Like things that happen to me, I don't then turn around and say, therefore, all who belong to this group should be, stoned to death.
Well, and I would say you used to live in a lot more of a black and white world.
I did.
You didn't really acknowledge the gray,
It's easier, it's lazier, it's simpler.
Right, and I'm not criticizing you for that.
No,
just for
not
the
at
record.
all.
I'm just saying
Obviously,
that
it's how I was brought up.
Sure, and it is easier, but it just doesn't take in everything that exists. That doesn't account for everything. So.
I will even go so far as to say that psychology doesn't want you to be that way as a person. Like, right now, one of the things that I am struggling with on a very personal individual basis is having recently been diagnosed with OCD. Part of my OCD is seeing everything as black and white. And so some of the therapy that I am going through is being exposed to that messy middle, that gray area, sitting in the discomfort and finding ways to be okay with not being in control, not having the answer, not knowing the end result,
right,
not putting everything in its perfect place of right or wrong. Sometimes things just are.
Yeah.
And it's harder when things are messy and less definitive.
It is, but it's more real.
It is more real, and that's why I'm trying to do that work.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm also recognizing that it's not easy to live in the gray, but that's life.
Why there's so much romanticism around things like religion or
Absolutism.
Propaganda that gives you absolute answers, right? That's why these things are so sexy and why they make the fucking rounds as far as society is concerned with regard to what is correct and what is not.
It's either right or it's wrong. You're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution.
Right. Like one of the biggest things I can point out right away is like gun control in the U.S. Right.
Yes.
That's one where there's a lot of people on both sides that think it's one way or the other, and it's never going to be one way or the other.
Right.
That's just not how this is going to pan out.
Particularly in America.
Yeah. No, I mean, it'll be hundreds and hundreds of years before America will accept anything less than gun ownership.
Yeah.
But so the conversation is what type of gun ownership, right?
Right.
And that's where no one wants to discuss the gray area.
Right.
So it just gets thrown into, well, the left wants us to get rid of all of our guns and the right's and the left's like, no, but they don't have a good answer.
Right.
Well, I mean, they do. But no one, the other side's told that they're just wanting to take away their guns, right?
And so that's the only argument we're allowed to have.
That's the only argument we're allowed to have. But like I start every conversation with somebody that is, pro Second Amendment with, well, should you be allowed to have nuclear weapons?
And when they say yes, I'm like, okay, this conversation's over.
Right, because that's silly. That's just silly. And then, but if they say no, then you're like, okay, so then we can talk.
We got some room here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we can figure out where that line actually is then. So you're not for like 100% everybody can have all the weapons.
Yeah.
Yay.
I have had some people say that they should be allowed to have nukes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
You're a fucking weirdo
so fucking
and
ridiculous
silly.
that I don't even know where to start with you. You're doing this on purpose.
Right.
Because
you don't want there to be a line. You don't want to admit that there is one.
Right.
So you're on purpose saying, yeah, I should get nukes. Everybody should have nukes. And then we would all behave. It's mutually assured destruction. And it's like, okay, wacko.
Yeah.
What if we just all pretend we have nukes without actually, could we just get rid of the nukes and then just pretend we all have them?
No, yeah. And that's, I think, yes.
Oh,
right?
That reminds me of that Star Trek episode, actually, where instead of actually having weaponry and nukes and stuff, they did mathematical programs at each other that would like estimate how many died, and then that many people had to actually like just step into an incinerator rather than destroying everything.
Right.
They just let like mathematical logarithms and whatever determine how many people died.
Yeah.
And then that amount of people would be randomly chosen to, okay, it's your number's up, you're dead.
Right.
Which is like so close and also so far away. But it was like the mutually assured destruction. They wanted their societies to last longer than what nukes and stuff would allow.
Sure.
And so it's like, oh, they were so close. Almost had it, you know?
Yeah.
Get rid of guns, but still had the death.
Right. But even that like became such an unquestionable thing in their society, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they couldn't even question that because it was just the way things were. And it solved a problem at one point in their society's arc, right?
Yeah.
But it presented a whole other like normalization of weirdness.
Right. And I think it was the original series, right? And it's like, it was either the original series or it was Next Generation, but I honestly don't remember. But whenever the people went to this place, the whole reason that the problem came up is because one of our crew members
up on that list.
came up on, your number has been drawn. Sorry, you have to go die now.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry, what? I don't play this game. I'm not from here. Fuck you and your pretend nukes.
Right.
Real or pretend, either way, people are dying.
Yeah.
But yay for buildings.
Right.
Right. Which kind of gets into something else that we could, like an entirely different bag of worms, where like the federal government is out there protecting buildings and architecture and stuff because, those crazy Black Lives Matter and Antifa folks are knocking over buildings.
Right.
Like, okay, I see. Yeah. Buildings matter more than people.
Anyway. Gray area. It's a thing.
It is a thing, and we should learn about it.
Right.
Yeah. So the other reason that we should kill strangers is mentioned in Numbers. So still early on.
Sure.
The stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to fucking death. So, you're
nice.
still always wrong.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that was our contradictions.
Okay. All right.
And now we're getting into our little pop quiz.
All right.
Over Zeki. And I missed one.
Wow.
Yeah.
You did good.
I did.
Okay. All right.
So, okay,
I've got a tough... this is tough.
Road to hoe.
Yeah.
Birch. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, number 1. What is the main purpose of Zechariah's visions? And I'll read you your choices.
Okay.
To protect Israel's conquest by Babylon, to warn against idol worship in foreign lands, to encourage and motivate the returned exiles to rebuild the temple, or to assign military duties to each tribe.
Okay.
I'm going to read it again for those playing at home.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Number 1, what is the main purpose of Zechariah's visions? To predict Israel's conquest by Babylon, to warn against idol worship in foreign lands, to encourage and motivate the returned exiles to rebuild the temple, or to assign military duties to each tribe?
I'm torn here between two choices.
Which ones?
The idols and the rebuilding of the temple. So I am going to go with, because I know he was there around the time of the temple, I'm going to go with rebuilding the temple.
That, I believe, yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And that's the one I like read it too quickly, and so I picked the idols.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the one I missed because I wasn't paying it good enough attention.
Got it. Yeah. Well, and there was a lot of talk about idols in this.
There
book,
was
so,
a lot.
That's why I was a little torn between the two choices.
Yeah,
but,
exactly. Like I saw it and I was like, oh, obviously that's the one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So okay, you already are.
I'm doing good.
Yeah,
I'm doing good.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 2. Which figure is described as the branch in Zechariah's visions, symbolizing a coming leader? Was it Zerubbabel? Was it the king of Persia? Was it the high priest? Or was it a messianic figure who will rebuild the temple?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to read it again for those playing at home.
All right.
Which figure is described as the branch in Zechariah's visions, symbolizing a coming leader?
Yeah.
Was it Zerubbabel, the king of Persia, the high priest, or a messianic figure who will rebuild the temple?
Now, you see, I think you gave away the answer in the question because you emphasized it, but the messianic future leader person.
Figure who will rebuild.
Yeah, that
D,
one.
D.
Right.
That is correct.
That's
yeah,
the one.
Yeah. Okay, so you're doing good. I mean, I don't think I emphasized it more than necessary.
The coming leader.
Well,
I was just reiterating
okay.
what I heard.
All right, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it too easy for you. I'll try to be better. I'll try to read more like a
Not
fucking
that I don't
AI.
appreciate a gimme, but
I'll try to read more like an AI.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure.
Okay. Number 3. In Zechariah's third vision, what do the surveyor and the measuring line represent? Is it a future census of Judah, the physical rebuilding and divine protection of Jerusalem, God's judgment over foreign nations, or Zechariah's call to become a builder? Now reread those.
Okay. Yeah.
Number 3, in Zechariah's third vision, what do the surveyor and measuring line represent?
Okay.
A future census of Judah, the physical rebuilding and divine protection of Jerusalem, God's judgment over foreign nations, or Zechariah's call to become a builder?
I believe it's the future building and divine protection of Jerusalem.
It is. Very good.
Because they're not rebuilding the wall,
right,
but they were measuring because there's going to be so many people
that they won't need
they're not going to... We covered this in one of the Q&As. They're not allowed to have a wall because of Persia.
Yeah.
First of all.
Yeah.
But they needed to feel important, so God's protecting them, and they don't need a fucking wall.
They're like, we don't need no stinking wall.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, number 4. In Zechariah Chapter 3, what is the significant... I'm sorry, let me restart that.
Yeah.
In Chapter 3, what is significant about the version... Okay, one more time. One more time, I cannot.
Okay. All right.
In Chapter 3... what is significant about the vision of Joshua the high priest?
Okay.
He is shown to be corrupt and is removed from office. He is given royal authority to rule Judah. He is cleansed of guilt, representing Israel's spiritual restoration. Or he leads the army to victory against Assyria.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to read it again.
All right.
Number 4. In Zechariah Chapter 3, what is significant about the vision of Joshua the high priest? A, he is shown to be corrupt and is removed from office. B, he is given royal authority to rule Judah. C, he is cleansed of guilt, representing Israel's spiritual restoration. Or D, he leads the army to victory against Assyria.
He is cleansed of guilt.
Yes.
Because
C.
he got those new clothes.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah. All right. That was very good. Let us see. Okay. Number 5. You're doing so good. Why are you laughing?
Because I'm doing good, you know?
Because I was like, good job. Okay, number 5. What do the golden lampstand and 2 olive trees in Zechariah chapter 4 represent?
Craziness?
Is it A, God's promise to keep Israel prosperous? B, the unending oil supply in the temple? C, Zerubbabel and Joshua as God's anointed leaders empowered by his spirit? Or D, the power of Babylon and Persia over Jerusalem? Okay, let me read that again.
Okay.
Number 5, what do the golden lampstand and 2 olive trees in Zechariah chapter 4 represent? A, God's promise to keep Israel prosperous. B, the unending oil supply in the temple. C, Zerubbabel and Joshua as God's anointed leaders empowered by his spirit. Or D, the power of Babylon and Persia over Jerusalem?
I believe the answer is C, Zerubbabel and Joshua being shown the way by God or whatever.
As God's anointed leaders empowered by his spirit.
Right.
Yes, letter C, that is correct.
Okay, all right.
Yep, you're doing so good.
I know.
Okay, number 6. What recurring theme is emphasized through Zechariah's oracles and visions? A, the importance of dietary laws. B, fear of foreign gods. C, hope, restoration, and divine presence in Jerusalem. Or D, avoidance of Egyptian alliances.
Right.
Okay, let me read that again.
Okay.
Number 6, what recurring theme is emphasized through Zechariah's oracles and visions? A, the importance of dietary laws. B, fear of foreign gods. C, hope, restoration, and divine presence in Jerusalem. Or D, avoidance of Egyptian alliances.
I'm going to go with C, hope and restoration.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm actually, like, most of these questions I've actually felt pretty confident about.
Yeah.
There's some that I've teetered between 2 answers, but I feel pretty good about my answers. So.
Yeah, well, even the ones where you teetered between the answers, you had a good reason for doing so.
Sure.
Yeah. Number 7, according to Zechariah, what role does fasting play in religious life? A, it is mandatory during the rebuilding period. B, it is condemned outright. C, it becomes hollow without justice, mercy, and compassion. D, it is to be replaced by military training. Right, I'm going to reread that for the people playing at home.
Okay.
Number 7, according to Zechariah, what role does fasting play in religious life? A, it is mandatory during the rebuilding period. B, it is condemned outright. C, it becomes hollow without justice, mercy, and compassion. D, it is to be replaced by military training.
I believe the answer is C, becomes hollow.
That is correct. But I really like the idea that it is going to get replaced by military
that's
training.
Why I laughed. I was like, what?
Oh, you so silly. All right, number 8. You have 100% so far. You might beat me on this one.
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stop looking. I'm not looking. I was just leaning over.
I know. I'm just making sure.
I'm not looking at it.
I know. I'm just making sure you're not looking.
I'm not.
Okay.
I don't want to know.
I know you don't. Okay, so I moved the paper just so and I'm covering the answers. I don't want anybody to think that you're a cheater. You're not a cheater.
We're on an audio podcast. We could totally be cheating.
But they also know that I would never let you because
most of our listeners know that, yeah.
I want you to be wrong.
But if this is their first time listening, they'd be like, she's just showing them the answers. But I promise she absolutely is not.
I will assure you that I would love nothing more than to fucking beat him. And usually I do, so it's kind of annoying that he's getting all these right.
I still got a couple chances to get one wrong.
I know. And we'll see. You probably won't, but let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, number 8. In Zechariah's later chapters, numbers 9 through 14,
Yeah.
which figure is portrayed as both a shepherd and as someone rejected? A. Zerubbabel. B. The king of Tyre. C. A symbolic messianic figure. Or D. The governor of Jerusalem. I feel like this one was too easy.
Yeah.
But
that's all right. That's all right.
all
Go
right.
ahead and say it again for our listeners.
I will. Number 8. In Zechariah's later chapters, number 9 through 14, which figure is portrayed as both a shepherd and as someone rejected? A. Zerubbabel. B. The king of Tyre. C. A symbolic messianic figure. Or D. The governor of Jerusalem.
It's going to be the messianic figure.
It sure as fuck is.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
answer is C.
I feel like all the answers have been C.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's a thing that happened with the... I'm not sure how you did the quiz, but like so far, I feel like I've said C way too many times.
I feel like you're right.
Yeah.
And I will make sure that doesn't happen again. Because that is so not cool. All right.
Hopefully this one won't be C.
Hopefully this one won't be C.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the overall tone of Zechariah's message regarding Jerusalem's future? Is it A, messianic hope and divine blessing? B, apocalyptic destruction? C, eternal subjugation? Or D, permanent exile?
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like it's not going to be C this time. But that's just my thoughts here. I'm not going to give away what I think it is, but I don't think it's C.
Okay.
All right.
Number 9. What is the overall tone of Zechariah's message regarding Jerusalem's future? Is it A, messianic hope and divine blessing? B, apocalyptic destruction? C, eternal subjugation? Or D, permanent exile?
I'm going to go with A,
You
messianic hope.
are right.
But I want to caveat that with, if you are an enemy of the Israelites,
yeah.
it's more like the apocalyptic destruction.
Mm-hmm.
But since we are talking about the Bible, the answer is A.
I also want to put out there that I rearranged the answers because guess what?
It was C.
So I on purpose read them in a different
I
order.
see.
So that,
I see.
Yeah.
So we'll have to work on that one.
Yeah.
Because
That's my
I could have
bad.
just answered C the whole time I've been correct.
I know.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. I
didn't realize that till we were over halfway through.
Yeah,
but I was like, I've been saying C an awful lot.
I didn't pay attention to that.
But I do want to say one thing.
Yeah.
I'm always right.
We got one more. We got one more.
Oh, damn it.
That was number 9.
I thought we did 10.
That was number 9.
Damn it. Okay. I better get this one right.
I know. You spoke too soon. All right. Number 10. Ready?
I'm ready.
What moral lesson is repeatedly emphasized in Zechariah's prophecies? A. Animal sacrifice should increase. B. People must remain in the wilderness. C. Alliances with foreign powers are always right. D. True worship is tied to justice, righteousness, and covenantal faithfulness. I'll read it again.
Okay.
Number 10. What moral lesson is repeatedly emphasized in Zechariah's prophecies? A. Animal sacrifice should increase. B. People must remain in the wilderness. C. Alliances with foreign powers are always right. Or D. True worship is tied to justice, righteousness, and covenantal faithfulness.
Okay, it's going to be D.
It is.
But my question is, did you switch them up?
I did. Because guess what it was?
It was C.
It was C. Yeah.
All right, but it was D.
Yeah.
And I got them all right.
And you got them all right.
I am always correct. I am always right.
In this
I am
episode,
always
you
not wrong
were not wrong
on those.
on this
Yeah,
one.
right.
In this episode.
I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the very few hundreds I've gotten on one of our quizzes.
And one of the very few times that you beat me.
Yeah.
Not
yeah.
only did you get 100, but you beat me.
I know.
Not only did you beat me, but you got 100.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy about that.
And you know what else happened?
What happened?
we finished Zeki.
We did. That was the end of Zechariah, and we are completely done. Yeah. Completely done.
No more specials.
And there's only one more book left in the traditional Old Testament.
Yeah, it's Malachi.
Malachi.
And I cannot spell it right. Like, I keep wanting to spell Malachi with an A-I at the end, but it's only I. It's Malachi.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's just Malachi.
Okay. All right.
Malarkey.
I do want to mention that before we get into Malachi, we are going to be doing our special episode, which will be happening tomorrow night. Or no, tonight. Tonight.
Yep. Because Tuesdays at 10 p.m. Eastern on Discord.
Correct. And I do want to stipulate also that we are no longer exclusively making these for Patreon, so they'll be open to the public, but they're not going to go on our regular feed. So if you want to catch this, there's two ways you can do it. You can either join us on Discord live at 10 p.m. Eastern and catch it live, or it will be open to the public on
our Patreon platform.
Yeah. So all you have to do that you can join as a free member on Patreon, and you can catch them there. But from here forward, because we really want you to support us because you enjoy our show.
Yeah.
Because you want to help promote what we're doing, not because we don't want to gatekeep.
Yeah.
We want these available to everybody. So we may occasionally put one if we feel it's socially important on our main feed. But if it's not something that we deem that is necessary to put out in the public zeitgeist, it will be only on Patreon.
Yeah, usually the ones that we'll put on our regular feed will be something that's either time sensitive or something that is current events happening
politics
in the
or
news,
whatever,
politics,
Right.
American bullshittery.
Yes, yeah, that will be will go in both places. But if you don't know where to find it, our Patreon page is going to be in the show notes here, and it is patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse. Head over. You can sign up as a free member. We won't judge. We don't care. We want to see everybody that we know and love and all of our fans there.
Yes.
That's all.
We just want our friends.
Yeah. Come be part of the community.
Yeah.
Come be part of the community.
Yeah.
And that is it, I think.
Goodbye, Zeki.
Goodbye.
Husband!
Wife!
What the fuck day is it and what are we doing?
It is Sunday and we are live as fuck.
Yeah, we are.
We're on Discord.
I know, right? On a Sunday.
This is like our favorite place to be.
On Discord, not on Sunday.
No,
I mean, fuck a Sunday,
but
Discord in particular is what you meant to say.
No, we have a lot of fun on this, and if you're not here, you're missing like the best part of our podcast.
Honestly.
This is the most amazing community place that we have going, and you should be here 100% of the time, always.
Because all my friends are there.
Yeah. So be one of our friends. Come over to Discord. The link's in the show notes. You should go down there and check it out. Click on it. Even if you are scared as fuck of downloading Discord, just fucking do it.
I mean, how else are you going to make fun of me for fucking shit up and mispronouncing everything?
Right? That's the only way. I mean, or comment somewhere, but,
It's the best way.
this is the most fun way to do it. Yeah.
So what are we doing today, though?
Well, I mean, that's kind of your wheelhouse, but we're doing a special. I know that.
Yeah, we are.
And I feel like it's going to be a fun one and maybe even episodic.
It is going to be episodic, yes. Yeah. I'm not sure if we're calling this God's Top 10 Kill Streaks, Old Testament edition, or if we're calling it If He's All Loving, Why the Body Count? Or if we're going to call it Top 10 God-sanctioned or God-direct kills.
But regardless, we're talking about God killing people.
God killing people.
Yeah. And it's a thing.
The top 10 thereof. Except that I only got to the top 3. And so this will be a TBC, to be continued.
Yeah, and I think we discussed this. We're probably going to do this as a once-a-month thing for the next 2 or 3 months. On Sundays on our live Discord. So if you want to catch the next live version of this, obviously be at the Sunday 2 p.m. Eastern on Sundays, every fourth Sunday. You can sign up for a reminder in the Discord for it.
Of course.
And then you can catch all these episodes live and comment as we say the things and do the stuff.
Do the stuff and say the same things. Yeah, sure.
All right. Are you ready to talk about God killing people?
Always.
All right. Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, let's get into this very special episode on God is such a murderous dick.
He really is, isn't he?
Mm-hmm,
I mean, there's been a lot of things wrong with the Bible, but I'd say point number one is
he's
how much he
murdery.
fucking kills people.
He's so murdery. So yeah, you suggested this, and I got really excited about it. But then I couldn't just like give you a list of top 10, right? I had to like do a little bit of a deep dive into each one.
Yeah.
And some background on it.
Okay.
Like, for example, starting at number 10 and then like counting up.
Yeah.
I couldn't just say, remember that time when he made Lot's wife turn into a pillar of salt? Anyway.
Right. Moving along.
Yeah. Like, no.
Right.
So
we got to give some, because we already covered the fact, like,
yeah,
you got to know more about it. We got to
Yeah.
understand it a little deeper. We got to go into it. This is a deep dive. This is a special episode.
it's a special.
So we got to be special.
I'm always special. I don't know about you. So this happened in Genesis.
Yes.
Specifically, it's chapter 19, verse 26, but I'm going to start at verse 24.
Okay. All right.
Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those living in the cities and also the vegetation and the land. But Lot's wife looked back and she became a pillar of salt.
Looking back or murdering
Yeah.
tens of thousands of people.
Right.
It's what?
Yeah. So, like, let's overlook the fact that he just, like, fucking bombed the fuck out of a city.
I mean, I gotta be honest. If somebody's fucking nuking a city behind me, I'm going to look.
Yeah.
Because Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, now let me ask you this. If the instructions given were cover your eyes because the fallout is, going to be too bright, like staring at the sun.
Right.
Then would you look? You probably would. You're such a dumbass. because when a storm's coming, you're that guy that's like running out to look at it instead.
But
of
I wouldn't
like,
look at the fucking sun. Like I don't look at the solar eclipse until I'm allowed to look at the solar eclipse. Like
you're
I
right.
Don't do things that I know will harm me.
So if you were told, okay, there's a bomb that's going to blow up the city, if you look at it, it will probably blind you. Would you look?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Okay. I'm just checking.
But that's not what she was told.
No,
so.
she was just told, don't look.
Yeah. No,
Right.
and I was, there wasn't like, God didn't attach the consequences ahead of time.
Right.
He just said not to look back,
It's
according
true.
to the Bible that we read anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So my question is, why was looking back so bad other than because I said so, right?
Right.
The punishment is weirdly extreme and wildly disproportionate to the punishment.
It definitely
or to the
is.
offense.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Lot's wife doesn't even have a name, and she's not even given any dialogue, which
Right.
that's so weird for such a big thing to happen to basically what the Bible is saying is a nobody.
Right.
Not even worth naming.
Yeah. Yeah. I gotta share this real quick because like one of my favorite memes I've seen is it's like Lot and his daughters, which we'll cover a bit of that later.
Yeah.
But
the hop on pop of it all.
But it's them sitting at the dinner table and says, "Pass the mom."
Oh shit. That is grody and I don't like it. But I might have to like say that. Although I don't really add a lot of salt to my food, but still.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. All right. So obviously the "cause I said so" is like the first reason of why it was bad, the disobedience.
Yeah.
Because the angel's instructions were clear. They did specifically say, don't do it. And disobeying a divine command, even a seemingly small one, has consequences in Bible logic. Because God said so.
I guess.
Except for sometimes he goes back, but that's.
I have some severe problems with Bible logic.
I have severe problems with authoritarianism
because I was
blind loyalty.
Right, and I was going to get into this a little bit later, but I mean, like, and we just kind of mentioned it, but like Lot's wife gets turned into a pillar of salt for looking back at the sinful city that they're leaving and God's blowing the fuck up, right?
Yeah.
But later, Lot gets drunk and has sex with his daughters.
That's not necessarily what happened.
Well, close enough.
No,
they apparently, have sex with him.
He's completely innocent. That's how dicks
the way
work.
it's pitched. That's the way it's pitched. But yeah. Anyway,
right.
That doesn't sit well. Like
No.
that's apparently okay.
Right.
But this wasn't.
Yeah.
Looking fucking back.
Yeah.
Just looking back.
I know. But there are some reasons that we'll get into though.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, disobedience, bad. Don't disobey God. You might get smote or turned into salt.
Right. Yeah.
There's also this bit in a classic Midrash story where Lot's wife sinned with salt, so she was punished with salt in a form of like poetic justice.
Okay.
When the angels visited, Lot asked her to prepare food for them, and she went to her neighbors asking for salt, and they were supposed to keep the angels secret.
Yeah.
But when she asked for salt for the dish, she kind of like told them why, and she thereby alerted the townspeople to their guests. So her betrayal, which was a breach of hospitality and safety, resulted in a fitting punishment.
I don't know. You literally went to go ask for some neighborly help for some salt because you had some visitors.
I mean,
I'm not saying that, that I feel like that's just something you would normally do in those days if you didn't have the things that you like. Even back in the 80s, I remember going next door to ask for this, that, or the other from a neighbor.
Butter, egg,
yeah, sure,
bread, whatever.
Because that was just what you did, right?
Sure.
Community helps community, right?
Right.
And I don't know that. Do we know that they thought that their neighbors were terrible?
I mean,
you wouldn't have gone and asked your terrible neighbors for salt, would you?
I don't know. We have Trump neighbors, and when we thought that there was a goober walking around the neighborhood, like getting into cars and stuff,
yeah,
we went next door and told them.
Sure,
because they have a 16-year-old
But we also
daughter.
don't think that they're going to send rapists and murderers to our door.
That is true. That is true.
I'm just saying.
But this city was described as sinful, not necessarily with rapists and murderers. It was described as sinful, like lusty, like think Las Vegas, right? Like gambling and whorism and prostitution.
But they literally
and stuff.
described them beating down the door to try to have sex with the fucking visitors.
Oh, was that same city?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, if that's the level of shittiness that you have from your neighbors, I don't feel like you'd be going and asking for salt from them.
Okay, that's true.
Unless you trusted your fucking neighbors.
That is true.
So I don't buy that story.
Unless she's like, hey, I need some salt. And they're like, why? And she's like, I have to cook stuff. And they're like, why? And then she's like, because we have, I'm not supposed to say, but because I have to cook for some extras.
But still, would you go borrow salt if there was a chance that there was a side of rape involved?
Well, no.
Right. I'm just saying that's what I'm getting at. It seems unrealistic.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't know what you're saying, quite honestly.
I'm just saying that I don't feel like that they must have trusted their neighbor.
So?
At least to the point that they could borrow salt. So you wouldn't think that person's going to send the whole horde of fucking rapists and killers to your door for having visitors at your fucking house.
But that's not what I'm getting at, though.
Okay. Sorry.
Like, no, like, basically, it was, she gave away the fact that hey, by the way, there's angels here. I'm not supposed to tell anybody. I'm cooking. And,
right.
And so they were like, oh, and so then they gossiped, like the crime of gossip. Like she, and then they told somebody, and then somebody else told somebody, and it got around.
But again, I don't feel like you would say that to somebody if you felt like the consequences were what they became.
All right, but like, you don't think that if she told somebody in that household, like gossiping, or just like, hey, I need to borrow some salt, we have some house guests. And then like one of them was like, who's your house guest? And she's like, I can't say. And then they're like, just me. I'm not going to say anything. And then she's like, okay, fine, it's angels. You don't think that maybe she would be like, oh my God, honey, guess what? And she told her husband. And then the husband went and told his friends.
Okay.
And then one of his friends told somebody else, don't tell anybody, I told you.
I'm not saying that couldn't have happened that way. I'm saying, does the act of doing that rise to the level of sin and killing her for looking back at that city? Like the punishment was because of that initial sin, right? So like that's so much of a sin that when she looked back, for whatever reason may exist for looking back,
right?
They then turned her into a pillar of salt. I just don't feel like that justifies saying that was a sinful action.
Okay, I see
whatever
what you're saying.
of this type of consequence.
Like, first you gossiped and let loose the secret, and then you looked back. So boom, salt.
No, they're pitching her as a terrible person.
No, that's true. That is true. Okay,
who deserves salt death? Which
salt death.
I just don't agree with.
Nobody agrees with salt death.
Nobody agrees with salt death.
No. Well, another thing is this attachment to sin. So many theologians say she looked back longingly. Like they add that tidbit of what a bitch, right?
Okay.
Symbolizing her lingering emotional attachment to Sodom and its lifestyle. The fire and brimstone cleanse the sinful cities, and Lot's wife, who fails to fully leave that behind, becomes a monument to unfaithfulness.
Okay.
She's like, I miss being a prostitute and gambling or whatever.
I feel like you need to lean a little harder into the fact that she would have been a terrible person before you turn her into a pillar of salt for looking back.
No, yeah, true.
Like the act of looking back at a city that's actively being destroyed.
Right.
Where people that you knew and were neighbors with are dying. No, I need a little bit more information before you decide to turn her into salt.
That's why some people are like, she was looking back because she actually like loved being sinful, and she was sad because she wanted to go back to sinning. She wanted to go back to those ways. And so she looked back all sad because she couldn't be sinful anymore. Oh, sigh. She deserved to be salt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's their reasoning.
Okay. And
it makes just as little sense.
Right. I would say that most killing in the Bible makes very little sense. So
no, that's true.
Yeah.
So Midrash Bereshit Rabbah, which is a rabbinic commentary on Genesis, says she looked back because her heart was still in Sodom. She regretted leaving. So it's even in some Midrash that she looked back longingly, and she looked back because she didn't really want to go. And that kind of gets into,
I mean, I don't necessarily blame her for that.
No, me neither. But what they're saying is not that she was missing her home. They're saying that she was going to miss the lifestyle, the sinning part of it.
But I get that they're trying to allude to that, right?
Right.
But I need a little bit, like if you're going to convince me that that's why she got killed and that's why she got turned into a pillar of salt, you're going to need to convince me more than she went over to borrow some salt from the fucking neighbors.
Well, not only that, but if you're going to convince me that that's why, show me the proof that that's why.
Right.
That's not in the Bible.
No, it's not.
It doesn't convey that there was a reason that she looked back.
Right.
You're just like, you know how dumb bitches be dumb bitches. Like that's what they're trying to convince me of. And I'm like, but there's no like proof of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
She may have been a dumb bitch. I don't know.
Right. I mean, it's so many thousands and thousands of years ago, right? So whatever.
But there's no proof of that.
Right.
So that kind of gets into the lip service of it all, though. Like, not just she was going to miss it, and that's why she looked back.
Yeah.
But some people even go so far as to say it's not just a glance. It's a metaphor for hesitation to leave behind a corrupt world. Her body was fleeing, but her heart wasn't.
Okay.
It's that whole, like, actions without, what is it? Like, when you do acts without faith or something like that.
Okay.
It's supposed to be this, just because you're a good person doing good things, but that doesn't mean you're going to quote unquote get into heaven.
That's not enough.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So like, no matter how good you are, no matter what your acts are, without faith, you're still a sinner going to hell.
Got it.
Right. And so that's what that's getting.
And this goes back to some of those things we've discussed with regard to how God is like, it's not about the actions. It's about the how you feel inside.
Right.
What you feel
God
inside.
knows your heart.
Even though God can actually change how you feel inside. Which,
Yeah.
Again, there's so many fucking just like
bullshittery
weird
nonsense
shit about all this stuff in the Bible, right?
Yeah. It also, I think, is a very modern day Christian interpretation, because they do that acts without faith thing a lot, because like that's the argument a lot of times that people are like, you're telling me that no matter how good I am, if I don't take Jesus as my savior, I'm not getting into heaven. What kind of fucking heaven is that, right?
Right.
And they're like, well, that's because it's just the way it is. Like there's a key and he's giving it to you and you're not taking it. And it's like, I don't know about that. But like, that's their argument. Like that, they're holding that, they're gatekeeping, right? They're like, nope, it doesn't matter if you're a good guy. We collectively as Christians, we get to behave or misbehave as we see fit. And it's fine. We get to misbehave because we took Christ as our savior. So our acts come out of our faith, not vice versa.
Right.
And it's like, your acts come out of your faith. That sounds backwards as fuck.
Yeah.
Honestly, your faith should come out of your acts. Like, you should be just acting like a good person because that's the way you be, whether you're Christian or not.
Right.
And then your faith should be on top of that. Like, but they're like, no, we have faith first, and then that makes us want to act.
Okay. All right.
That's a whole bag of worms over there.
Right.
Yeah. So another form of the lip service is the act of looking back symbolized a desire to return to a simple life, which we've already covered, or at least a lack of full commitment to the divine command. So again, they're just painting her as this like, I just love getting fucked every which way and taking money for it. And I'm a terrible sinner who likes to gamble and I'm a honey lip vixen.
But again, I don't think you get a pass in this world for lack of commitment being a justification for murder.
Right. Not only that, but maybe she was a prostitute. I got no beef with that.
Right.
If she wanted to be that way.
The things that rise to the level of God being able to murder somebody don't rise that like they're not justifications in my mind.
No, me
generally
neither.
speaking. I'm not saying 100%. Like there's obviously some things that God killed people over that they were doing terrible things.
No, totally.
But I also don't believe in the death penalty. So, I mean,
right.
It takes a lot for me to get to the point where I'm like, that's so terrible that I'm just going to turn my head away from the fact that they're getting the death penalty type thing.
Right, right.
I'm not saying that those instances don't exist in my life. But
like if somebody harmed our child, you would have a very difficult time trying to deny that person
and
a little bit of personal vengeance all over his fucking face.
For sure. And that's why, family shouldn't be prosecuting people that commit crimes.
Right.
Because it's a whole different story.
Right. Because then it's about personal vengeance, not justice and equality and what's best for the community, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So further, we get into judgment on hesitation.
Okay.
So not necessarily like the look back or the lifestyle, but it's like the taking a second to process. Right?
Okay.
So the moment is sometimes used to symbolize the danger of clinging to the past when divine judgment or change is underway.
I have a hard time switching gears.
You do.
And I don't feel like that's justification for any punishment.
Right.
I mean, at least not that severe of a punishment.
No, I mean, I have a hard time switching gears too. Like if I am in the midst of work and you interrupt me, I snap because I am busy doing what I'm doing and I cannot,
Yeah.
Like that's just part of both of us, our makeups. We're like, what? Oh my God. Can you not see that I'm not here right now. I am physically not here. You see my body and that's a lie.
Yeah.
My body is not here.
If God came along and said, hey, y'all need to move because I'm going to destroy this fucking town. And I had like plans for the next 20 years of what we're doing with this house and everything else. I'd be like, what the fuck? I mean, I would definitely hesitate.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to just be like, okay, bye. See ya, house.
Right?
I'm going to leave because God said so.
I mean, it does make me think of at the beginning of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when Ford is like, hey, so the Vogons are going to build a hyperspace byway right through Earth.
Yeah.
And at the same time, like completely unrelated, but simultaneously your house is about to be bulldozed. But it doesn't matter that your house is about to be bulldozed because the whole planet's about to be bulldozed.
Right.
So, like, instead of laying down in the mud, let's just pretend, everybody, that you're laying down in the mud and go get some beer.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, that. It's that whole thing.
To be fair, they had 20 years of notice.
They did, but it was in the sub-basement.
Right, yeah.
Where nobody went. The notice, that is. Yeah. All right, so here's another thing. The story of Lot's wife represents a moral allegory, because of course it does.
Right.
And thus becomes a cautionary tale not to be stuck in your old ways when deliverance is at hand.
Okay.
Yeah. You just listen to God and 1, 2, 3, heed his word. The end.
Sure.
The end. That's all there is.
I don't think
No
it's ever
thought.
really been made clear when, like, how do you know when God's speaking to you exactly?
You know.
Okay. All right.
Hasn't happened. So.
It
You'll
hasn't.
know. If God comes down and says, get the fuck out and don't look back.
That's what people keep telling me.
And them angels are like, no, I mean it. Don't look back.
Yeah.
Don't even think about it. You don't have any time to think. Just go.
Right.
I would be terrible in a hostage crisis situation. Like, I would seriously, like, have to, you know what I mean? Like, you're supposed to be quick on your feet and be able to negotiate and say smart things. Or, I don't know.
I'm not sure how we got to hostage negotiation from that story. So I'm
because
not following.
It kind of what it feels like. It feels like they're being given instructions to follow right now. Go.
Yeah.
Right. And so, like, the same situation if, like, somebody kidnapped kid, right? And then, like, was holding them for ransom and then was like, okay, you have 2 seconds to follow these instructions and you just have to follow them blindly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess I would not do well in that situation because I would have to think about it.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, because I would be like, wait, is this one of those times when they're using AI to emulate my child's voice calling for help?
No, I would definitely pause, but
like, and if they were like, and don't call your kid, don't call the police, I would be like, but I have to call my kid to make sure that you're not tricking me.
Right.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would not be able to follow their directions precisely. And I would probably get kid killed because I am terrible. I would be like, I don't believe you. That doesn't seem realistic that you would kidnap my kid.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, this is supposed to reinforce the idea that when God tells you to move forward, don't fucking turn around. Don't look back.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see my heart breaking. Don't turn around. I don't want you seeing me cry.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Ace of Base?
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Mystical Jewish texts interpret the story symbolically. Salt is stagnation. She became fixed, frozen, a pillar, instead of flowing forward spiritually.
Okay.
Right? Like,
right.
It's symbolism for just moving instead of staying still.
Right.
She was staying still.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So I kind of like the symbolism thing. Like, okay.
I would
get that.
assume that the symbolism on that is kind of based on the fact that they live near the Dead Sea, and it was a very heavily salted sea. So, like, there's a lot of...
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Salt. I think we did an episode about salt at one point. Like how you can actually kill people by putting too much salt in their diet, and how there are like some people who they'll put salt on the umbilical cord where the baby was like cut.
Yeah.
You know, and like if you put too much salt, the baby absorbs it and can die. Like we did whole thing about salt.
Oh yeah, I kind of remember talking about that.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah, because it was like very important to people at these times.
Right.
And there are still cultures today that embrace that.
Sure.
And it's problematic.
Yeah.
Because, you know, salt ain't magic, guys.
No, definitely is not magic.
Yeah.
Science.
So,
it's science.
It's science. Yeah. Yeah. Modern Jewish thinkers think Reform, Conservative, Orthodox, and secular commentators offer more human-centered takes on this story. Okay. So one midrash suggests that 2 of Lot's daughters, not the 2 that hopped on Pop, remained behind engaged to sodomite men, and they refused to flee. So Lot's wife turned back out of maternal concern.
And that would be only reasonable, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And so, like, they're like, that's bullshit. She was just like, oh, my daughters are still there. The city's condemned and they're going to die, and that's sad.
Let's be honest. I haven't heard one justification that makes killing her okay.
No. And that's the point here with the modern take. They're like,
Right.
yeah, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some suggest that Lot's wife is a tragic figure, not a villain. That would be like us.
Sure.
We're suggesting that.
Yeah.
She was uprooted from her home and life without agency and punished for a very human act, turning to look back at everything she lost.
Right.
And, it's that whole don't mourn. Remember when Aaron's son, like, he picked up sticks on the wrong fucking day or whatever, and remember Moses' brother, Aaron's sons, they did the bad thing and then he wasn't even allowed to cry about them.
Yeah.
God was like,
They lit the wrong incense or whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever. They did the wrong thing on the wrong day. It was so simple and stupid.
Yeah.
And God smote them and told Aaron, and don't you be mourning for them neither.
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's like very similar to that.
God tries to control your emotions as well as the acts that he does. And it's like, dude, could you just like back off a bit? You're kind of micromanaging everything here.
Not only that, but like, can you maybe, I don't know, go forward about 2,500 years and learn psychology?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Like, go to college, bro.
Go have a chat with Freud or something, you know?
Like,
Be a step forward at least.
Maybe also fuck some druids and get a heart, right? Like, you need to get some human empathy and some like love inside you.
Yeah.
You need to soften your edges.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say God is a dick and he needs to fuck some druids and take some psychology courses at his local community college.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then come back and tell me, don't mourn for your children. Yeah, they disobeyed. They did the wrong thing. You love them anyway. Even when your children do like heinous crimes, like it's a horrible situation that you can be in, that like you're trying to, like, my kid did this horrible thing and yet I still love them and I feel guilty that I still love them because they did this thing. But how do you just don't turn your love off? You know, human hearts don't work that way.
Right.
Yeah. I was just quoting the movie Legend, starring a very young pre-nose job Tom Cruise when his teeth were still mangled. Yeah. Such a good movie.
Yeah.
Not the director's cut, because that has music all the way through it and it's so bad. Don't watch the director's cut of Legend. Okay?
Okay.
Just going to tell you that.
All right.
Okay. She also became Lot's unnamed wife.
Yeah.
A symbol of erasure, like so many unnamed women in the Bible. And that's tragic.
Yeah.
Because, like, she didn't matter. But we're supposed to take her story as mattering more than she herself does.
Right.
And that's fucked up. I'm not here for it.
No, it definitely is. Definitely is.
Modern commentaries often ask, was it fair? I don't know. Was it fair, babe? Nope. Why is she punished so severely for a look, while, as you pointed out, Lot himself is later allowed to impregnate his daughters?
Right.
In that hop-on-pop situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not it. That's a whole other story we could go down, and there's a lot of, like, things that are involved with that story as well.
It's grody.
But on the base level,
yeah.
like, you allowed this and were okay with this, but didn't allow this. You know?
God's hypocrisy at its finest.
Right.
Full on display.
Yeah.
Some view it as a cautionary tale against dehumanizing divine obedience, questioning whether the moral being taught here actually aligns with modern ethics. And I approve that.
Yeah.
I approve that question. You know,
for sure.
Because no, it doesn't. Blind obedience is never okay. We should engage our thought processes and we should ask these questions, you know?
Absolutely.
So I guess toward that end, like, it's a cool story, but not really.
Right.
All right. So that was number 10. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Moving on. Number 9, Onan.
Onan.
I
don't even remember Onan.
Yeah. Well, one casualty. Okay. So we're up to 2 now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Because Lot's wife and then Onan.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to read from Genesis chapter 38.
Okay.
Verses starting at verse 8.
Got it.
Then Judah said to Onan, sleep with your brother's wife and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to raise up offspring for your brother. But Onan knew that the child would not be his. So whenever he slept with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to keep from providing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight. So the Lord put him to death also.
That is some fucked up shit.
It's gross.
God is telling you, first of all, the idea of you having sex with your brother's wife to give your dead brother's wife to give your brother a son or a kid or whatever the fuck it is. That's just fucked up from the, like, just that statement alone is fucked up.
By today's standards, absolutely, that is fucked up.
Yeah.
There is some actual morality to it that we'll get into.
Okay. Sure, whatever. You're having sex with somebody and somehow it's supposed to not be your kid, it's your brother's kid. And you're not only supposed to, you're obliged to have sex with this woman.
I know.
For your brother.
I was just thinking about that. Like, you have a brother. I don't, but you have a brother. So let's say that your brother, something happened to him, right? You would be forced to fuck his wife to give her children.
Yeah, no thanks.
And I'm like looking at that situation, I'm like, absolutely fucking not.
Right. Yeah.
And conversely, like, if I don't know, like, if something happened to you,
right,
your brother would be forced to fuck me.
Right.
And I'm like, absolutely fucking not.
Right. Yeah, no, it's
like,
it's not okay. It's not okay.
These are not okay things.
But then he gets killed for not,
right,
having sex the right way.
Right.
He didn't impregnate.
He pulled out.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, you got killed for not impregnating your brother's what? Wow. This is some fucked up shit, man.
So my question was, why was it so important for Onan to impregnate Tamar?
Yeah.
Or Onan's dead brother's wife?
Why is that important?
Why is that a big deal, right?
Why does God care to the point of killing somebody?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of background here, okay?
Okay.
Onan was the second son of Judah, okay?
Okay.
His older brother, Er, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, quote unquote, and died before producing any children with his wife, Tamar.
Wait, was that Ur?
That
was Ur. Because, like, we commented on the time that was just, like, a mention and God killed Ur. Like, Ur's dead.
Yeah. Ur's dead.
All right.
Yeah. So we've got these two brothers, Ur and Onan, right?
Yeah.
And Onan did not fuck his wife good enough. She didn't have kids, and then he died for whatever reason. He is bad, and God was like, boom, dead.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So Judah is the father, and he's like, I'm really sorry, Onan, but you got to go fuck your dead brother's wife, Tamar.
Okay. All right.
Under ancient Hebrew law, pre-Mosaic, but echoed later in Deuteronomy chapter 25, if a man dies childless, his brother was expected to marry the widow and produce offspring in his brother's name.
No, I remember that law.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was weird.
Talking about it at the time, yeah. This was called levirate marriage, Latin from levar, meaning brother-in-law.
Yeah.
So Judah told his son Onan to sleep with Tamar and raise offspring for
Yeah. Yeah.
But Onan, knowing the child wouldn't be his, legally speaking, spilled his seed on the ground and God kills him for it. Okay. But let's dig into this a little more because that doesn't answer, but why? Why was it important?
Yeah. Right? No, I'm curious to the point of death.
To the point of death.
Yeah.
So first of all, there's the cultural legacy. Okay.
Yeah.
Inheritance and family name were passed through male heirs. A dead man without children was considered cut off. So to spill seed was to waste one's future, a deeply offensive act in a patriarchal society obsessed with lineage. So
patriarchal society obsessed with lineage.
Yes. There's your overt reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your very obvious on the surface reason, but there's a little bit more to it than that.
Okay.
Next comes protection for the widow, which again gets into the patriarchal society.
Sure.
But given that was the society, Onan wasn't just skipping a family favor. He was breaking a sacred duty by avoiding a law that was meant to protect lineage and property rights. a child would secure Tamar's financial and social future.
So property rights and financial security.
Without
these
one,
all sound like godly reasons to kill someone.
But without a child, Tamar would be vulnerable to everybody and everything. She would be homeless. She would be nothing.
Sure, but
And
this is a societal problem.
Yeah.
This is a societal problem.
Yeah.
It's not. This is not a good ethical reason to kill somebody for not having a child with someone.
Right, but we're supposed to take at face value, but that's the way the society was set up. And he was like, I don't fucking care. I'm going to fuck her, but I'm not going to give her any children.
Sure.
Okay. So in contemporary Jewish thought, especially in progressive and reform circles, there's an emphasis on how male power was misused and how Tamar was exploited in this situation. Okay. And that gets into the third reason, which is manipulation and greed. Okay. And this is kind of gross if you think about it.
Yeah.
Rabbinic commentators like Rashi in the 11th century highlight the fact that Onan's motive was actually greed. If Tamar had a son, the inheritance would go to that child as the oldest son.
Okay. All right.
In Er's name, not Onan. His act was selfish and deceptive. He used Tamar for sex. Again, he fucked her.
Yeah.
He totally fucked her.
Right.
But he denied her a future. He was fine with having sex. He just didn't want to impregnate her and lose his birthright. Onan wanted the benefits of sex without fulfilling his obligation. He slept with Tamar but withheld his duty, ensuring would have no heir and keeping the inheritance in his own line.
So greed.
Greed.
Which, if it was portrayed that way a little clearer, it might have made sense. But I mean, I see how we can get there.
Sure.
I do.
It would be different. I mean, it specifies that he did sleep with her. He fucked her.
Right. It still doesn't rise to the level of murdering somebody, in my opinion. Greed does not justify murder.
No, I totally hear you. And in today's times, absolutely not. But in this society where he owns now 2 women, one of them is completely dependent upon him. And he is on purpose saying, you have to keep fucking me, but I'm not going to do right by you.
But just the idea of owning a woman is not ethically correct.
You're right.
And for a God, like, my problem with this is for a God to allow that type of society to exist for his people.
Right.
His people, right? The ones that he enacts judgment over and for.
No, totally.
Is not correct. That is not any God that I respect or care.
No, and I totally agree with you.
Follow.
I totally agree with you. I'm just saying, like, if we accept that this is the society that these people set up.
Yeah.
And the women had no choice in the matter. And the men were like, this is what we're going to do. And God is like, fine, this is the society that you're going to have. This is the way you want to do it. Fine. Like, that's what we're supposed to believe, right? That God's like, fine, y'all do what you want to do.
I guess, but like, we've punished people for their shitty societies and other, like, we just got done talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
Sure.
So we've punished societies for shitty behavior before.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't we punishing the society for being shitty as opposed to punishing this person for existing in the shittiness?
So, I mean, I guess because he comes off kind of rapey in this, I just don't mind that God was like, you know what? You're gross.
I still do, though. I mean, just because no matter which way you cut this, in my opinion, it does not rise to the level of murder. Or killing
I
somebody.
hear you. And I wish God would have just like taken 2 seconds to come down and be like, yo, bro, I don't know if you are aware, but being rapey is kind of gross.
Also, I'd like to point out, just for the record, pull-out method doesn't work for anybody. So just don't.
Right. If it works, it's a complete accident. Don't rely on it. Yeah, totally. Oh, that reminds me of, I know we've talked about this before, the story of the kids that they would like lie together on a waterbed and have their friends jump up and down on the waterbed so that they could accidentally have sex.
That was one of those, like, it was some Christian, like, it was a Christian thing. I was like, they're like, well, we're not actually acting We're not actually doing
We're
this.
not actively having
It's the bed
sex.
causing it to happen.
Yeah, it's not our fault.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they could like legit say without lying that I didn't have sex.
Right. No.
I literally did fall and my dick fell in her. Like, okay, guys. You're gross.
Yeah. There's some weird shit.
Kids are dumb,
I mean,
but Christians are weird.
Yeah. No, I think that's even going all the way back to the Old Testament. Like this shit, these things are just fucking weird.
No, it's true. It's true. So the thing about this story is that Christians take this story way out of context and talk about this as being anti-masturbation.
Okay.
And that is like not what this story is about. Like not even a little bit.
No, I mean, I would say the part that makes the most sense would be the greed aspect of it, right?
Yes.
Like that makes the most logical, religious sense.
Yeah.
To me.
That makes me say, oh, okay, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
That I can buy that. Not necessarily agree with it, but I get your logic. Your math is mathing.
And I think that's the part that I rail against with regard to a lot of Christians is that they don't actually take the time to understand the stories that they're reading fully. Like they don't dig into it because there's not a lot of room for question asking. There's not a lot of room for questioning the norm that is already set in place, right? You just accept what people tell you and you're like, yeah, this is what this is about.
Totally. It's about masturbation. Like, no, he's fucking. That's not masturbation, my guys.
But that's where I fail at religion. I want to know more. I want to know why. I want to understand. Yeah.
So, the thing about masturbation, that interpretation was a way later invention. Jewish sages, even at that time, and even like in centuries to come, they never understood this as a story about masturbation. Ever. Got it. Ever.
And that was
a total Christian invention.
Sure.
Okay. The text says Onan spilled his seed on the ground, meaning he pulled out. And that's coitus interruptus, not solo action. So, like, yeah. The issue isn't the act itself. Like, it's not the pulling out. Like, you're allowed to pull out. God is not saying don't pull out. Okay.
Yeah, right.
The deliberate subversion of a legal and moral obligation is what this story is saying that the problem is.
No,
whether we agree with that or not is irrelevant. The story is about that.
And just to be clear, I don't agree with it. So.
Right. No, I'm iffy on it. Given the context of the time and place, we can't change the. Okay, let's say that it was Judah, the father, that put the son to death, not God. Right. Let's take God out of it. The society is set up the way it is. Okay. And let's say that Judah found out his son of a bitch, disgusting son is being rapey with his women's. He can't change the society, but he can say, you're being rapey to your dead brother's wife. You're fucking her. You're forcing her to have sex with you, but you're not taking correct financial care of her because you don't want to lose your birthright. Therefore, I'm going to take care of that for you.
But to me, the correct response would be, what can I do to rectify the situation for the woman, not kill somebody and then still leave her in a situation that's shitty?
But she doesn't get left as shitty because then it would become Judah's responsibility as the father. He's the closest representative.
Right. So maybe you just step in and I don't fucking know. But to me, the correct societal response is to take care of the woman.
Right.
And maybe punish the man for being against this rule, but to rise to the level of death, again, I don't feel like that's correct.
I'm not saying he deserved death. I'm saying I understand that this society viewed it that way. And that's not the same thing. I'm not condoning his death. I am viewing it as this society was set up this way.
It was. But I'm going to argue against the legitimacy of the need for that because I would argue against current institutions that call for death and the needs that they call for them as well.
No, and I agree with you on those grounds as well. I guess we're having separate discussions is what I think.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I want to make it clear that this is not an okay reason to kill somebody.
No, I hear you.
So
I hear you. in this story, God isn't punishing lust. He's punishing deceit, selfishness, and failure to care for the vulnerable. And so that would be what you're saying. Yeah, but even so, he doesn't deserve death.
Right.
The idea that God smote Onan for masturbation, going back to that.
The Christian idea.
Yeah, that came years, centuries later.
Sure.
When church authorities were eager to control sexual expression, and they used this passage as a warning. Jewish scholars reject Christian readings that moralize about masturbation.
Yeah.
So even today, they're like, no, absolutely not. You're wrong.
Yeah, and we even had even some somewhat progressive churches teach this.
Yes.
Like we had family members that taught this to people.
Yes.
So
correct.
I mean, it's not, and they weren't right leaning people. You know? Like this is something that is pervasive in Christianity quite a bit.
Now, I don't know that they used this particular passage as their why masturbation is wrong
but
story.
That idea persists.
It does. And in fact, masturbation isn't a major sin in Jewish law at all.
Yeah.
So
as well it shouldn't be.
Right. That is a total Christian thing.
Yeah.
It may be discouraged in certain contexts, like, wasting seed or whatever,
sure.
blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
But it's not equated with Onan's story.
Okay.
So
all right.
They're more like, they're not Catholic about it. They're not like, don't waste any drop. They're just like, well, you really could be having kids though.
Yeah, well, and there are some bits, I think it was in Leviticus and stuff like that, about not, wasting seed.
Yeah.
So there are some like Levitical laws based on this stuff. But then again, Jewish folks have found ways around Levitical laws to operate in society too.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that by now they have justifications.
They have their own waterbed loopholes. So what's really going on here though, right?
Yeah.
The story reveals the tension between sexual freedom and social obligation, and it critiques male exploitation of women within legal loopholes. That's what it ultimately does.
Sure. Yeah.
Onan wants sex without responsibility, and God says, nope, you don't get to use people like that. I'm going to kill you instead. And
okay.
So it's like, I agree with the sentiment, but maybe like, I don't know, you're right. Like death though? Like
yeah, that's a bit much. Like that, and that I think
couldn't you make him flip burgers at McDonald's for the rest of his life or something? I don't know. Modern Jewish feminist scholars recenter Tamar. They say that she's a victim of patriarchy, which that's obvious.
Yeah.
First married to a violent man, Yeah. So he beat the fuck out of her, and that's why God killed that dude.
Sure.
And then she got used and is then discarded by Onan. And then she's denied justice by Judah later on in the story.
Again, more of a reason for societal reform from God than it is for exacting punishment on a single person. Because these things were acceptable and tolerated somewhat in those times. Right.
And that's why
that's
the
part of the
writing
larger
is about
problem.
It. Right. And that's why the writing is about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
these things clearly were happening a lot.
Sure.
So the cool thing, though, is that Tamar later tricks Judah himself into impregnating her, her father-in-law.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That happens in Genesis chapter 38. And I need to go back because I don't remember this.
Is that the one where she went to the... I feel like I remember that one. She asked like a priest for help with it or something like that, maybe?
Maybe. I don't recall, honestly.
I don't know if that was the same person or not, but I might recall that story.
Well, her son through Judah is Perez, and he becomes an ancestor of King David, who is, ultimately an ancestor of Jesus. So,
I mean,
she got her.
According to things and stuff. Yeah.
Sure, things and stuff. Right.
Yeah.
It's just like the Bible in the New Testament would have you believe that she got hers eventually.
Got it.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
Her later actions are viewed as a bold reclaiming of agency in a system that was stacked against her. But I'm like, but she didn't get to live to know that her child was like the quote unquote ancestor of...
Yeah, she merely tricked somebody into having sex with her.
Yeah.
She's
like,
that was
I had a baby. The end.
Yeah.
Like, she didn't get to know that, like, oh, but one of my great grands is like a messiah or what the fuck ever.
Just such a weird time to exist in the world. These are the things that they were worried about, right?
Yeah.
Like to try to take myself back into the mindset of these people it's not even recognizable as
right?
humanity to me.
Like the most important things in life are, I need kids and I need these crops to grow, and that's it. Like those are the most important things.
Sure. And my grandpa was a farmer, so I mean I get the crops growing bit, but like and honestly I'm from a family that very much prioritized having kids. Like it was one of those things you always got asked to, if you when are you gonna have kids?
Married, when you having
not
kids?
Like it was like required.
No, but
I understand the emphasis on those things. Right. I just don't understand the level of emphasis on those things.
Well, I mean, that makes me think of like the movie Bridget Jones's Diary, right? Like in the beginning of that movie, which is based on, I believe, Pride and Prejudice.
Yeah.
Which, fantastic Jane Austen story. Anyway, in the beginning of that movie, she's talking about how all her friends are getting married and having kids, and she's the last lonely single, and every single person is asking her, so when are you getting married? When are you having children? And her mom is like, when are you giving grandchildren to me?
Yeah.
Like, that thing is still, even today,
a real thing.
It's pervasive.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot be, particularly a woman, without being asked, where are my motherfucking kids? And like, that is part of the whole thing that, not to get into politics, that we're railing against with, the sexual freedom to not be forced to carry children.
Right.
The repealing of Roe v. Wade and the anti-abortion movement and all of that. Like, women are still being forced to have kids, and the expectation is there.
Right. And that's the thing. When I think that's why a lot of liberals and people who don't agree with Christianity or religion or gods rail against is this inability to treat human beings as equals, right?
Just human beings.
Not women, not men, not Middle Eastern descent, not whatever.
Trans, not
it doesn't matter.
Gay,
but like
straight, bi, whatever.
People
just
as
human beings.
People.
Just be human.
That's it.
It doesn't matter what they look like. It doesn't matter what they have between their legs or don't have between their legs. My God, just people. Just let people be fucking people.
And when you sit here and read this bullshit in the Bible and understand that this God is more petty than you, it's hard to digest. It's hard to take that in and say, I'm okay with this.
Right.
I want to worship this fucker. No, I don't want to worship this fucker. I want to chastise him for being a petulant little shit who can't actually understand humanity or anything about it, even though he supposedly created us and put us in his image or whatever. But no, he can't even understand how to treat people as equals.
Right. It's like, women, you have to have kids. Oh, but wait, you have to do it the right way. You can only do it under certain circumstances.
Right.
Oh, you did it wrong. Oh, you didn't have kids. You suck. Oh, you had kids, but it was the wrong way. Oh, it was with the wrong one. Oh, it was before you were married. Like, what?
Right.
Like, what? Why can't I just...
And I wouldn't care about any of this shit if it was done. If Christianity and Judaism and all these different religions, Islam, if these things were things of the past, it wouldn't matter, right?
Who cares?
We'd be talking about how individuals or other groups of people treat
we
people
would be
or
free
whatever.
to talk about class systems and economic warfare instead of, all of these other things that are just offshoots of it.
And that's part of it, right? We have to jump through this hoop of religion before we even get to the classist bullshit that we have to deal with, right? And it's a front for other things that people are shitting on us with,
right?
And it's a way to make people accept things as they are. It's very much indoctrination of people to accept their lot in life, so to speak.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, sorry. I'm off on a rant there. I apologize.
Whew, me too. All right. But now you can see why I only got to 3, because now we're hitting up number 8 on our 10 kill list.
And the last one for today.
the last one for today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we went 10 was Lot's wife.
Yeah.
9 was Tamar.
Yep.
Or not Tamar, but her fucking brother-in-law,
Yeah.
Onan.
Yeah.
Okay. And number 8 is the Egyptian firstborns. So like millions of babies.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that.
One of the first most disturbing story, other than I think the flood came before this, but like this was a disturbing story.
Yeah, because this was like Noah's Ark, you could like dismiss almost as like myth, legend, allegory, like passed down. But like this feels a little bit more like, no, they're trying to pass this off as history.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Even though it's not, based on most people's accounts, there wasn't even an Exodus, but you know, like
but
they do try to pass it off that way.
They feel like this is there are holidays celebrating this today.
Yeah.
This is part of
we celebrate Passover, and what people don't understand, generally speaking, is what that actually means behind the scenes.
Yeah. So this death of millions, not just death of millions of people, let's get it right. Death of millions of newborn babies.
Well, yeah, and older babies, but yeah, firstborns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's read this. This is from Exodus chapter 12, starting at verse 29. At midnight, the Lord struck down all the firstborn in Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on the throne, to the firstborn of the prisoner who was in the dungeon, and the firstborn of all the livestock as well. Because why not?
Yeah. What the fuck did they do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pharaoh and all his officials and all the Egyptians got up during the night, and there was loud wailing in Egypt, for there was not a house without someone dead.
Yeah.
Because murder.
Right.
That's the way. This is the way.
It's the one time you wish you only had girls, right?
Jesus Christ. So God kills every firstborn child and animal in Egypt, not the guy who enslaved them, not the guards, but babies. We are not talking about a surgical strike against Pharaoh. We are talking about a scorched earth divine fucking massacre.
Yeah.
Infants, children, livestock, everyone, whether or not they had anything to do with enslaving the Hebrews. Just dead.
Yeah,
it's
just on
so
down the
gross.
line. The only people that got spared were the people who were Hebrews.
Yeah.
That was
They
it.
got passed over.
Yeah.
And that is the Passover celebration.
Right. And I can't get down with celebrating the death of so many people.
Right.
Like you're literally celebrating God killing children.
Right.
That's what you're celebrating.
There are some modern day takes that do actually acknowledge this. Okay. And so I don't want to just out of pocket be like, fuck the Jews. Like that is totally not what I am saying at all.
Right.
Okay. I don't want to come across anti-Semitic here. Okay.
Yeah.
Like that. There are people today who do acknowledge that this is not cool. And let's do it different.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
But let's get back into the story though. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is injustice by design. This is collective punishment in its purest and most horrifying form. Modern ethics and international law, like, the Geneva Conventions.
Yeah.
Yeah. They outright ban this kind of action, although we're going to talk about that in a minute too.
Sure.
You don't punish people for crimes they didn't commit. Period. The end.
Right.
Especially not innocent children and animals.
I mean,
like, get the fuck out of here.
That seems very obvious to me.
Yeah.
Like,
even the Titanic, right? It goes down, and who gets in the lifeboats? Women and children first.
Right. Yeah.
Like, that's just a thing,
Right.
Like, we acknowledge that first the children and babies, animals, women, and, then, like, the strongest of us remain behind to fight.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
And that makes it sound like I am for, like, man doesn't get to be saved, and yay, women get to go, in the lifeboats. But
sure,
very stereotypically and generally speaking, it's because women are expected to be the caretakers of the children.
Sure.
Like, duh.
Yeah.
You can't force them to have the kids and then be like, but you don't get to take care of the kids, right?
Right.
Somebody got to have the babies. Somebody got to take care of the babies.
Sure.
So punishing the powerless, right? Pharaoh was the one making the decisions, but the people who paid the price were often those with the least agency in the entire situation. Kids, slaves, prisoners, and even livestock. It paints a very disturbing image of divine justice that is indiscriminate and cruel.
Which is often the case, as we've learned in the Old Testament.
And that's why we're doing this top 10 kill shot. You know?
Right, yeah, because there's so much indiscriminate death in the Bible that you can't overlook it, right? Like there's oftentimes no rhyme or reason to who and why he's killing certain people, other than a generalized sense of he thinks they did something wrong.
Yeah.
Right, and it has nothing to do with this person or that person. He's just taking a large swath and saying, "Yep, y'all are dead."
It's so lazy, honestly. It's like the teacher who comes into the classroom and, doesn't feel like dealing with the 3 loud kids and punishes the whole class.
But then he also wants us to believe that he deals with people like Onan.
On an individual basis.
Or whatever, on an individual basis, right?
Yeah.
And Uzzah when he
dropped
when he touched the fucking ark, right?
Yeah.
Or even Pharaoh. He changed Pharaoh's heart, right?
Yeah.
He reached out and changed Pharaoh's heart, but not enough to where he didn't have to kill all the firstborns.
Right.
Right? Like, I mean, what the fuck is this shit?
He's both like capable of reaching us on an individual level and also uncaring and lazy and just like, whatever, I'm just going to kill all of you. I'm bored of this.
Right. No, I could change Pharaoh's heart enough to where he'd just let you all go and I wouldn't have to kill all of Egypt's firstborns.
Right.
But no, instead, I'm going to let him not care enough to where I still have to kill millions of kids in order to get my way because I'm proving a fucking point through mass murder. I don't quite understand that mentality.
No.
And I can't wrap my head around anybody who would think in those terms.
Right. Yeah.
That's fucking terrible.
I'm not going to praise that guy.
No.
Just not.
Yeah.
So when you're like, are you saved? Like, no, your God is a dick.
He absolutely is.
He's not saved. He doesn't save anybody.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Another thing about this is using fear as theology. This is a God who doesn't allow collateral damage. He initiates it. He doesn't just allow collateral damage.
Right. Yeah.
That raises questions about whether worship is freely given or coerced by fear, which is what we've been saying this whole fucking time. Never not be afraid.
Well, yeah. I mean, he invokes fear more often than he invokes love, right? Like these...
Fear the Lord, he says.
The only way it seems like they think you can get to love is through fear. And that makes no like I can't bring myself to love somebody that I fear, like not in the way that it should be, right? Like I know that there are fear aspects with regard to how children view their parents oftentimes, right?
Well, they don't want to disappoint them, and they're scared of their parent being disappointed in them or looking down on them. They're scared of the feelings.
Right, but it's more like a Stockholm syndrome situation than it is love. It's just you have to or you fucking die.
Right. That's not love.
No.
I love you. Please don't kill me. That is not healthy, guys.
And then on top of that, he gets onto them, at other points in the Bible for not loving him correctly. And it's like, well, dude, if you didn't kill millions of people to get us to fear you, to love you, then maybe we would love you correctly if you were actually a giving and caring God that doesn't mass murder people to get them to fear love you.
Right.
Like, what is this shit, man?
Yeah.
Get your shit straight and come to us correctly, and then maybe you'll be a God worthy of our love.
Right. That is true. So true. So let's talk about Passover now.
Okay.
Yeah. Celebration of slaughter, ?
I mean, yeah.
So Passover celebrates, as we said, the passing over of the houses with lamb's blood on the doorframe so that their children don't die. But baked into that celebration is the fact that all the other children did, in fact, die.
I just want to point out that the people, the Israelites, the Hebrews that were in Egypt didn't spread the message to other people. They just let those children die.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
Like this was God enacting it, but it was also other people letting it happen too.
Right.
So there was a whole nationalistic side of this too. They didn't like the Egyptians.
Right.
They were okay with them dying.
Yeah. With their children.
With their children dying. Yeah. So I mean, yes, it was God, but it was also
the community
letting this happen according to the story. according to the story.
According to the story, right. That is tantamount to throwing a victory parade for surviving a school shooting while stepping over the bodies of the dead, saying, "Praise be to my bulletproof vest."
Right.
Like you're celebrating that you survived this as you're walking over the dead bodies. Yay, me.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that, we should not celebrate survivors. Obviously we should, but not at the cost of the dead and of those who perpetuated the crime.
Right.
Or perpetrated, not perpetuated. Perpetrated the crime.
Right. Yeah. And this is baked into religious celebration.
Yeah.
Christian celebration, Jewish celebration.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Christians celebrate Passover.
They
maybe
do.
I
know Catholics do for sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Wrong.
I don't know if it's every. I don't know enough about every group to speak exactly about that, but I'm quite certain that it is definitely part of some Christian celebrations.
Okay. Yeah, I probably am wrong on that. I don't recall because I did not grow up in a Christian home. So
it's not one of the, I don't think that there's a lot of Christians on the general sense that understand exactly everything about that holiday.
Right.
Or because it's just like a stepping stone to Easter, right?
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I grew up understanding it.
It's part of the season of Lent, Mardi Gras, Passover, Good Friday, Easter, like that whole spring procession.
I like how you threw Mardi Gras in there.
Well, that is part of it. Mardi Gras is one of those, like Fat Tuesday and all of that.
I don't think that's a Christian celebration.
I'm pretty sure, though, that it covers that whole week of... I'd have to look into it more.
Yeah.
But I think it's related. It is during that time period.
I mean, it is in the same time frame, but I've never heard that be a Christian celebration of any type.
I don't know if it's... I don't know what it is.
Sure.
I know that if you throw beads, you flash your boobies.
Right, which doesn't sound very, Christian-y to me.
Yeah, but I think that Mardi Gras celebration in New Orleans is not the same as, I think that they are celebrating a religious thing in a lewd way. That's my understanding. But I could definitely be wrong, and, I need to look more into it.
Got it. It looks like, just from our Discord, Brady says it's Catholic, actually. So you were somewhat correct. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because they do the whole palm thing, the palm leaves, and the Ash Friday or some shit. There's this whole lead up, and Mardi Gras is part of that.
Interesting.
I just don't understand how it's tied in, and the way it's celebrated does not when you think of Mardi Gras, you think of the beads and the boobies in New Orleans.
Well, yeah,
but that is how it's celebrated. And that's how we know it is celebrated. That is not actually what it is.
It's kind of, it's a lot more, I like the celebration in New Orleans a lot more now than I did. I'm like, wow, you guys took something Catholic or Christian-ish and turned it into boobs and beer.
You turned it into Girls Gone Wild, like those Florida fucking, spring breakers.
Right.
Right?
You guys, you go.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Let's see. So, it is one of the most joyful, widely celebrated Jewish holidays, as we know. Not Mardi Gras, Passover. And it's worth asking, is it a celebration of survival in spite of the horror, or is it glorifying divine vengeance? And maybe a bit of both, right? Bit of both.
I think that could be dependent on how you interpret God.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think it also depends on each individual person and each individual group.
And I think that's problematic.
Yeah.
Because it is left up to an individual interpretation.
Yeah.
And part of that individual interpretation is that, God's simply a fucking mass murderer who murders people who aren't of your nationality or ilk, that, he doesn't like them. So they're fucking dead.
Right.
And there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in the Bible.
There is. Jewish tradition, though, does wrestle with this. The death of the firstborn is still seen by many as justified divine retribution for Egyptian oppression and for Pharaoh's stubbornness. And the Egyptians are as a whole, as a group,
Yeah.
are seen as complicit in slavery. So their punishment, while tragic, is seen by many as a form of collective accountability. But and Passover for some is reframed as a remembrance of liberation, not a celebration of violence. And so now we're kind of headed towards the but it's not
Right.
good though.
Yeah,
right?
no,
It's not good.
no.
And so there are some more progressive branches of Judaism, like Reform, Reconstructionist, and even some conservative, that tend to take a very different tone on Passover.
Well, good.
Some modern Jewish texts include commentary readings or prayers of sorrow for the Egyptians who died.
And that would be
So
the appropriate.
it's very solemn instead of, celebratory.
But let's not forget that the person that killed them is God.
Is God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Others mention dipping the finger in wine to reduce joy, acknowledging that others suffered. So they do some kind of like symbolic thing.
Sure.
Just as a active way of remembering what actually happened.
Appreciate that to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
You're still celebrating.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
There's an intentional pause to acknowledge suffering on both sides, which let's both sides it, huh? But that's like you were about to say. That's a contemporary attempt to temper an ancient and brutal narrative.
Well, and you mentioned slavery as a justification, right? Like that the Egyptians were enslaving people, right? But the Israelites also enslaved people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's not forget that when the tribe of Benjamin became low on people, they took people that they conquered and took their women and
raped them in the cornfields.
Yeah. This is slavery. There are other instances. That's the one that popped in my head right off the top. That's
the one I always think of.
But they are not innocent.
No.
In the idea of enslaving people.
Right. And the whole both sidesism of it and the but you of it, I hate.
And even God's not innocent in the idea of slavery. He allowed these things to happen, and there's many points in the Bible where we can point to where he was just okay with slavery. As long as it was his people and not somebody else enslaving his people. And,
of course.
And even at that, he was okay with that if it was at his direction.
Yes.
He was okay with other people enslaving his people when he wanted it to happen.
Right. When he wanted to use other people as tools to beat his people over the head.
Until he wasn't. And then he killed him again.
Right.
And it's just...
The story plays over
God
and over.
is so fucking wishy-washy and just childish. He's
capricious, petulant.
Yeah.
Mercurial.
Right. All of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A sentiment found in many liberal Cedar supplements is God doesn't need our praise when others suffer. God needs our compassion. And so there's a growing discomfort with the idea that freedom came at the expense of their children, the Egyptians' children.
Yeah.
Some Cedars include counter narratives like remembering the humanity of the Egyptians.
You're saying cedars?
Mm-hmm.
What is cedars?
The Cedar dinner for Easter.
Oh, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Oh, the Passover dinner.
I was not aware of that. I'm sorry. I'm an atheist who never attended any Passover events ever.
I mean, I
have no idea what that fucking is.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. It's the ultimate, all the days lead up to the Cedar dinner.
Ah, okay. Is it
Passover.
cedar as in like cedar wood or?
SEDER.
SEDER. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Not with a C, not wood.
Okay, I'm getting information that might be Seder is how it's pronounced.
Oh, probably. It's probably Seder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Fern.
Yeah, I mispronounce shit all the time, so that's me. It's a word that I know and that I've read many times, but as we always point out, I can't pronounce shit because I never, talk to people.
Yeah.
I don't say
No, I mean I've never heard of the Seder dinner. I don't know what that is. So that's why I'm like, are you saying a word that I don't understand, or are you saying trees?
I'm saying a word. I'm saying a word you don't understand.
Okay.
So let me start over, okay?
Yeah.
And this time I'll pronounce it correctly, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a sentiment found in many liberal Seder, the dinner, supplements.
I know now.
The reading is God doesn't need our praise when others suffer. God needs our compassion. There's growing discomfort with the idea that freedom came at the expense of the Egyptians' children, which good, there should be.
Right.
Some Seder dinners include counter narratives like remembering the humanity of the Egyptians or including modern examples of innocent suffering, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
I appreciate. Because then that gets into my next question, which was, would any leader survive this today? And the answer is mixed. No, unless he calls it war.
Right. Yeah.
If a modern leader deliberately killed 1 million babies, they'd be labeled a genocidal monster unless they wrapped it in national security, retaliation, or collateral damage.
Well, yeah, if you mix it in with, I mean, like if you take what's going on in Gaza, like that.
Yeah, and my next sentence that I wrote here is consider the current day plight of the Palestinians.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but it's not just the firstborns. Like
it's all of them.
If we specifically take somebody goes out and kills the firstborns of another nation, that's a little weirder than. I mean, it's not better. It's not good. It's just different, and it's very specific.
It would be too pointed to be able to carry out.
Right.
But it's no less gross.
Right.
It's all gross.
Yeah.
The justification for what's happening in the Gaza Strip echo the same logic of punishing entire populations for the actions of a few. They harbored terrorists. They didn't leave when we warned them. It's their leadership's fault. Or, Hamas.
Right.
We want to blow up the entire population because Hamas.
Yeah.
Like, we just love blowing people up. So maybe the lesson isn't that the Bible was extra barbaric. Maybe it's that our systems still actually do work this way. They just use better PR today.
Yeah.
And that is where we end our lesson.
Sure. I like to call it propaganda, though.
PR, propaganda.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Fox News lies.
Yeah, definitely. So do you have anything else to cover? Or was that the first 3 terrible God murder stories that we were going to cover?
That was the first 3 of God's top 10 kill streaks, Old Testament edition.
Got it.
So I will be back with the next 3 when we do this Sunday get together again. And when was that?
It's the fourth Sunday of every month.
The 4th Sunday, not the last Sunday.
If you hop onto Discord and you go to the events at the top of the left, bar, whatever area on Discord, there's a place you can actually kind of RSVP. It'll give you notifications when it's going to go live and all that kind of stuff. We usually send a thing as we're starting, which we usually spend about a half hour before we actually get into the episode.
Just hanging out.
So yeah, once we send the notification that we're starting, you've got about a half hour to get in there for the actual episode. But there's always chatting going on, and it's fun no matter when you pop in.
Right.
So.
And sometimes we just have people pop in that are like, hey, I just wanted to say hi because I haven't chatted in a while. And then they don't even stick around. They just literally wanted to say hi to us because they're our friends and we like them.
Yeah.
And that's fun. And I love that when they do that because I'm like, oh my gosh, they just wanted to say hi to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're my friends. You guys are my friends. I love you all.
So yeah, we hope to see you here. And I think that's all we got for today. So we'll see you next time.
All righty then. Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, today is a special episode.
That's very special.
Yeah, and I think we're going to cover some stuff about things.
Oh my God, really? That's how we're leading in. Okay.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, it's, I usually leave it up to you to tell everybody what we're talking about. So I realized I was about to say it, and I stopped myself by saying that. So you should be proud of me.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about today?
We're talking about the rise of atheist megachurches.
Okay.
That was like the headline.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're not.
They're
churches.
Not. Right. Well, okay.
I mean, I don't know. We'll
see.
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it. Yeah. That's what we're here to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You ready to get into this?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right, we are back and we're going to talk today about some really cool non-church church.
Okay.
And I have been talking about wanting this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I didn't know it actually existed. And I'm a little bit mad that nobody told me.
Well, I joked around earlier on our podcast about starting the, sack shacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
it was,
sack shack.
yeah, I thought that'd be fun. Like have little shacks that we just like pop up across the country, and it's like an atheist gathering point called a sack shack.
Well, apparently those already fucking exist, but they're not shacks, and they're cool, and they're international. International.
Very cool.
Yeah. So let's talk about
I'll
it.
happily franchise my idea though, if anybody wants to take up that mantle.
All right. So the headline read that this is the rise of atheist megachurches. Okay, and there's like some people that are really mad about the use of the word church, like how dare it's not a church without God.
Well, sure.
And it's like,
but then again, why shouldn't we get some of the tax savings?
Well, yeah.
I'm just saying.
So atheist megachurches are more commonly known as the organization Sunday Assembly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've actually heard of them. So,
it's sundayassemblies.org.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
They're also called secular congregations.
Sure.
Because, a congregation is just a gathering, a group of people.
Right.
You know what? And I apologize. I said sundayassemblies.org, but it's not. It's one assembly.
Yeah.
It's sundayassemblies.org.
But they have multiple assemblies.
There are multiple.
But it is only one assembly.
There's only one organization.
So it's one made up of many.
Oh my God. All right. And so the quote that's on their website is, "We are a global, secular, non-religious movement for wonder and good. We meet to celebrate life together in congregations and communities around the world." And I'm like, oh, that's so cute.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I was so excited. I was like, hang on, what?
No, we've talked about how one of the things, like in multiple other episodes, actually, we've talked about how one of the things that's missing from the secular and atheist community is that togetherness that church brings to people that are part of a church, right?
Right.
And that's something, not everybody misses it. Not everybody wants it.
Right.
But it is something that a lot of people do miss about that aspect of their lives that's gone now.
Well, yeah, people that have left religion in particular are the ones that are going to miss that the most. But people that didn't grow up in religion or who just were kind of like, one way or the other, take it or leave it kind of thing, like they may feel like all my friends have this like group or club that they go to, but somebody compared atheism to like it's a not stamp collecting, like
non-stamp collecting.
Yeah.
Right.
Like you go a place and you talk about not collecting stamps. Like
right.
What? Like
no, but I think it's more about celebrating our shared ideas for that thirst for knowledge, or that idea that we are curious about the world instead of shut off from it.
Yeah.
And I never really did go to church much. I mean, I've been to church, but I didn't go much. And I will say that, one of the things that always struck me about people that did belong to a church is that automatic support group that you have built in.
Yes.
Right? Like you have people that will help find you a job, that will help you through financial hardship, that will bring you food if you need food. Like there's things
even
that
things for like when you get married, they might supply the church, or they might supply the rehearsal dinner meal, or you have kids and they might help you get scholarships for your kid.
Yeah, it's not only beneficial for community, it's beneficial monetarily. There's a lot of benefits to that community that exists outside of the religious aspects of it.
Right. The community part is the big part. And I can relate to wanting to find something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm always like looking for book clubs and writing groups and stuff like
Brady
that.
from our Discord, we're doing this on Discord, just mentioned, it depends on which, religious denomination you're talking about, but they might also supply a wife.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Brady. That's... Yeah, there are a lot of pre-order what's it called, where the families like plan who you're going to marry.
Yeah,
like,
you caught me off guard here. I'm struggling.
Yeah. I was getting confused with like mail order bride from Russia.
Yeah, no.
And confusing that with the ones like
Arranged marriages.
Arranged marriages. Thank you.
Fern.
Yeah. Hello, Fern, by the way. Yeah, so Sunday assembly is just a non-religious gathering, and there's no doctrine and no deity. And that's like the ultimate, like, and there it is.
Yeah.
It was co-founded, the organization itself was co-founded by two comedians, Sanderson Jones and Pippa Evans. I love the name Pippa.
No, that's a great name.
It's so great.
Although Sanderson, you said Sanderson? What's his name?
Sanderson Jones.
Sanderson's a pretty,
like for a first name, like that's
a name. That's a name.
Yeah, like that's heavy for a kid, Yeah.
Right.
So they're two comedians, and they were both on their way to a gig, and they were like, "Wouldn't it be cool if?" And they were like, "Oh my god, let's." Yeah. So they wanted to do something that was like church, but totally secular, and they had both come from a churchy background that just like no longer fit. Now that they like, were grown up and been in the world a bit.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. They wanted something that was totally secular and inclusive of all, no matter what anybody believes. So they're not saying that you don't have to believe in God.
Yeah.
They're just saying, but don't bring it with you.
Right.
Just don't be a dick.
Leave that shit at the door.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. The first meeting, and this is a pretty recent group, actually. The first meeting was held in 2013 in London. That's where it started.
Well, it's not that recent. That's like,
okay, but it's not like the 90s or the 80s.
Years ago.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's fairly recent.
It's in the 2000s. That's like in the grand scheme of things, it's like yesterday.
I mean, in this day and age, yeah.
Yeah. Almost 200 people turned up to the first meeting. Like that's how
really
hungry people were for this.
Oh, that's cool.
300 people showed up to the second meeting.
I think it might have helped that they were comedians.
Yeah.
They probably had
a
people
platform.
that they were. Yeah, they had a platform.
Yeah.
So.
But 300 people showed up to the second meeting, and now sometimes up to 600 people attend meetings.
Very cool.
Yeah. Soon people all over the world were starting to ask, can we have one of those?
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm like, can I have one? And that's actually the name of one of my sections.
No, I don't know if you recall this, but when we first started going down this path of, when we first started doing our podcast, we started asking, we were, and actually, no, even before we started our podcast, we were trying to find humanist and secular groups in our area.
And there's not any. They're down in Cincinnati.
There are, but they're not. They're meetup groups. They're very small gatherings. Like, I mean, I went to one that was around here. It was literally 2 other people.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. That's fantastic. It's a way to meet somebody. But I mean, you're not talking about a place where you can socialize. You're talking about
they get together for lunch.
Yeah.
And then, you don't see them again for a month or whatever.
Sure.
And it's nice that exists.
Right.
But it's not exactly like we wanted something a little more hefty.
No, and I think that having that regular place where there's a lot of people that know it's going on and are willing to show up is a nice thing to have. Like it's something to look forward to that's outside of the norm. And it's a place where you can find people that you don't have to be careful around. Where we do have to be very careful as atheists in the world as to what we say and who we say it to.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of pushback against the ideas of atheism and even secularism.
Yeah. So as of December 2019, assemblies had been established in 48 locations around the world.
Wow.
Yeah. The majority of them, of course, are in Europe and the United States.
Yeah.
So
sure.
They are run and funded all by volunteers and their communities. So growth in them kind of topped out.
Okay.
Because it is hard to maintain a group that's all volunteer run.
Sure.
And you have to have a large enough amount of people regularly showing up if you're trying to get that next level status of tax organization kind of thing for each chapter.
Right.
So they are kind of like the organization itself and the original branch.
Yeah.
They are still a tax-free organization, but the various branches and other locations are very loosely affiliated, and each of them kind of has to
figure it out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And that's not to say that the branches don't help each other. They very much do.
Right. But it's hard to have a
cool
multinational organization with a few volunteers here or there.
It is.
So.
And there aren't enough people in the world, honestly, in the world who are like excited and vocal about, I don't believe in God, but I still want to hang out with other people.
Well, and that's something that has been crossing my mind quite a bit, right? I think that I've not softened my view on what I think religion is doing to our society. I have not softened my view on the harm that it does, but I have softened my view somewhat to be a little bit more open to people that don't understand and try to take the time, or at least not be angry at everybody. So I think that the Sunday assembly is a way to break in, like if it was pushed a little harder, if it was pushed a little more, it could be a way to get that message of secularism out there, because it's a friendly voice. It's a welcoming voice. It's not an angry voice, you know? And I'm not saying that we can't be angry too, because I am fucking angry at what's going on.
Hell yeah.
But to pitch it to your average Joe on the street,
right?
You don't want to be angry at that person. You want to be angry at the politicians. You want to be angry at the policies. You want to be angry at the entities that are, trashing our fucking country.
Right.
But the person on the street who's religious and doesn't understand what it is to be secular or atheist, they're not the person that you should be angry at, unless they've done something specifically to be, shitty.
I don't know. I'm going to push back on that just a little bit, because sometimes the person on the street is the person I'm pissed at, because they do want harm to come unto people I love.
And
specifically,
that's where I said it depends on if they've done something. If they specifically advocate for that kind of thing,
they don't have to have done something. The fact that they are pushing, voting for, and vocal about, and adding their voice into that is enough for me to be angry about it.
I'm speaking more of maybe not judging people until you understand their total viewpoint. Like, just because they're Christian doesn't mean that they're bad.
Just because you're Christian doesn't mean that you're anti-LGBTQIA. But there's a likelihood of it. And once you confirm that, then I am going to be angry with you.
Sure.
And that's just the way that goes.
I absolutely agree with that. It's that generalized message that I feel like maybe doesn't get pushed out enough as a welcoming message, and it's more of a anger message, even from us. Yeah. And
you're right.
I'm not trying to walk back our platform. I'm just saying that I feel like nice to have.
We take turns doing that. Like today, you're the nice one, and I'm the angry one.
It's nice to have a group out there that's doing something positive. Mm-hmm. And there are other groups. I mean, you've got Freedom from Religion. You've got Recovering from Religion. Mm-hmm. You've got
humanist groups and organizations. I mean, even really the what is it? The Unitarian Church. They
to an extent,
lean very.
They still invoke gods.
They do, but they are
deities.
Also more community driven.
Sure, so, they're definitely more progressive than.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Any of the other Christian churches out there.
Yeah.
So
generally speaking, very generally speaking.
Yeah.
So, where was I?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So these groups are run and funded by volunteers from their communities. And in 2018, the journal Secularism and Non-Religion, which I need to subscribe to that. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I'm surprised it's a thing, actually.
Secularism.
I mean,
and
I'm surprised it's a thing that exists, because magazines and stuff just don't really.
Right.
They're not a thing anymore.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe it's a blog. I'm sure it's probably still a blog.
Right. And there's still a lot of magazines that, while they have switched to an online format, they are still around. Plenty of them.
Sure.
So they published a 6-month longitudinal study of Sunday assembly participants, which showed a statistically significant improvement in participants' well-being just from being around other people and just from being part of a community-driven organization and just from like feeling that they belong somewhere.
No, I think that there is a lot to be said for that.
Yeah,
definitely.
Totally. They meet annually, the international groups.
Okay.
Like all get together for like one world party.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited about this. Like we missed last year, they met in LA. This year in September, so, right around the corner,
right.
They're meeting in Scotland. Like, obviously, like, not on our radar or something we're able to do.
Right,
but I'm
right.
like, where are you going next year?
Yeah.
Like, I want to find out, and I want to be part of that.
Yeah.
I printed out their newsletter so that I could read it. They put out a newsletter every, like, month or every season.
Yeah.
The most recent one was from winter, so, like, January, February timeframe of this year.
Sure.
And they talked about the last year's assembly and how cool it was and like just all the different people that came together from the various chapters in one location. And since it wasn't in LA and there were the fires at the time, they all like pitched in to they hooked up with one of the local I just lost my train of thought. Wow.
Churches?
No. Atheists.
Okay, atheist groups.
Yeah, I was like, what are we? Atheists.
Yeah.
They hooked up with one of the local atheist groups and did a donation drive to help the people who had been really harmed by the fires and lost their homes.
Yeah.
So,
that's great.
Yeah, it was really amazing to see how like it matters to them.
No, I love things like that where atheists and secular groups get out in front of the public and do something, good.
Yeah.
Right. One of the things that happened around us that really caught my attention, and look, there's some shittiness to this one, but I love it nonetheless. It's so one of the local atheist groups down in Cincinnati here did a clean up the highway get together, only they did it on the exit before the Ark encounter.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they were.
That's hilarious.
I thought that was
petty.
Fantastic.
That's petty, and I love it.
Oh, it was great. Yeah,
because it's like it's the best of both. You're being good.
Yeah.
You're doing good in the pettiest way possible.
I mean, yeah, but it more than that, it drew attention because like anybody who knows about the Ark encounter, that's an atheist or secular, pretty much doesn't like it, right?
Yeah.
So an event like that where you get a chance to kind of like
how come they're not cleaning this
rub
up?
their noses in it a little bit.
How come they're not cleaning up this stretch of highway? Look who is, though.
It's going to draw more attention than not. Like that's a good way to build community.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the best way to build bridges, but it's between, Christians and us.
Right.
But at the same time, we have to start somewhere. We don't really have communities out there.
Right.
There's not a lot of support for secular or atheist people.
Right.
And even less in smaller and rural areas. I mean, like, we live in a pretty metro area.
Now we do, yeah.
But there's still very little as far as secular groups that are doing things. There is a group in our area, but they operate all through Meetup, and it's pretty small. So I mean, generally
There's
speaking,
maybe like 5 to 10 people, if that.
I mean, I've been to a few events where there was like upwards of 10 to 14 people.
10 to 14. Wow.
But I mean,
I way underestimated.
I'm just saying, it's something.
Yeah.
But it's not a lot.
Yeah.
And if you get in a smaller area than we are, like where I grew up out in the country,
there's nothing.
You weren't allowed to be atheist. That's just not a thing that even exists in there.
If you are, nobody knows it because you know not to say it.
Right.
Yeah. We definitely were not talking about it at the school bus stop. You know?
No.
Yeah. Oh. So I was curious what a meeting might look like. Like what kind of things do they do in these meetings that are not church? Right? So Sunday assemblies are family friendly. They are inclusive community gatherings that borrow the structure and social benefits of religious services, but without any supernatural beliefs. And many meetings might have music with like live bands or karaoke or sing-alongs or any combination of any of those, but no hymns.
Yeah.
Readings from literature, poetry, or science articles. Like a lot of them are very into science, which I was like, goddamn right you are. Loved it. They might have guest speakers. A lot of them have regular guest speakers come in, like actual doctors and scientists that come in and, talk at them. And they cover topics like personal growth or meaning, or a lot of them do science and tech and medicine.
Yeah.
Like new discoveries and stuff. They're very excited to share.
Right.
There also might be like a moment of reflection or silence or like guided meditation. Just,
Sure.
You can,
whatever it is you want to take the time space for.
Yeah.
Right?
Like you can use it for a moment of gratitude. You can like scratch your ass or balance your checkbook.
Yeah.
Or you can like, I'm supposed to be practicing mindfulness and I'm not good at that because like,
I don't really see anything wrong with,
No.
meditation. Like, meditation is self-reflection, is a moment to calm your being as a whole and just kind of sit there with yourself. It just depends on how it just depends on how it's pitched. There's not that there's anything wrong anytime with it. It's just a matter of what's your intention. Like I've said before, I don't like it when Christians pray for finding their keys or something like that. I think that's just such a bullshit
small stupid thing.
Like come on.
Yeah. The meetings usually have a moment for like community announcements, notices about social plans like potlucks or outings or shit like that.
Yeah.
They have calls for volunteers because they do a lot of community work. They might give updates on members like graduations and birthdays, stuff like that. They have like work like something that you might find at a church, where people are like delivering the local news to you. Like, hey, so-and-so just did this XYZ. Let's all give them a round of applause for achieving that hoop-de-doodle thing.
Right.
They also like gather donations to give to people in need within their group or sometimes outside their group.
Yeah.
Just depends.
Sure.
They offer a moment of peace and solace, but without invoking God or any religious doctrine when they going back to that moment of silence.
Yeah.
They meet regularly, usually either monthly or every couple weeks. The one in London, I think, meets every couple weeks.
Okay.
They have to because there's so many of them.
Yeah.
So many people.
Right.
But the ones here in the U.S. seem to mostly meet monthly.
Got it.
Their motto, shared by all chapters, is, and this is international. All of them, this is like the bare minimum of what they have to do to like be considered
Sunday
part of
assembly.
this.
Right.
Yeah. Live better, help often, wonder more. And I'm
I like it.
Somebody wrote that for me, right?
Yeah.
So live better is we aim to provide inspiring, thought-provoking, and practical ideas that help people to live the lives they want to lead and be the people they want to be. They also like really seem to push the idea of celebrating life. Like,
I think
it's not YOLO, like go out there and take risks, but this is our one life. We are here. Let's try to make the most of it.
Well, yeah, I think that's a hallmark of any atheist that's living a good and healthy existence, right? Yeah. Or you're pretty damn sure this is all we get, right? So why waste it on things that are not fun or good or helpful or whatever it is your goal is, you should be working on that now and not waiting for something to happen after you're dead.
It's like the whole purpose-driven life, but without the spiritual hooverall behind it, Like, you can have a purpose-driven life that has nothing to do with church and Bible and God.
Well, and I think that's the lesson that should be taken from all this, is that you don't need church to do what church does.
Right.
That's what this proves.
I mean, like, we were talking about, everybody that follows us knows that we're like big fans of Star Trek and we're working our way through the shows. And right now we just started Enterprise.
Yeah.
And, the first 4 or 5 handful of episodes. Not good, you guys.
Nope.
But like, we watched an episode tonight that we really had to stop and think about it. And like, the main character of this particular episode is a doctor who is so excited. Like, he's the only one of his species on the ship.
Yeah.
And he's so excited to try new experiences and to connect with new things that he's never seen
New
before.
cultures, new foods, like everything that he encounters is exciting to him.
It's a new experience. Like, he got invited to participate in somebody else's religious ceremony or spiritual ceremony. And like, I know that this is not like, this episode is not that. Okay.
Right.
Like, I'm not trying to say, let's all go out and join a church. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say.
Right.
What I'm trying to say is this individual was open to trying all kinds of different things and just enjoying life and enjoying what everybody else had to offer.
No, I think he embodies the idea of a healthy atheist or secular person, right? Like, he embodies that whole persona that you would strive to be as someone who is scientific and scientifically minded and also not believing in a higher power. Right. But I will say that their intro that they created for this show is the absolute trashiest piece of shit thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
I have to pretend it doesn't exist.
I'm so happy that there's a skip button on Paramount because fuck that intro.
Fuck that intro.
That's all.
No, it's true.
I'm done trashing it.
No, I just like I love the way this character has been portrayed and that he got like his own moment in this episode where it was all from his perspective.
Yeah, no, definitely. And he's like, one of our favorite characters right now.
Which I'm like worried that we're gonna find out like he is a bad guy and eats like humans or something. Like, I won't be surprised.
He does have animals that are pretty vicious.
Yeah, so. And like sometimes he shares food with them. And
he does.
Yeah, and he has like 3 wives back home or some shit like that. Two wives, and they each have 2 husbands. I think. They're all like intermarried.
Maybe it was 3. You might be right. I don't know. It was more than 1 for sure.
I don't know. I just like. I just liked his openness to new cultures and new lifestyles, new foods, new experiences, new ideas of what spirituality means to different planets and different peoples.
Yeah.
And just that really appealed to me. I like that.
Definitely.
And I wish that religion here on this planet, and particularly in this country, wasn't so politically motivated so that I could appreciate those different types of spiritual moments.
No, and I think if it was mostly a personal connection or a personal journey that people took, it would be a lot easier for us as a whole, as a society, to digest.
I love the notion of visiting different churches and like seeing, you know, how do these people celebrate life? How do these people celebrate death? How do these people find purpose in their daily life?
No, but and then that would be an amazing thing to encounter, right? The problem is that right now, a lot of the churches that exist out there in the United States,
I resent it because they are robbing me of that experience.
They celebrate hate. They don't celebrate life.
Right.
And that's the whole problem that we're encountering with our society with regard to religion and politics and all this stuff that's going on in our world right now. They center their ideas and their messages on hate and not agreeing with this culture or that culture. It's not about celebrating life. It's not about celebrating wins. It's not about celebrating fucking anything.
Right.
It's about fear and hate.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah. And holding people back and holding people down.
Yeah.
And greed and getting mine.
And that's why we're angry.
Yeah.
But it's why it's nice to see a group like Sunday Assembly doing what they're doing.
Exactly.
Celebrating life and experience, you know, pushing experiences and pushing community and pushing events and pushing, you know, just that togetherness that you get from a community group, you know?
Exactly. So that was Live Better, wanting people to, you know, live the lives that they want to live and, you know, be the people that they want to be.
Yeah.
The next one was Help Often. Assemblies are communities of action, building lives of purpose, encouraging us all to help anyone who needs it to support each other. And I'm like, well, that's humanist.
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. And the last one was wonder more. And this is where science comes in. So I'm just all about it.
Oh, yeah.
Hearing talks, singing as one, listening to readings, and even playing games helps us to connect with each other and the awesome world we live in. But more than that, like they have a lot of, like I said, science-minded people who bring in other science leaders in their fields to come in and talk and teach. And that just so appeals to me. And that's what I would want. Like, if a group started in our area, I would be like, I'm going to be in charge of making sure that we get some of that.
Well, but because it's nice to have your curiosities, you part of your and I's existence is curiosity. Like that's the whole foundation of why we believe or don't believe a lot of the things that we encounter in our lives is because we are insatiably curious. And right?
We've also determined that that's the root of empathy is curiosity.
So, I mean, we're always wanting to explore new ideas and new takes on things and different ways of thinking about things. And it would be nice to have a community that also did the same thing, right?
Exactly.
And to bring that into that group is just such an amazing thing to have instead of just going over thousands of year old text that's not teaching you shit.
Right.
Like it's not teaching you anything.
Right. So the next section that I want to get into is it's church, but not church.
Right.
I love that. Like I said before, it's structurally similar to church services, but without deity, prayer, or worship. And the founders described it as a godless congregation that celebrates life, which I'm like, boom, there it is.
Yeah.
The gathering is mostly for non-religious people who want a similar communal experience to a religious church, though religious people are also welcome. Again, leave your assholishness
leave your
at
God
the door.
at the door.
Yeah. Sunday assembly offers ritual and rhythm like to daily life. It helps combat loneliness, hopelessness, and nihilism and disconnection.
And I think that's something that's sorely needed in the atheist and secular community.
Exactly.
I mean, I really do.
I do too.
I've encountered a lot of atheists, and the majority of the people that we encounter are online, right? And I would say that there are a strikingly large amount of lonely and cut off atheists in the world.
Or not just atheists, but people who are deconstructing.
Yeah.
Who are maybe not ready to call themselves atheists, but who have, for one reason or another, left their church home or their religious family.
Right. And I mean, there's even, we've encountered wives who are not allowed to talk about their atheism because they have a husband that's not.
Yeah.
Or, whatever. They're expected to keep it secret.
It's easier to just not talk about it.
Right. I mean, there's so many different scenarios in the world where a community like this could help support somebody through something that's really hard. It's really difficult to deal with on your own,
Loneliness is like so easy and so difficult all at the same time. It's just such a tragedy. And I completely relate to it.
Yeah.
One of the large components of this group is providing a way to socialize with like-minded people. And Sunday Assembly provides social connection, especially for those who left religion and missed that community. So
sure.
That's what we just said.
Yeah.
Their goal is to replicate the joy and connection of church without requiring a belief.
Yeah.
Which I love that.
Yeah.
Replicate joy and connection. Like, what? Put in the replicator. Coffee, black. They're built around connection, celebration, and inspiration, supplying the emotional and social benefits of church minus the God talk.
Yeah.
Celebration of life brings people together around joy, not judgment. And the messages focus on science, compassion, wonder, and community. Members often cite reasons like values alignment. The group focuses on ethics, kindness, and critical thinking.
Yeah.
So
Sounds good.
I know this is just like right up my alley.
Yeah.
The music that they have it's so funny. The music is almost always it is always secular.
Sure.
They don't play hymns.
Right.
So think Queen, Bowie, or the Beatles, right?
Right.
Like popular mainstays like that they mentioned specifically in the newsletter and that I saw in some of the other groups are the most popular songs that they play, either like live bands that played at the Assembly Con.
Yeah.
Or that they, listen to as part of their like little local meeting.
Right.
Is Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles.
Okay.
Don't Stop Believin' by Journey.
I don't know about that one, but
I think it's as like tongue in cheek.
Sure.
Like it's fun, know.
Right.
Walking on Sunshine by Katrina and the Waves, Imagine by John Lennon, Lean on Me by Bill Withers, and Happy by Pharrell Williams. And I'm like, guys, every single one of those songs is in my happiness project, like my happy list of songs.
Yeah.
Every single one of those is already in that list. Yeah. I was like looking for, something that I didn't already have. And I was like, nope, got all those.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of their things on their website had a quote where somebody was quoted as saying, go out and do something kind, something brave, or something curious. And that is often like a sign off that they'll give at one of their meetings.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, that needs to, if we start one here, that's got to be ours. Go out and do something kind, something brave, or something curious.
Yeah.
That's just lovely. Okay. Next section is fuck. I want one.
Yeah. I mean, don't
what
we
the
all?
hells?
Yeah. We need that.
Okay. These secular gatherings mimicking traditional churches, they're flourishing. Especially
not enough.
Not enough, but they're picking up speed again.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Events branded as atheist megachurches have taken hold in cities like LA, San Diego, Nashville, and New York.
Could you see me as a pastor at one of the at a megachurch here?
They don't refer to themselves as pastors.
Whatever the hell they are. Whatever they are.
Speaker.
What are they?
Head volunteer, leader, organizer.
Got it.
Administrator.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, not a pastor.
There's got to be a better name for it than that, though.
Guru, head spaghetti guy. I don't know, fucking meatball. I'll be the potato head. You be the meatball.
Yeah.
So anyway, those cities again are LA, San Diego, Nashville, and New York. That's where the biggest groups in America are.
Okay.
Their newest assembly, according to their website or newsletter, according to the newsletter, is in North Idaho.
Wow.
Right? I was like, God damn, that's epic.
Yeah.
And they are the first group that actually got their shit together, and they're using Substack.
Okay.
And they put that in the newsletter as a, well, we need to up our fucking game. And the people that were like, as far as we know, they're the first ones to do this, and that sounds like something we should probably check out.
Yeah.
And I was like, God damn, Idaho. Like, okay, we see you.
Yeah.
They don't have one in Ohio.
I didn't think so.
Because
we've looked into this stuff kind of before.
Yeah.
Like on a very
I was hoping that I just didn't
level,
know the name and missed it.
Right,
know?
Sure.
No, the closest ones to us are going to be either San Diego or...
San Diego?
I'm sorry, not San Diego.
Jesus.
Detroit.
I was like, what the fuck?
There's one in Detroit.
Okay.
And there's one in Pittsburgh.
All right.
And they're about equidistant from us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Sorry.
San Diego is nowhere near
No,
us.
I know. I'm sorry. No, it's Detroit and Pittsburgh are the two that are closest to us. Like...
I was about to raise my hand and be like, I think Idaho is closer.
Right. Yeah. And neither of those are close.
No.
Is what I'm saying. So it's not like we could like...
I mean, within 4 hours.
Right, but if we had like the money and the time, would we go visit like once a month? Maybe if we had
might
friends
be
up
worth
there.
it to like start, getting ideas to start one around here.
Having said that, all of the ones that have a live stream, which I'm going to name the ones that do.
Yeah.
They highly recommend, if you are geographically located in such a way that you cannot attend in person, please join a live stream and watch and hang out, then start to get some friends to come over to watch. And this is how you like build your own local group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you know what we should do? We should start a YouTube watch on our Discord.
I was headed that direction.
Okay.
Yes,
right.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Silicon Valley and LA do their live stream on the second Sunday of every month. And then they post it on YouTube after.
Okay.
And then San Diego and Pittsburgh do theirs on the third Sunday of every month. And then they post theirs on YouTube as well.
No one does it actually live, though?
No, they do their live streams.
Oh, and then they have a posted version later.
Yes.
Okay.
Directly after.
I got it. Okay.
Like literally the words that I said.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah. So Silicon Valley and Los Angeles, second Sunday of the month is their live stream.
Okay.
After which they put it on YouTube.
They put it on YouTube. Yeah. Got it.
San Diego and Pittsburgh, third Sunday of every month is their live stream.
Okay.
After which
got it.
Put it on YouTube.
Got it.
So we have choices, is what I'm saying here. Okay. What they recommend if you don't have one in your area and you can't, attend one in person is, like I said, start watching these. Please, they're like, please, you're invited.
Yeah.
And they said start holding a regular gathering, every month.
Right.
Build a team of volunteers from there, like over time as you pick up people in your area.
Right.
And then eventually when you get enough people, host a larger assembly in a public venue. And then at that point, and they have people that will mentor you through this to help you get it set up. But when you are big enough to start hosting it in a venue is the point at which they're like, okay, you're ready.
Yeah.
So basically they're like, you build it, it will come. Which, I mean, I get it. Like, they're not even in the fucking country, So,
yeah. Right.
But they're very eager for these groups to pop up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So, I was like, I got to look at a calendar because I now have a date on the second and third Sunday of each month. And we do our live on the fourth Sunday of each month. So apparently the second, third, and fourth Sunday of each month, I'd be busy. All right. So here are some things that different meetings, like activities that they do that if we ever started one that we want to keep in mind.
Yeah.
The stuff that we could do.
Right.
Most important one would be like community service and outreach. Like that's a big deal to them.
Sure.
So you could have your group join a local cleanup or volunteer at a food bank, a blood drive, have a community art wall, or have a book table, or like start one of those like tiny lending libraries.
Yeah.
Like I love that idea. I love tiny lending libraries.
Oh yeah, no, I know you do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do too.
I think
they're great.
And then the next category would be hobbies. So you could have like a book night, a game night, a movie night, a dance night. I don't know about that one because mom ain't wanting to dance. Okay. Yoga, walking, biking, or hiking. You could also have a Post-it wall for anonymous gratitude or affirmation Post-it notes.
Sure.
So, that's fun stuff. Another category is lifestyle and learning. So you could have like actual guided meditation, mindfulness and or breathing exercises, camping, trips like some of these guys do.
Yeah.
They had a picture and I can't remember if it was the website or the newsletter where a group went camping together. And I was like, oh my God. They have scheduled educational speakers. Like I already said that they have the science people and scientists is a word. Right. And doctors and stuff come in and talk. They have other educational speakers come in.
Yeah.
They also have TED Talk nights where they'll like get a group together and like watch really good TED Talks.
That's fun.
And I love TED Talks.
Or even maybe host your own little TED Talk.
Right. I mean, that's kind of what these are all about.
Right.
Yeah. They also have people that meet up outside of the monthly thing, like the potluck that I mentioned before.
Right.
They go out, they meet for coffee dates or brunch. They go bar hopping together, restaurant hopping. Like you have a group.
A community becomes friends?
Yeah, and
Wow.
you do shit together,
That's
right?
crazy.
They also suggest, don't forget to keep in mind that you're going to have social needs that are specific to your community. So
Sure.
you might want, like, if there's a lot of young families, you might want a parents' night. And toward that end, you might want, like, activities for kids thing, you know. If you have a lot of people in the queer community, you might want to have, like, a special group just for them.
Yeah.
You know, like, gear it towards, if you are a really diverse group, you might want to have like a BIPOC night, you know, just any kind of thing that is like your particular thing.
Right.
Your community is going to have its own needs, and you should keep that in mind.
Yeah, for
And I
sure.
was like, oh my God, I want one. So of course, anything good in life comes with criticism.
Yeah.
And so one of the criticisms is, why mimic a church? That's gross. Some atheists see it as unnecessary or like too close to religion in form. And I'm like, it's a fucking club.
Yeah.
It's a club and they do club things that are fun.
I think that we're too close to, like, I think the reason it catches flack is because we're too close to where religion still is harmful, and that aspect. And I think that's just going to be, it's hard for some people to digest that. I think that's not something that they're able to process away. Like that imagery of a church is just something too,
it only can belong
visceral.
to God.
Right. And now the flip side of that is that, you know, that imagery, because it's so prevalent in our society, is also what's going to probably garner a lot more attention for these groups to build these communities in the first place.
Right.
To me, it's kind of like a stepping stone. You have to go here to get there.
Right.
Right.
Well, what I don't understand is a lot of the, like, the complaint that I just said came from other atheists who are like, why are we emulating churches? And I'm like, because churches are the biggest club and they know how to club like nobody else.
Yeah.
Like, I want the best club, don't you?
Right.
Like, we don't have to, like, mimic them and use pews. We can, you know, up them one and use couches.
Right.
Like, but, like, the meetups and all that shit, like, they got it down. They know how to club. Okay?
Well,
So-
I would say that probably, you know, one of the easiest things to do would be to get, you know, co-opt with like a Unitarian church or something.
Yeah.
And use their space, right? So you're going to end up using a churchish space to do your atheist secular, you know, meetup thing,
Right.
group thing.
But what I was going to get at, though, is that's the complaint from atheists. Now, when you hear the same complaint from actual people who belong to churches, they're like, how dare you call it a church? You can't have church without God. And I'm like, bitches, they are not calling it a church.
Right.
They are calling it Sunday assembly.
Right.
And
It's everybody else usurping
Yeah.
what's going on and calling it church for
It's
atheists or
church
whatever.
without
you know.
church for atheists, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you don't have to go there. And if you don't like it, you don't have to call it a church. Because, yes, for you, church can only exist where there is God, which is so fucking cute. Because also it says somewhere in the New Testament roundabout that it only takes, I think, one person for a church to exist or some shit like that. Because, you know, church is not a building. It's like
Yeah,
a
I think
feeling or
that's
some
sounds
crap
sounds
like
like
that.
that's probably in there.
Yeah, like, I'm just like, you don't even know, so fuck off with your
Right.
bullshit. Also, you don't own language. You do not own language. It does not fucking belong to you. English is not a dead language. It still grows and changes. That's why we have LOL. LOL. That's why we have, like, STFU, you know?
Right.
That's why we have, that's why we have words that exist today that did not exist yesterday. Oh, you cannot even get me started on the topic of dead versus living language and the growth of dialects and the way meanings change. connotation versus denotation. And I'm like, how fucking dare you? How very dare you assume that you get to own the word church and the meaning thereof? Eat my whole entire ass. Seriously. I mean, come at me and like, let's talk about how y'all think that all of a sudden you know your grammar and oh, but they, them, that's only for plurals. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yesterday, you did not know the difference between your with an apostrophe versus without it. And now all of a sudden you're a goddamn grammarian. Fuck off. Like, I cannot. No.
Let us know how you really feel.
Oh, I did, and I will, and I'll probably do it again. But just, they don't get to own language.
Right.
If I want to call it a fucking church, I will. Yeah. And you don't have to like it. I didn't ask you. The funny thing is that your opinion doesn't goddamn matter. So anyway, you're so cute. Okay. Anyway, another criticism.
Yeah.
Ooh, I need to calm down. I got myself heated up. Another criticism is sustainability. And I kind of got into this a little bit earlier. Most groups do rely on volunteers. So long-term consistency is hard.
Sure.
Because it's not a paid position. So eventually people are going to burn out, Like, you can't keep running the same show for years on end and expect that the same person is going to keep being in charge. Like, eventually they're going to, like, tap out.
Right.
So,
I mean, it's hard to keep doing anything for free forever.
Yeah. Like, even when you're, like, super invested emotionally, it just isn't always feasible.
Right.
So, another problem is leadership splits. The founders had a public falling out in 2014 over some organizational directions. And I know, like, one of those was, I think, the New York group split up because one of them wanted to be, like, way more out atheist than the rest of them.
Okay.
And I don't want to talk out of my ass. I can only imagine that one probably wanted to be like the angry atheist and like be out there like shaking fists.
Sure.
And which is fine. But
it's not going to be Sunday Assembly.
Sunday Assembly is like, no, we're atheists and that's cool, but we also just want to chillax.
I don't think they even really claim atheist. They claim non-religious. Like they're very not. It's just not God. That's all.
Yeah,
like
they just want to chillax and help people.
Right.
Like that's and do a little bit of science.
Sure.
Sure. Like they're not out here to change the world per se or like rally on the Capitol or anything like there might be people that do that.
Sure.
I'm not saying that they don't.
Right.
But that is not the focus, the primary focus.
The focus is to build community and to create a place where people feel safe gathering and creating friends and having a place to go. Yeah.
And I think that there's room for both. And I think that there's need for both. So I'm not trying to criticize one or the other. Right. They can coexist even. But I can understand if they had a difference of direction, why they would split.
Sure.
And that happens in the best of groups.
Definitely.
So another one is the reluctance toward group identity. Many atheists prefer decentralized or individual engagement because, I mean, like me and you, we're like, I want to go hang out with other atheists so that we can like go bowling and not be like, God bless you every time like somebody falls down or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like, if I'm talking to somebody about like my wrist hurts from, where I broke it before. I don't have to worry about somebody saying, well, I'll pray for you. Like, well, thank you, but no, thank you. But I mean, you can. I mean, oh God, how do I do this?
I'm going to call a little bullshit on the people that are atheists that say that they don't want atheist groups and all this, that, and the other, because many of those people are on Twitter or were on Twitter, now on Blue Sky. Mm-hmm. And they, on purpose, friend and follow and comment on every atheist that they can find.
Right.
Right? So they are still seeking out a community. It's just not an in-person community.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And I'm not saying that there are no there may be an atheist out there that's truly wanting no community or no gathering or
In
whatever,
person.
but they're not commenting to all the other atheists about it because they don't have that because they don't want it.
Right. Well, and my thing is like, fine, you don't want to go, don't go. Like,
Right, yeah, no one's making you go.
But I didn't understand how, like, why is that a thing that makes other people not be allowed to go or whatever?
I think people just like to comment what they think is...
We don't need that. We
Right.
don't have clubs for non-stamp collectors. And I'm like, no, but I want to have a group that I can, again, say my wrist hurts and not have it turn to religion. I want to hang out with some people where I can talk about the gas prices and we all know what I mean and we all know what's happening in the world. And, we don't have people that are like blaming the Democrats who aren't even in fucking office. Like, I don't want that.
Right.
I don't care what the activity is. That's not the point. I want to be around people just once a month.
Yeah.
Just once a month. It would be nice to just like hang out and not have to bite my goddamn tongue and be scared that if I say like, oh, it's hotter than hell this year and it's just getting hotter all the time, I don't have to hear them sigh because I brought up climate change and we all know it's a hoax.
Well, and more than that, I think that you and I would ascribe to the idea that we want you to do whatever the fuck you want.
Right.
As long as it's legal and safe and not dangerous to other people.
Well, yeah.
Like that's generally our mantra is that you do you.
You do
like
you.
It's not you don't have to go to these groups.
Right.
But why trash them? If it does something good for somebody else, what is the harm in going to a group of people who are promoting science and curiosity and helping the community and doing positive things? Like what is the harm in that?
I could kind of see your dad like poo-pooing the idea of it. Just because some people like to poo-poo things that people get excited about.
I don't know that he would do that. He may not want to go, but I don't think he would do
I don't
that.
know. There are certain people that are like dream killers. I call them dream murderers. And like you bring up something fun and they automatically are like, but the cost. Or you're like, oh, this would be fun. And they're like, yeah, but we can't because, and like they have a reason. And you're like, Jesus Christ, I just thought it would be. Okay, I'm talking about my husband.
I was going to say, I was like, Jesus. Sounds like you're
I call
referencing
you
everything we've talked about recently.
No, I call you the murderer because anytime I say something like fun, you immediately like start calculating how expensive or difficult it'll be. And I'm like, I just wanted to say that it sounded fun.
Yeah.
And like, I think that there are people in the world like that. And so like, there's these groups, like they're overly practical when it's not necessary. Right. And so like, there's people that are like, we don't need this. And I'm like, you're right. We shouldn't need it. But the fact of the matter is we do. So shut up, dream killer.
I just would like to point out who are we going to see next month?
Oh my God. I'm so excited, you guys. You're taking me to see Josh Johnson.
And then who are we going to see the next month?
You're taking me to see it's a tribute band to the Eagles.
Yeah. You're like shitting on me here for like dream killer shit. And I'm like, I've set up 2 things recently.
No,
that,
I
like,
know.
would be really fun that we're going to.
I know.
And I'm like, come on.
I know. You're totally right. No, you're totally right. You're totally right. To be fair, one is free. And I'm just saying.
At least I find a way to work around my dream killing.
You're right.
Yeah,
absolutely. And the other one, I was having a really bad day, and you were trying to cheer me up, and you are the best husband, and I love you. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see Josh Johnson. And then, like, what's really cool is I was talking to my therapist about how I'm really excited. Like, I'm looking forward to going, and she was like, why does that name sound familiar? And I was like, oh, you need to look him up right now, and you want to watch him.
Yeah.
He's hilarious. He's a cutie pie. He's the best. I love him so much. And then so she looked at him and she was like, oh, I do know him. And so then, part of my therapy session was talking about Josh Johnson because of course it was. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say except just one more time, fuck murderers of joy and fuck people who don't let you just do the things that are good for you and that help you move forward in the world and that try to own language.
Right.
I hate them.
Also,
guys.
Support Sunday Assembly by going to see their live events that they have online.
Yes.
Or if you are near one, go to one for us.
Yes, and let us
report back.
know. Yes.
And if you are able to help set one up in your area.
Yeah.
Or, if you're in the Dayton area and you want to get together and, start working on one here, let us know.
I can tell you, second and third Sundays, I will be checking these folks out online.
Yeah.
Both.
No, definitely.
Because I want to start one here. And the first step is watching them in their live stream.
And reaching out to some people in the community. It'd be a good thing to reach out to some of the people that are in charge. We didn't do that for this episode, which we probably should have. But, we don't do... We're not good at interviews.
Well, and that would have required planning ahead, and I just planned this topic today. So yeah.
All right. Well, do you have anything else to share about Sunday Assembly?
I fucking love them, and I'm probably going to be contacting them to have somebody on eventually because I'm invested.
SundayAssembly.org.
Yes.
And we'll try to put some links in the show notes as well. And go check them out. And we're going to try, I think, to have maybe a live event on our Discord, maybe at least once a month. I'm not sure. We haven't really sorted this out yet.
No, we haven't discussed it at all.
Something else I wanted to bring up here, and this is something I haven't even discussed with wife, but I think after this episode, for our special episodes, I'm going to go to a model where we're going to have them available to everybody, but only on Patreon.
Okay.
So they're not going to be gatekept anymore. And I think most of our supporters support us because they support us.
Okay.
So
until we get our shit together a little better.
Well, it's easier on me. I don't have to make 2 different episodes. I can just make one. And it gives people a reason to join us on Patreon. So I like that idea. It'll be open to anybody, even at a free level. This one will go out to everybody. This is going to be an open one. But next time we do a special episode, it will be Patreon only, but open to anyone.
Okay.
So.
Got it.
I think that's all I've got.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
That sounds good.
Well, thanks for joining us, everybody. That was our episode about Sunday Assembly, and we will see you again very soon for the
wrap-up of Zechariah.
We'll see you then.
Bye.
Hey, wife, I guess that's the end?
But husband, that's just sad.
It doesn't have to be. We are on lots of social media platforms like Twitter. Our handle there is sacrilegious_D.
For D's nuts.
Oh my God. Stop doing that. Anyway, we're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. There's a link to all of our social media sites at our website.
Ooh, we have a website?
Yeah, it's sacrilegiousdiscourse.com, where you can also find a link to our merch shop.
We have a merch shop?
Yep, we have podcast-themed clothing, mugs, notebooks, and more, as well as an atheist and science-themed products.
Wow, our fans should really go check that out right now.
Definitely. They can get in touch with us by sending an email to sacrilegiousdiscourse@gmail.com. But before they do that, we could really use some help.
Oh yeah? With what?
Well, it's not free running the podcast, and we need some financial support in order to get better equipment, which will free up time so we can concentrate on our podcast and our fans.
Okay, so what should they do?
Head over to patreon.com/sacrilegiousdiscourse and sign up as a contributor on our podcast. Supporters there receive additional bi-weekly episodes that we record just for our Patreon members for as little as $2 a month.
Also, we'd really appreciate it if you would like and subscribe on whatever platform you're using.
And Apple Podcast reviews help us out tremendously.
Like and subscribe. Leave an Apple review. Join us on Twitter. Support us on Patreon. That's a lot of instructions. Don't forget to say thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.